ourselves and support one another, even when we like really vehemently disagree, because like essentially directionally everyone's Christian. Like essentially like quote unquote, we would say like it's all for the kingdom, right? So like he might be doing it in a way that I disagree with, and he has a bunch of things that I think are bad and blah blah blah, but he's doing it for the kingdom, and that's what matters. And like I think that they can kind of use that justification to overlook a lot of things that fundamentally should fly in their face um as like repugnant. Whereas I don't think the left has nearly such a unified like for the kingdom directional goal. Like I think the left is really having a hard time actually finding that. I think that's the question of the left right now, is like what is the direction that we're like pushing and fighting towards that we can like unify under? Because right now all we can do is infight.
Yeah, I think that is part of where the whole loyalty thing comes in, is that they have all these differences of opinion on the right, but they'll still, when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, they will kind of unite because they are loyal to their cause at least. I don't know how much you guys hang out in right wing spaces, but I know Wick, I think you know a little bit about this at least. But there's been like the right wing civil war ever since Trump won
with the woke
between
right and
yeah, you have people who are explicitly, you have like right wing liberals who are more like libertarian and they're more like the free speech guys, and then you have like these Christian nationalists coming in, you have these white nationalists coming in, and then you have like these post liberals like Shiwan Head's husband, post liberals, and they all have very different views of what the right should be, and they're all kind of fighting amongst each other right now, and there is this massive diversity of thought on the right that I mostly disagree with, but I can tell that they're all different groups and they're all kind of vying for supremacy on which way the right's going to go. But on the left, like the liberals have kind of been squeezed out of the left, at least online. It's all like
I don't
anarchists.
feel welcome. I don't feel welcome in a lot of more left leaning spaces because they view me as the amount of times I've been, and I know this is like personal anecdote Andy here, right? But the amount of times that people have called me a fascist enabler, a right guy, like a right wing crypto MAGA, all these things, you can't diverge at all in thought, or you will be seen as, oh, you're just conservative. And that's not been good for us. It's been hurtful for us because people, again, it's the most understandable human thing in the world. I'm not saying it's right, but when you treat people like shit, they're going to leave you and they're going to want to fight you. And that's what's happened. I don't know.
Yep. Like there is, you hear the whole I left the left thing, or the left left me behind, and it's gone from being a novel thing to a meme to tired to now just like a complete cliche, and that everyone fucking says it now, but it happens for a reason, right? Like I mentioned Sargon on the show because, man, like he was a Bernie bro in 2016, right? Like what happened to him? Well, there's a lot of things that happened to him actually, but it seems like people on the left just don't care about those stories.
Well, I think something that Kyla and I talked about a long time ago was that
I feel like for a lot of people on the left, they don't really care for those stories because they become so cynically jaded by them because they become so rampant. And I feel like a lot of people on the left have this bad mentality of thinking that if you're not willing to completely stand with us, you've basically given up your principles. And for a lot of people, it feels like you guys have like become so antithetical of the things that I once believed in. I feel like for guys like me, I was interested in left-wing politics because I like the freedom of speech and very live and let live attitude. And what made me so disinterested in left-wing circles is because so many of them have the opposite stance on that. They come off as very puritanical.
Just gonna leave now.
So at times in the Christian far right of like the Gary Falwell era.
Yep, I've experienced that too. I think I've definitely had moments like I mean, to go way back, that's kind of it did kind of start with Gamergate in a sense, because you had a whole bunch of libs. Yeah, you had a whole.
I wanted to bring up Gamergate actually because I think it's so cogent to understanding like the libs' reaction to Gamergate, like is part of this. Like this is the issue I have, Dev. Okay, maybe you can answer this. So many people say Trump is always as bad as he's always said, and always as bad as we've always reacted to. And now he's just showing his colors. And I'm saying that might be true, but I think there's also a self-fulfilling prophecy that's happened here as well. And I don't know how to
Trump or with the supporters.
With his supporters. With Trump, I think probably quite likely we're seeing what he's always wanted, which is like maximum power. I think with his supporters, we've chased them into it to some degree.
Yeah, I think that's true. I do think that's true for sure. Because there have been so many people that I met back in 2014 when Gamergate was kicking off that they've all radicalized very far right. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like you do not look like the person you were 10 years ago. You've changed a lot. And Sargon's just one of many in that regard. So yeah, I do think that like there's definitely the social aspect of, when you're welcomed in by a group, even if you don't necessarily align with them, because you've now made friends there and they've kind of welcomed you in, you feel like you're at home now, and then you will radicalize over time. And then also there is the push element of the left saying, get out, right? During Trump's first term, I went to war with like 2018, 2019, 2020. I was going to war with a bunch of bread tubers. And they're like, yeah, you're far right, Deb. It's like, well, what the fuck? I don't view myself as far right. I don't really hold that many far right opinions or anything. It's like, well, no, because you support capitalism. And it's like, oh, is that all it takes? Okay, I guess I'm not on the left.
Well, I think there's a lot more to it, though. And Kyla, you and I had a conversation about this a while ago, that I think everybody plays their part. I mean, at least I know the four of us here, all of our channels are a lot more open to right-wingers. We have more right-wingers and conservatives that are part of our communities. But I don't think Destiny's changed like in his like strategy much. I think in the way that he does his content and the way that he talks to people has always been pretty consistent, and that he has like arcs back and forth, but it's just kind of always been that way. But whenever you talk to people, the biggest audiences are always the ones that like really do go hard on the right and are the one, like, it's the Parkers, the Deans, the Destinys, the Hassan Bosch, like it's all of these people who make their entire brand just destroying the right. And whenever you ask people about like, oh, well, what moved you over to the left? It's always those names that you hear that they say, oh, that listening to them, like listening to their arguments. Deans? Yes. Now that I've gotten into like the TikTok space, now that I've gotten into the TikTok space, yes, I've heard a lot of people say Dean. So
I think we need to like differentiate TikTok from like general public. I feel like TikTok generally leans really far to the left. I remember following Destiny back
during
the whole JonTron debate, and one of the things I really liked about Destiny, in fact, he was willing to debate JonTron, but he didn't come off as very illiberal or hyper PC. He was the only popular rising YouTuber who was left wing back in the 2010s that I can remotely tolerate, because he was pretty really pro free speech and anti censorship.
Sure, but that's part of it, is that different types of people are going to appeal to different types of people, and so that's kind of what I'm saying. Is that like
is it Dean's audience like 70 to 80% like women? Like my understanding is that like he doesn't have even a large basis, like unless he just happens to be polling exclusively Republican women, which I'm dubious of, right? Like the main group that we would be expecting him to poll would be more often men towards the side. However, I don't think that's even true. Like his audience isn't young men. So like I'd be willing to grant that like some of the people you run into, if they're going to move positions at all on TikTok, it would be Dean because he's the biggest name. But that doesn't suggest to me that like Dean is like effective because of his like smugness and nastiness. Like how much more of an audience of young men would he have? Because there's lots of left-leaning men that he could have if he was like way less smug and passive aggressive all the time.
Well, I mean, just even
would have a lot more men listening to him.
Forget about Dean. I mean, even the point is that all of these people are known for like being the people who destroy the right, and they're the ones who have the biggest audiences because they're able to coalesce people, they're able to get the base fired up, they're able to make people feel really good about their ideas.
I think being a partisan hack is very effective, right? I think Steven, for example, if he was more of a partisan hack, would have a much bigger audience than he does, but he constantly calls out insane retards on the left side as well, right? Which has led to him having like less of a thing. And to be honest, for the left, he's too fucking edgy. He's too kryptonite. He's way too nasty for a lot of people on the left to be comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
So he's got two things that are nerfing him. And so yeah, people can be more partisan and have bigger audiences, but bigger audiences doesn't mean more efficacious at moving people towards the left necessarily. This is like part of the issue is we don't entirely know in public rhetoric like what's moving people precisely, but we do have like psychology about like what incites behavioral change, which is what I'm citing, is like this
Right.
seems to be what we know changes people's
Well,
opinions,
and that's what
so
I do
whether
as
it not
well.
be true.
My main point isn't that they're definitely the ones who are changing people's minds, but more so that everybody has different roles to play, and that like while a lot of us are willing to be like more accepting of conservatives and talk to them in you know, more rhetorically advantageous ways and things like that, that everybody has like a part to play in the way that they engage, and firing up the base is just as is probably even more advantageous than people trying to pull people over.
I don't think
I really disagree about that.
Yeah,
I feel like for me, for a lot of people, we have to make the distinction between gaining a large online audience versus making political change, or at least being more attractive or appealing to normal people. I feel one of the big problems with the internet, it gives us the false illusion that we're appealing to more people. And even if we get our base fired up, there becomes a problem when our base becomes this toxic sludge that people don't want to deal with. The reason why so many people don't vote as much and elections are won or such slim margins because everyone kind of sees politics as a toxic shit show that they want nothing to do with.
Sure, but
So
that's not just the internet though. That's like all of politics. Like if you go poll how many people, how many liberals are watching CNN, it's going to be like 80 to 90% liberals watching CNN and 80 to 90% conservatives watching Fox News, because everything's partisan. People want to listen to people who already agree with them, and then the people who are going to be like a bit more willing to you know, baby people's ideas to some extent are going to have somewhat of like a, you know, a higher chance of pulling people over. But even those people are still going to pull over a very, very small amount of people. And they're probably not firing up people to like feel super excited about their ideas in the same way that somebody who's destroying the right is. And so when it comes to actually getting people to go vote and actually doing something that's going to be super effective, I do think that the people who aren't doing what I'm doing and are doing what Destiny's doing or what Dean is doing, I do think that those people are probably more effective electorally.
My issue is I don't think Destiny is doing what Dean is doing probably 95% of the time. Like Destiny at its best is going into conservative spaces, being able to walk away with them going, well, that guy's pretty fucking cool, and arguing them on like every single major point and mostly winning, but coming away. Like this is like a big frustration that I know Steven has had for a long time, is people be like, he's so aggro, he's so nasty. And it's like, yeah, because his tweets are fucking psychopathic, right? But when you actually talk to Steven in a debate, 9 times out of 10, unless you swing first, he's being pretty calm, he's being reasonable, he's hearing out your side, right? It's only like when he like gets past this threshold of frustration, which I think the threshold is way lower than it's ever been historically, does he like lose his shit. And I think Steven is a good example of somebody who has been bar none the most effective at moving people from one side to the other compared to any other content creator.
Is insanely subjective, because I can't think of a single debate that a lot of people point to as one of their favorite debates from Destiny where he's being super like nice and good faith the whole time. It's always the times when he destroys somebody that everybody points to.
Oh, he always earns it, but he always earns it. Nobody wants a Dean where they're just nasty and
sure. I don't like Dean. I don't want to keep using Dean as an example because he's a piece of shit.
But that was my issue with Soypill, is that Soypill being frustrated with Tally after like an hour of her like refusing to be like, yeah, of course I regret it. Like that's fine. I don't care. Go gloves off at that point. But the thing is that yes, his best debates were him being super aggro, but he never started that way. Almost always they swing first, or they're so dumb for so long that it's earned and the audience gets so much satisfaction from it. There's very rarely a time that Steven like starts out swinging and starts out nasty and starts out bad faith. Like basically almost never. He usually makes his opponent earn it before he goes there, which I think is good. Right? And that's why I'm not saying don't be mean. I'm saying that you have to make sure that the people who you're going scorched earth on have earned it, right? And my argument to Steven is he's going scorched earth right now on people that I think haven't earned it. I don't think Asmongold and Tectone have earned it. Even if they won't ever platform you, they're probably not going to platform you at this point because of the Corey comment that you made about the firefighter. If you just like chilled out on Twitter 80% more, you would have 90% more opportunities. And if you did that, you could pull way more people over because you're probably one of the most effective at doing so.
I don't know. I do think that when you have somebody who dies on the left and it's like a congresswoman and she was like, you know, murdered in a very brutal way, and they all turn around and kind of gather and coalesce around this idea that the media is lying to them about who actually murdered this person, and everything shifts from any sort of sensible arguments or anything, any sort of humility or empathy towards like the woman or her family or friends or anything like that, but immediately drives right into the conspiracy theories. I think that a lot of people really feel kind of deflated when every single time something happens on the right, we are supposed to be very empathetic and you know, be the reasonable ones.
We say we're the group that cares. Well, we say that we're more educated, more reasonable,
but they
and that we
say
care.
that they're Christians and that they hold the moral high ground and that they have objective morality and that we're all fucking devil worshippers. So it doesn't. They're not lesser than in any way.
I feel like you kind of like showed something that
I do gotta go. I love you all. Thank you again for having me, and thank you for coming on the show. I love you. Bye.
And it is about the interpersonal factor. You brought up a congresswoman versus someone like Destiny making fun of recently dead kids from Texas. People are going to care a lot more about those dead kids than dead politicians. Kids are generally more likable than politicians, and I feel like that's something that the right does. The right has better targeting, and also not just who they target; it's more so how they go.
But they also brought up like the fireman, there's the in the way that Destiny made fun of that person. There's the George Floyd example in the way that they made fun of his death. There's like literally every time somebody on the left dies, there's some sort of conspiracy theory behind it. And then every time somebody on the right dies, we're all supposed to mourn for 10 years.
No, you don't have to mourn.
I'm saying that's their expectations, and I'm saying that like I think that we're going to turn them off one way or the other with when we're not engaging in the way that they expect us to do.
I don't agree either.
I do not think that we're going to turn them off whether or not because we support trans people. That's the reality. We're going to principally turn off some of these people. But that's not the case for moderates. Moderates instead aren't going to see much, and then they're going to see like one fucking psychopathic tweet and be like, that's fucked up. That's really insane. Especially if they see a bunch of people doubling down and defending making fun of dead girls. Like, nobody likes dead girls. Nobody likes dead girls. It's just pretty simple. Yes, you can maybe make the joke eventually. I agree with that. But nobody likes dead girls. And the issue is that you might be like, well, the Republicans aren't held to the same standard. Yes, I agree that they aren't, but I fundamentally believe that we are the more moral.
No, my point isn't that they're not held to the same standard. That's not my point. My point is that I think that this gives them like a feeling of like coming together behind something every time that they have a very, very different way of looking at things versus liberals. And I think that when you're able to come out with some sort of edgy joke that says like, oh, I know you guys all really care about this thing, but fuck you guys. I think that does like fire up people. I think it does give them this feeling of satisfaction. Like, oh, great. Like we don't always have to be the ones who are like holding this moral high ground versus people who will never do it in return to us, that like we also get to just kind of say fuck you sometimes.
My problem with that, Tom, is that in a super polarized environment like ours, where elections are won on very small margins, people like moderate swing voters or undecided are the most important factor for an election. And like I said before, the GOP does shut up people like George Floyd, or they shit on like a politician that sadly got assassinated and dealt with conspiracy theories. All of those are bad, but the problem is those targets don't really appeal as much to the average American. When lefties shit on all white people...
Yeah, but I'm not saying forget those people. I'm not saying forget those people. Obviously, again, like a lot of my content is geared towards moderates and geared towards like pulling people over from the right. I'm not saying forget about them. I'm saying not every single person has to have their focus on bringing people over or trying to like, and that's more so what I'm saying is that I do think that like there are people who are going to do a lot more good by firing up the base and making them feel like they're part of something. And I know that they're not going to get that from me. I know they're not going to get it from you, from a lot of you guys. And so I think I see the value there, and I think that we're kind of arguing against that value.
I agree that partisan hacks can exist, right? I agree that partisan hacks can exist, do exist, and that there's nothing bad.
I don't like you calling it partisan hacks. It's not like hackery is where they're like denying reality to do this, whereas
a lot of the same people who will galvanize their base will absolutely also galvanize their base by denying.
Sure, but I think that when we're talking about what Destiny's doing, I don't think he's engaging in partisan hackery.
I don't think Destiny's a partisan hack. I don't think he's a partisan hack at all, though. The issue is that, like, I think Dean Withers is a partisan hack. I think he is going to, for example, like, always tout the common liberal line, and I think that that's fine, right? The partisan hacks are the people that when you talk to them behind the scenes, they openly admit that they will only talk positively about the left. They will never criticize the left. They will only ever talk about the right doing bad things. Those are the people that I'm calling partisan hacks, and I think that they do have a place. The thing that Destiny is not that person, though. And so I am saying I don't believe him when he thinks that he just wants to galvanize his own base. If that were the case, he would have been a partisan hack like 6 years ago. I don't believe it. I think Steven is burnt out and sick of these repugnant fucks having no morals and basing everything on vibes and wants to punish them for it and doesn't give a fuck about the winning them over.
I think this is a false binary.
He wants to go to war.
This is a false binary where you don't have to be either somebody who's like willing to appeal to the right or somebody who's a partisan hack. And I'm saying again, I think this is who Destiny has always been. He's the guy who like 10 years ago was saying that we should that anybody who's being deported has the right to like kill cops and crap like that because they're destroying their lives.
And was being Sargon about it. But for me, I
say that again. I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, your mic's
okay. Well, I'm like saying that I remember when Destiny said that. He said in one of his old debates with Sargon back in 2018, and I feel like there is some truth that you do have to be willing to push back against your opposition while at the same time still being appealing to moderates. But the thing is, like, where is that necessary balance? I feel like Destiny may have always had a level of edginess, but it wasn't so lopsided like the way it is now. And even then, I don't really think partisan hacks should be a part of our politics because I think they do way more harm than good. When elections are won on such slim margins, it is like this idea that you may win an election, but you're not really able to have any real policies enacted because you don't really have enough people to have those policies enacted in the first place. I think like our politics, if they ever really want to get to a healthy place where people like Trump aren't the norm, they have to become less partisan. They have to become less toxic than they are now. I feel like people trying to be more chill, like Dixon Adams, shout out to those guys. I feel like probably one of the better things in politics because people need an avenue where you have this place where you're able to like think freely and openly. Everyone being super like you have to choose one side or the other. It's partisan hacker. I think it's probably the more toxic part of politics nowadays.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just don't think that's true about Destiny. I think that he's always been a very galvanizing person.
So if I'm presenting this. Well, hold on. I just want to say, if I'm presenting this to you, Tom, like I have like this binary that exists that you either can be a partisan hack or you're appealing to the right. That's not what I believe at all, right? And then even if this binary did exist, I think Steven exists in that binary on appealing to the right. What I'm saying is that especially more recently, it feels as though the moment at which he is willing to go scorched earth and nuke relationships is a lower threshold, and he often is mean in a bad way, like ineffective, in an ineffective way at the wrong person. I don't care if he's mean effectively at the right person. That's fine with me. If you have some person who comes up and unironically says that we should get rid of democracy and he wants an authoritarian regime and you out him for that and then you embarrass him for that, I don't have a problem with that necessarily. But I do have an issue of you somebody who's a lot more potentially open-minded to your positions than they might otherwise appear. And then you treat them nastily and you burn them down. I think Tectone is a good example of somebody who'd probably be a lot more open to things that Steven has to say if he would stop burning all the relationships around him.
I think I've always thought of Destiny as the guy who is very, very quick to burn bridges, like always, even with close relationships. Yes. Always, that's just always been who he's been over the smallest things sometimes, like with Brittany Simon or with like, you know, numerous people. Sometimes it's just the smallest tiny thing that happens, and all of a sudden he has flipped on a dime, and that person is his worst enemy, where the day before they were one of his best friends. Like, that's just kind of always who he's been. And then when we're talking about people that he doesn't actually have a personal relationship with, when we're talking about him burning bridges with them really easily, it just seems really odd. When, like, I understand that you're more so talking about political advocacy, but I'm saying that, like, this has always just been his modus operandi from the beginning.
I'm sure if that's always been his modus operandi, which I would say it is way worse than it used to be, because if that was always his modus operandi, the reality is that Myron and them would have never allowed him into their space. He would have nuked the relationship with Sneeko way fucking earlier. He would have probably nuked Nick Fuentes immediately, right? If that was always his modus operandi, he wouldn't have built these bridges with all these people. I think he nuked his relationship with Sneeko too quickly. I genuinely do. And I think the fact that he didn't nuke it with Myron, and he was able to play ball with a lot of red pillars, not just Myron, but a lot of red pillars who are extremely sensitive people, because he built social capital with them. He heard them out while actively pushing back, I think was really effective. And I don't see him using the same strategy now when I think that he could. Maybe it wouldn't be Asmongold and Tectone. I keep using them two as examples because they're just the two that come to mind. But I suspect that there are a lot of people who are moderate right or moderate retards who'd be willing to talk to Steven if he wasn't so caustic, and especially if they voiced any level of criticism of like his caustic takes on Twitter, that he'll nuke them. And
well, just to be clear, that is the difference, is that I'm talking about more so like over time he's always been very quick to nuke relationships, whereas there was a period, and Nick Fuentes's Nick Fuentes, Lav, Mr. Girl, like, this is all during a period where he was making a pretty big effort. He was making a pretty big effort to try to be more appealing and to take more time, be more patient with people, try to build relationships more. And then once the Lav and Mr. Girl stuff broke apart pretty quickly afterwards, he was like, yeah, I people told me to try. I think it was you, Kyla, who was you I forget her name, but his wife at the time, they were the one, I think you guys were telling him to try to build relationships a little bit more. And that once those bridges burnt, he just went right back to like his kind of normal way of operating. But I agree that like there was a period where he definitely was a lot more patient with people. I'm just saying that like throughout his career, this just has been who he was. And it was a much shorter period where he was the other guy.
I agree. The issue is that I think the reasons that he got turned off of bridge building were like super disastrous and sad to see. But the issue is that it's hard to know if the consequences of his bridge building were as a result of like the several years of not bridge building, or because of bridge building, or because he bridge built with like the wrong people necessarily. And I think it's sad to see it go, because I would say he was most politically effective when he was doing these things. I'm not saying never beat people up. I'm not saying never be mean.
Yeah, I don't think you're saying those things.
Yeah, I'm saying this again from my chat because they cannot understand this. Not all my chat. The people pushing back on me in the chat are just being like, you just don't want him to be mean. And it's like, nobody's saying this. Nobody's saying just be nice to conservatives. I'm saying be mean in the right way, in the effective way. And I think he towed a better line like a year ago than he is now.
He didn't go from 0 to 100 so fast, so easily. I can at least pinpoint 3 times, or at least 3 separate sequences in like Destiny's career where he basically lost it in terms of want to be patient people. I think it started with Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, and the whole Supreme Court ruling about Trump basically being able to not be punished when doing executive action. I feel like those 3 things kind of like really radicalized him, because it made him really cynical and jaded. Because I feel like, why am I trying to be so open-minded to these people when they're so unwilling to give me even an inch? And especially when our politics feels so fucked. And I feel like, in a way, like that's what I think Destiny does, in a way that I'm just more so perpetuating this because I'm being such a passive actor.
Well, yeah, he talked about the fact that like after the Jordan Peterson debate, when Jordan Peterson turned around and talked about the fact that Destiny just always needed to be right, and that he was unwilling to have a real conversation, when Destiny was being insanely patient with him, and through a lot of the conversations with people like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and folks like that, his entire audience was very kind of pissed off afterwards. They felt like they never got what they were coming for. They never got what they were there for because he never went hard, and so they were all criticizing him pretty heavily.
Wasn't Peterson's audience super warm towards Destiny though? Like they liked him a lot. So like, yeah, I agree that like Peterson was kind of like a butthole. He's like a fucking crazy, like cooked out, like veteran at this point. Like, yeah, I agree. I didn't appreciate Peterson's response necessarily, but my understanding is that Peterson's audience was really, really positive towards Steven, which is like the important part here. Like, I'm not saying I want Steven to go make a bunch of friends. I don't give a right? I don't give a fuck about his interpersonal relationships with people. That's between him and those people. All I'm saying is that if he's able to share space and play nice enough to have influence, it's really useful. When he had a ton of influence over the Twitch royalty, that was really, he basically got to decide what the topic of Twitch poll was that week because he had all this influence over all these people. Now, to be clear, Hassan usurped that and threw him under the bus and wrecked him. But that isn't a good argument as to why he shouldn't try to, again, play nice and build that like ability to leverage social power. It's argument to how do we figure out how to prevent fucks like Hassan from doing that to him again. That's the actual meaningful conversation here, right? If he was able to have like some level of social sway with like moderates, like if he had any like ear of like Tectone or like the Joe Rogans, or not specifically Joe Rogan, but like these types of creators that were like more retarded and in the middle, and they respected him a lot, and he was able to pull them towards his side, like I think that would be better. I think where he fucked up with Sneeko is that he was too laissez-faire at first of who Sneeko was talking to and didn't try to pull him more. And then when Sneeko was really going down the barred path, he just like nuked him after that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've always felt like he was like fairly quick to nuke relationships, and so that's I'm not going to disagree there. It's just more so that I think that there is definitely a lot of value in being a galvanizing force within politics, and that this is something that really fires people up. And I think that, like I said, I think that people like my channel and what I do is a lot less likely to get people fired up about their side and get out and vote, because I'm going to be a lot more critical of people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and my side. And I think that people like Destiny, who are more so going to focus on shitting on the right and talking about how bad they are, I think that they're going to be a lot more effective at making people feel like there's a real need to go vote and stop what's happening over there. And I think that, yeah, there's just probably a lot more value in what he does.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I don't know.
But I think, like I said, I think that there's a spot for everybody.
Well, sure, but I think he was probably more effective overall when he was building bridges than during his current arc. If you want to just measure total effectiveness.
Effective is like the outcome, like being electoralism.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Convincing more people, basically.
Maybe.
I feel like Destiny more subscribers during that time too. And to me, I actually think the Big Building arc was one of my favorites. And I felt like Destiny found the balance between still standing by what he believed in without being someone that came off as too dogmatic and unwilling to compromise. I feel like Destiny nowadays isn't willing as much, at least I remember him saying, he isn't willing as much to give the other side some credit into being right. He many times is like, fuck it, I'll be as bad as these people, and I will try to basically be the mirror showing how awful they are. In actuality, he ends up making himself and everyone, he ends up making himself look more hypocritical than the people that he's calling hypocritical.
Well, I mean, you have to understand from my position, I think that like his heyday is the blood sports alt-right debates where he was just kind of going hard at everybody and everything was a screaming match. And during that period, that's when he was known as the guy who de-radicalized alt-right people. And I was somebody who was like on my way down what you would call like the alt-right pipeline or whatever at the time. And people like Destiny and Bosch and a lot of these folks that I would come across are people who got me to question things and look into it a bit more. And over time started moving in a more leftward direction. And so when I hear people talking about, I agree that, like, yes, psychologically, that's the route that I go, is thinking, well, people are more willing to listen to somebody that they like, and so if they're watching somebody that's likable, then they're more willing to, like, take their views into consideration. And that's kind of the direction that I'm heading in. While I also know that is not what convinced me at all. It was watching people look stupid and me sitting there watching thinking, damn, I believe that. I'm fucking embarrassed now.
Do you recall, do you guys recall when Doomer Politics's takedown of Vosh came out in like 2022?
Of course, unironically evil.
Yeah, Vosh is unironically evil. And you had in the comments of that video, like the Quartering showed up, Sargon showed up, I showed up. I spend a lot of time in right-wing spaces, even though I'm not as right-wing as they are. Like every right-wing creator of like the 2018 to 2022 bubble, they were all in the comments of that video praising it. And I actually recall seeing Lance make a compilation of how Destiny and Doomer, both of these guys, were buddying up with right-wing figures, so they're clearly not on the left because they're talking to all these guys now in the fallout of Doomer's takedown of Vosh. The issue is that like these are all guys who were libs 10 years ago and were told that they weren't allowed on the left anymore. And now they see someone actually pushing back against the bread tubers from a center-left perspective. And it was like that. I was in these spaces at the time. It was this breath of fresh air for some of them. And it wasn't enough to bring them back, but for some of them, they did come back. And they're like, oh, you can actually be a center-lefty and you don't have to be a socialist or something. And so I think Doomer did a lot of that work, and I think Destiny kind of picked up that torch in that same era where he was fighting with all the bread tubers. And there was those legendary debates against Vosh and against Lance. He did a debate against Demon Mama at one point that was like a shit show. It was just these debates. It wasn't just that these people were humiliated; it's that it was a signal to people who had left the left of, no, there actually is a space and you can in fact come back. I think that was the more important component of it.
Yeah, but that's I think that's important as well, is that, yes, like when you're fighting against the left, people will see you making some of their arguments and say, oh, okay, well, this person does have common sense. They're not one of those crazy leftists. They're they can actually be rational and agree with me on some things. And so they're more willing to listen to some extent. And Destiny still does that. He was just fighting with Dean recently. He was reviewing a lot of his stuff. He was reviewing a lot of the stuff that happened with Unfuck America and talking about how like racist these people were towards Z. And so, yeah, it's not something that like he's stopped doing. And I do think that those are some of the more effective things is, fighting with the left to where people on the right see you doing it. But I also think that sometimes they'll see you doing it. And it's just like when I see Sargon and people like that in the comments of Doomer Media, I see them as more so being like, oh, thanks for helping us with our dirty work on like proving how bad the left is more than anything else, because it wasn't I don't think it was anything that was helpful to them being more convinced of left-wing or liberal positions.
I think I actually kind of disagree with that. I feel like, in my opinion, people who are much more firebranders, like Hassan, Vosh, and sometimes Destiny, I think they're able to get more people. I think they're able to have a much more, I guess, diehard fan base. But I feel like at the same time, they end up repelling so many more people. Like for every single person they supposedly de-radicalize, I think there's way more people, and they end up making more radical and making someone less willing to listen to arguments from the other side because they just found they feel so.
Yeah, but who's somebody who appeals? Give me an example of somebody who appeals to both sides that's as big as them.
That's I think online, yes, you're able to get a lot of people because of how much you're willing to be, I guess, a firebrander. But I'm also saying that many times I feel like that backfires because that just makes the opposition probably
Yeah, but you're just giving me
now,
like a benefit versus we're talking about the fact that there are some things that are worth it and some things that like there are going to be negatives that come from that, but what makes it worth it is more valuable, and there just isn't anybody who succeeds in doing what it is you're talking about. Like you don't have an example of anybody who is doing the other thing that is benefiting from it.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the bigger problems in politics. And like I said, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like any appeal they may attract is made null and void by all the people they repel.
Sure, I mean, we're not going to fix politics here tonight. We're more so talking about like existing within the ecosystem that we currently exist in, and talking about how to be most effective in that ecosystem. And I think that that's more so like what we're talking about, because even when we're talking about whether or not Destiny's correct in a lot of these cases, nobody's saying that he's wrong when he's saying a lot of these things. They're just saying that the way he says it is kind of going to turn people off. And so yeah, it's not as much about like right or wrong or moral or immoral. It's about like how effective it is. And I think that these are just, to me, yeah, this is just the way it's always been. And that there's like a very small amount of time where Destiny was doing something a little bit different, and I think that was good. It was cool to watch, but for the most part, his brand has been blood sports.
Yeah, but you have to admit things are like worse and more polarized than they've ever been right now.
I mean, not ever, but I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
in modern history
with the internet,
modern history, yeah.
Yeah, right. And so like this idea of like essentially it feels as though like I have an approach which is saying like let's try to make peace first.
Civil war might have been a little worse.
If we have to, tragically we go to war, but we don't revel in it. Like it's not good. Like when people are like, how'd you feel about that dunk of Jim Bob? I'm like, not particularly happy. Like making somebody humiliated like in front of hundreds of thousands of people, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't think that that's like necessarily good, even though yeah, it galvanizes my side, right? The Jay Dyer debate is not something I'm like overly proud of because it was awful. Everything about it was awful. I just happened to know philosophy and not be a fucking asshole the whole time, which is like why I like came out so strongly.
I mean, for me, I agree with you, but it's not because I don't think that those things are effective, like you're saying. Like it's because I don't enjoy it as much. But as I said, this is what convinced me, is like sitting there feeling embarrassed about how dumb I was, believing shit that somebody else just got destroyed on. Like these are things that can be effective in a lot of ways.
But the guy you were listening to got to talk to the person who was dumb. And I'm saying that the way that Steven is approaching thing is he is nuking opportunities to even talk to the people who are dumb. Like that conversation can't even happen right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's worth it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying edgy jokes are bad. I'm saying they're ineffective. These ones specifically happen to be, which sucks. It's really, really sucks.
If he had talked to them and then destroyed them, would you feel different?
Yeah.
Okay.
Potentially. Potentially. Again, depends on what he went scorched earth over. If he scorched earth over something that probably isn't a good reason to go scorched earth over, which somebody's saying that he might have gone scorched earth with Sneeko because Sneeko lied about like his wife, that's totally fine. I think like those personal like lies and stuff like that, totally fair reason to nuke the relationship. If that's the case with Sneeko, I have no issues with that nuking.
But then didn't Tectone make like personal attacks about his like son and about him being a father and
after Steven made comments about his dad.
Okay, on the panel, I don't know really anything about Tectone, and I don't know anything about this beef, but on the panel, he made it sound like every time you brought that up, that he was doing that in response to Tectone talking about his son.
Unless there's a clip that I haven't seen, my understanding is that Tectone reacted initially to Steven like making that mean comment and was just like, man, this is so shitty. I'm so tired of this. Like he just like kind of like pearl clutched over it or whatever, which like I agree to be like an edgy boy and pearl clutch over this kind of cringe, kind of fucking stupid. And then when Steven covered it, he made the comment about Tectone's dad. And then when Tectone covered Steven covering it, he made the comment about Steven's son, which to be clear, the comment about Steven's son is bad. The comment about Tectone's dad is bad. I'm not for either of these things, right? But the issue is that Steven made it personal first. And at least in the past, on his like good boy arc, I guess, he almost always waited for them to swing first. I don't expect him to hold to not nuking people if they're willing to lie about him in their in an interpersonal way, and they swing at him really hard in in what I would say an unconscionable way, like attacking his kid or attacking his wife or attacking like his personal stuff. I don't care when he nukes those relationships. I care when he nukes things out of the gate for no other reason than like wanting to make the edgy joke. And like, well, I think essentially to punish conservatives.
Don't call it a good.
So do you think? Do you think that it really is just a part of that getting blackpilled over how one-sided this seems to work?
I think so. That's my suspicion. Like we had this conversation with Dr. K in like January, I think, or maybe December, and it's depressing. It's super depressing because I think he underestimates how effective he is at pulling people over. And now he's leading a whole bunch of other like liberal people who probably denounce him, but also still take all of their argumentation from him. Where now everyone I'm starting to see follow suit thinks that like going scorched earth with Republicans, swinging first is like the way to go. I'm seeing liberals do it. Like I'm used to leftists doing this. Leftists have always had this approach with Republicans, and I've always thought it was bad. But now I'm seeing liberals do this too. And I'm like, what are we doing here? And I think the nascent point is probably Steven getting blackpilled, because I think whether people like it or not, most people take their like liberal pedagogy from Steven and their approaches from Steven. He still has the influence, even though everyone denounces him, which is cringe, by the way.
I think that's partially true, but I do think that liberals are also just getting blackpilled on their own. They're seeing everything that's been happening in the past 6 months to a year. And they're getting blackpilled independently of Steven, I think.
Right, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, is that based on everything that's happening within the political zeitgeist, that this is just something that people are kind of thirsty for.
I agree.
Not thirsty for. I wouldn't say thirsty for. I mean, what I mean is more like you have liberals who have seen how one-sided a lot of this cultural stuff works with regards to making edgy jokes about victims from cutting one way but not the other, and they're just fed up with it, and they're like, fine, if this is the game, we're just going to play it.
And that, to me, just so it's clear, if you are conservative exhausted, I don't fucking blame you in any way, shape, or form, like at all. I just don't want to pretend like we're being effective anymore. Like what we are doing at that point is just galvanizing our base. We are not really trying to pull the moderates over, and hopefully the moderates will agree at some point that Republicans probably should have some level of same moral standards.
Well, to be clear, it's not one or the other, though. Destiny's not just going scorched earth every time he talks to somebody who's a little bit more conservative than him. He's had tons of conversations with people who were moderates, people who were conservatives, where he was still being like very chill, very good faith. I can't remember the name of the guy who he has a Hanania or Hanania, Richard Hanania, is that
Richard
his name?
Hanania.
Hanania, yeah, and that like he had like numerous good faith like conversations with this guy where the entire time all he was doing was really sweeping for Trump the entire time. And he's had like some guy who's like a lawyer on, I think, that he's like, he still has like tons of conversations with people where he's still engaging in that way. And I think that that's kind of always been what he does, is he has a mix of like good and bad.
Why are we defending the shitty stuff?
But
why
again,
are we defending the shitty stuff?
So when you're calling it shitty, that's like, this is why a lot of times on the panel, it sounded like you were making, okay, yes, there you go. Because I was going to say, it kept sounding like you're moving to like moral prescriptions. But yes, like the ineffective stuff, it's again, I think it's the mixture of both that is effective. That like having both.
Just to be clear, I hate this fucking line of argumentation. It's fucking both. You can have both. I'm not slipping from one to the other. These things are downstream of one another. I think it is morally bad to treat other people you disagree with like shit. I think that is really bad. I also think very explicitly that the left is smarter, more educated, and more right, and less brain broken over COVID. I think there is a lot of severe mental illness and just flat out retardation happening on the right.
Yes, they're downstream from one another, but I do think that like the other day you were talking about the R word, and a lot of times like we can talk about like harms that can come from using the R word or how it stigmatizes certain groups, but your argument is that there's a pragmatism to it, to where there's like a people are more willing to hear what I have to say. And so this like moral quandary there doesn't matter as much when there's some sort of value that I can get from it. And I'm saying the same thing here is that even if you would call this shitty behavior, there is still like some value that comes from this that is obviously very appealing to people and that is helpful for him to continue gathering a base.
Do you think it's effective political rhetoric to get caught compromising on your principles? Do you think that that's effective?
No, probably not.
Is it harmful?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the left has established a number of things that are part of their core principles that I think that they are betraying by just like going scorched earth. I actually don't think Stephen goes scorched earth.
But again, I would say the same thing about saying the R word. Like that obviously goes against some like left-wing liberal core principles.
It goes against like leftist principles. I'm not a leftist, right? And it definitely isn't alienating people in the middle.
That's true, for sure. Listen, if you spend time outside of leftist spaces on the internet, you will see so many people saying, just hear me out. You'll see so many people who are saying, "Thank God we can say retard again." Oh my God! It's
Wait,
like
but
that's my lifted.
That's my argument. Is that I'm saying is that like the using any types of like slurs that go against any sort of minority group is something that people would consider to be hypocritical against liberal, not just leftist principles, but liberal principles. Yet this is you're again going back to the pragmatic argument that you find this valuable, even if other liberals would say that this is some sort of moral quandary. And I'm saying that I think when it comes
any of my principles,
yes, correct,
right?
yours, yes, but you're saying yours,
mine,
and that's what I'm saying is that when it comes to Destiny, I don't think that this is going against any of his principles either, because this is just kind of who he's always been. I don't think there's any sort of hypocrisy there.
I think swinging first and attacking people in low ways does kind of go against his principles. That's my suspicion based in conversation with him. He wholly agrees that once somebody's opened that gate, all bets are off. I'm pretty sure, though, he would agree that you don't get to attack people's like personal lives very low. However, just to be very clear, people in the middle don't think the word retard is a slur. People in the middle do think making fun of dead girls is bad. So even if he doesn't think it's immoral, which he obviously doesn't think it's immoral to make fun of dead girls, which is fine. I didn't even think it's immoral, like ontologically. I just think the timing was bad. I think the timing was bad, which made the joke not work, right? What I am saying, though, is that in this case, the joke against the little girls is going to disillusion the moderates from him, and the word retard isn't. Right? So when we're talking about efficacy, if somebody could make evidence of being like, well, the moderates really hate the R word, I probably wouldn't use it. Right? The moderates really hate the N word by and large. Like that's a strong reason not to use it, even if you don't care that much about using the N word one way or the other.
Yeah, I guess I don't know enough about the Tectone situation to know much, because it sounds like you're saying that he swung first, which is generally something that I don't think he does very often. So
sure.
And to be clear,
he might not agree with me about the morals. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
I've now had 2 exposures to Soy Pill, and I really don't like that guy, just from what I've seen so far.
Yes, I wanted to say that as well. Yes, I don't. That guy is super smug.
Yeah, for saying that. Soy Pill's kind of a
it's
prick.
so tough. This is what I'm trying to communicate to him. Soy Pill, I'm telling you guys, I think he's genuinely like one of the good. I think he's genuinely, of all the people in all the Destiny drama, he came in like way late to the scene. He's one of the few people who actually just asked me what happened from my perspective and didn't just take my word, but like seriously weighed my word. Like I'm telling you guys, he is genuinely seems to be a good person in all ways. And I'm
sure,
saying,
I just don't like the way he engages. I don't think he's a bad person.
I agree. Yeah, he
disillusions
disillusions the moderates. Yes, I agree. He disillusions the moderates, which is why my criticism to him was being smug and condescending is going to make you look like, if you want to reach the right, that's just not going to be the effective way to do it.
Sorry, Dev, you had a butt there.
Yeah, I after talking to him the first time, I looked him up because I could have sworn I spoke to him at least once before. Yeah, he was the guy who called me a racist for thinking that that immigrants should learn the language if they come to a country. And I'm like, I don't think that's racist. I think it's just kind of a normal.
It's actually really stupid called not racist.
It's a very normal thing. I think most people just kind of think that's correct. I don't know if that's racist.
Well, I mean, even I'm very liberal, and the first time I ever saw him, I think, was with his Rob Noor thing, where he pretended to criticize something to get into a debate with him, and it turned out he just lied about everything just to get on the same panel as him like that. Even I'm liberal, I don't like Rob
okay.
very much, and even that turned me off.
Well, I think the one thing that he said in this debate that I really agree with, shit, I lost it. Hold on, fuck.
Sorry.
Give me a minute. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll come back. I'm sure it'll come back in a minute or two.
I promise.
You guys talk, I guess. I'll have to rethink of it. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Well, you were saying that you first saw him and that he criticized you. There was the racist thing.
No, it was something unrelated to that. It was something unrelated to that. It was from before.
While we're waiting for this, I'll do shameless plugging. If you guys are enjoying the show, we got to get $100 dono or 30 subs right away, or I'm gonna wrap it up pretty soon here.
Right. Okay. So he said something along the lines of that this rhetoric is not really all that important in the end, and I kind of agree with him because I think I've been on 3 or 4 WIC debates now on different events, but basically the same thing is should left-wing people be quite so mean on the internet sort of thing. And the very first one I was on was, I think it was over something else, and it was before the 2024 election. And I mean, looking back on it now, I don't think that election was lost because edgy left-wingers on the internet were saying bad things about the firefighter who got killed, right?
No, of course not. That would never be my position, just to be clear.
Yeah. There's way more important things. Like if the Kamala handover hadn't been a disaster, if they had run an actual primary, if Biden wasn't a zombie, if there's so many other factors that if you change those things, it doesn't matter if Destiny made edgy comments about the dead firefighter or not. Like it's a variable. I think it's a variable that people in this space are focusing on because it's one that can be directly controlled by people in this space, but it's not really the most important one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was saying earlier.
I feel like for me, I feel like there were a whole host of other mitigating factors hampering the Democrats, but things like rhetoric, not just someone like Destiny, but more so in general, it's something they could have toned down so much more. And I feel like people really underestimate how toxic progressive politics were. Like, not enough people talk about defund the police and how much of a categorical disaster that was, and how so many people, even black people, found that super unappealing. But progressives across this bloody spectrum, from people like AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Greg Caesar, what have you, were super pro defund the police. And I truly do believe defund the police was one of the things that led to the massive crime spike. And I feel like that really even harmed Democrats even in 2020. And I feel like that also probably led to them probably losing in 2024 because people came to so disillusioned with crappy liberal governance in our major cities. It's swung a lot of people to the right. Like in my place in Moreland Inland Empire, a lot of people became much more conservative because a lot of people were just disillusioned.
Well, that has a lot more to do. That has a lot more to do with like the far left branding like Democrats instead of liberals branding Democrats, and that's more so to do with again the way that Republicans choose to brand Democrats is they take the most extreme parts of our movement and then act as though that is the normal average liberal when it's just definitely not. But I mean what Dev was saying is exactly what I was saying earlier, is that most of the time we don't it's when we're talking about changing people's minds, we're talking about like 1% of people who are even willing to have their minds changed, and then maybe 1% of those who are even who are actually going to do it. And so I think that like we're going to be way more effective by actually firing up the base and getting people who already agree with you to actually come and watch, and then you can use that to get them to go canvass or encourage them to vote or make sure that they're voting for the right candidate or like things like this, or moving them into more like moderate liberal politics instead of far left politics, or into more liberal politics instead of moderate centrist politics. Like I think that there's a lot more value there, and I that's not to say that people shouldn't do those things, because again, that is what I do a lot, and so I'm not like shitting on it, but it is it is something that I while I'm willing to be fair, I don't expect that of everybody else. So
I still think I really disagree about this, because I really do think that the reason why the Republicans can paint the Democrats in such a bad light because there's actually a lot of truth to it. And even if they do exaggerate it,
there's not. No. This is like us taking Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and the alt-right and acting like that is all of the GOP. We never do the same thing to them. It's ridiculous.
The AOC is seen as one of the faces of the Democratic Party. And people like her.
The reason for that is the right making that the case, right? That's not inherent. That is not Nancy Pelosi. It is not Hakeem Jeffries that are the ones saying on the police, or even Green New Deal bullshit. It is the fact that the right has media dominance and is able to make AOC the boogeyman that they want her to be to moderate voters. That is the reason that it appears that way, because they have dominance over the media. Frankly.
Correct.
And so,
Bernie Sanders might be the runner-up in 2 elections, but he still gets slaughtered at the end of the day because his politics just are not
is very
that popular.
complicated. Well, Bernie Sanders is complicated, but he has number one, the Democrats themselves are the ones that tried to fucking nerf him originally by calling Bernie bros misogynists. So it was the Democrats originally that were viewing some sort of insane infighting. But second of all, yes, I would agree that right now the right is dominating media, but the left owned media for years. And every single person, there's so many people in my chat saying this as well. I know you guys aren't saying this, where they're saying that we've tried the hug box with the right and it didn't work. That's not fucking true. We owned Twitter and just banned. No, it's not. We were never fucking nice to them. We banned them off of the platforms. We wouldn't talk to them, and we gave them no ability to actually speak.
You're making a false equivocation.
It's just not true. They were the most popular accounts all across Twitter. They were the most popular accounts.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Are we going to unironically try to say that the left didn't cancel the right off of most of social media from like 2016 to 2020? Are we really going to say this?
We're falsely equivocating the lefty people who were being super aggressive and cancel culture-y and whatever, and the actual mainstream media and actual mainstream Democratic politicians.
Nobody's talking about mainstream politicians.
But I am.
Wait, but you're taking a right-wing narrative when we're saying that's a false right-wing narrative, and you're buying into it. It's kind of playing into that.
Wait.
The whole issue is the reason why we bought into the right-wing narrative when it comes to even our politicians is because our politicians were pretending to be progressives. They were wearing the tribal armor. They were doing the same shit too. The issue is that they weren't politicking on that. They weren't passing policy that was progressive. But absolutely Biden was unironically acting like an SJW. He just fucking wasn't. That's the issue, is that all of the social energy was some performative progressive bullshit while everyone was politicking standard lib. That's part of the fucking issue. And just to be clear, we were mean to conservatives the entire fucking time. This is absolutely true.
I strongly disagree.
It's absolutely true.
Hold on. Here's how the feedback loop works. Okay, you need the politicians in there somewhere because they are the leaders and they are the people who can defend the insane shit at the top level and make it like the core party like platform. And so Trump was and is this person, but you need other people too. It can't just be literally only one person. So the Republican politicians will defend literally fucking anything that any of them say at any time and be the ones even making the jokes themselves a lot of the time and being the ones that are the aggressive, like super offensive people. That doesn't happen on the left. Amongst our politicians until like maybe like the Hot Wheels shit from Jasmine Crockett. Like that's like few and far between are the examples, but that then re-radicalizes people to further like elect people in their partisan primaries to be like the most aggro possible politicians, and then that reflects on the voters. The voters then want that in their media figures and politicians, and that's how you get a partisan feedback loop. We are missing a piece of that in the democratic process. From the Democratic Party, where our politicians don't do that. They are not super aggro, like insulting the other side, like making fun of like a dead politician that was just assassinated. Like that doesn't exist on our side.
I agree that it barely exists. I agree that our politicians aren't doing that, right? I'm not saying that our politicians are making too edgy jokes. That's never been my position. Yes, our politicians have always been libs, and they've always been libs the whole way through, which is why progressives fucking hate us, because they were lying when they said that they cared about the SJW stuff. You're right. Biden never said, haha, fuck dead kids, when it was like about like conservatives, but he would say things that were like very appealing to SJWs. Like he would tell men to sit down and listen to women, and he would talk about like intersectional topics, and he would do all of like the wokey cringe shit, and he would talk about how like bad and naughty it was when people said non-woke things, right? He did all of this. He did all of this behavior, but you're right. He wasn't mean to Republicans. That's fine. You know who was mean to Republicans the entire time? All of the news and media culture. And they certainly did nothing to rail against it.
I don't agree.
You mean like MSNBC, CNN, like is that what you're talking about? Because they weren't like
CNN.
Mean.
Yes,
I don't
they
agree
weren't
with
mean to
that at
Republicans
all.
in the way that you. They were not mean to Republicans in the way that you think they are. No,
yeah, they were not mean to Republicans the way that Fox
partisan.
News was mean to liberals.
No,
not even close.
They're partisan.
I didn't say that they were the same.
No, but you're making this like equivocation between them that makes it sound as though they are the same, and I'm saying that they're not, though.
Differently. The issue is that the left is passive aggressive and nasty. That's how they play. Republicans are retarded and stupid and loud and mean. Okay, Republicans are punching you in the face, and what like the liberals are doing is that they're like poisoning your drink and telling all of your friends that he like SA'd you so that nobody will talk to you ever again. That's how they're doing these games.
Wouldn't you agree? And this is what I hear a lot actually from people who are like, oh, the liberals will just like, this is like the male feminist trope, or like is still very sexist, but just like hides it power level. Wouldn't you like prefer that like the liberal media be a little more aggro, even if it's the same level of actual offensiveness in general, if it's passive aggressive or if it's just like
because what
aggressive,
came with their passive
people
aggression,
now are seeing their power level and seeing what their actual opinions are of them.
There was way more of an oppressive force from the left than there was from the right from 2014 to 2018. They were canceling people. They were not allowing people to have platforms. They were nuking people off of platforms. They were going around and hunting for people at their jobs to report to their jobs things that they might have said on the internet to get them nuked off of it.
The left as a movement, sure.
Yes, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. The left as a movement.
You were saying the media.
Nobody was pushing back on this. Nobody was pushing back on this. Nobody was saying that this was harmful to do. And the few people who were also getting nuked, because half the people here are those people, by the way, who got nuked. So I don't know why we're even rewriting history. It wasn't even close.
The left is a movement, and the left mainstream media is different, right?
The right is really mean. The left stream, all of it, not just the media, but the people who own the media companies as well, were oppressing people's speech. They wouldn't allow them to be on the platforms. It's kind of mean.
I mean,
it's a little bit more than mean.
It's not just the speech. I think, Erudite, I think I spoke to you maybe a year ago about this. I went over a whole bunch of examples of people who were just wearing MAGA hats during Trump's first term, getting assaulted in the street. I think a dozen examples, and it's like this is something that's currently happening right now, and people are getting beat up. And once you beat someone up for wearing a MAGA hat, there's no way you de-radicalize them. They are now lost to you, that person.
Yes, so that's why I think separating the left as a movement and the left mainstream media is super important, right? Like I agree that like random people canceling people on Twitter and like doing mob justice, as well as assaulting people with MAGA hats, both of those are bad. But what I'm saying is the MSNBCs, the CNNs, you can say that they were passive aggressive. I would even probably like deny that characterization. But even if you do have that characterization, they weren't aggressive.
What are we talking about?
Like
they
Fox
mocked
News,
Joe
like
Rogan
OAN,
for the ivermectin
Newsmax,
shit.
like that.
Long before. They were mocking Joe Rogan for the ivermectin shit long before he was even saying that it will cure. He was just being like, yeah, I'm trying it. And they were like mocking him for taking like horse drugs when ivermectin is a completely legitimate thing to take. It's just not effective for fucking COVID.
But that
right?
is what he was pushing, though. He was equivocating it with the vaccine. He was
promoting punch a Nazi. They were pushing this. What the fuck are we even talking about? I don't know why we need to rewrite
When did they do that?
What is going on?
I cannot believe that. I just don't believe that happened.
The Gawker
Wait. When did that happen? First off, Joe Rogan was equivocating like a ivermectin with the vaccine.
Initially.
He was not the initially. Whole time. And then
I was watching all of this happen because when he talked about ivermectin at first, I was like, okay, this guy's retarded. But like, it's not a big deal. There were lots of people that were trying ivermectin in trials, and then the studies came out that it wasn't fucking effective, which is how science works. And so people stopped using it. But people had been attacking him so ruthlessly about it, that he just like doubled down. Now, retarded Joe Rogan, just to be clear, not super interested, but let's be clear, we just were being mean. We just unironically were being super mean and nasty.
I disagree with this because I was watching
mainstream
Joe Rogan.
media.
Hold on, wait.
That rewrote Jordan Peterson in a media campaign as an actual Nazi. They did this.
Okay,
they talked about Jordan Peterson. They made him a Nazi character. All of this shit is fucking insane.
Okay, but you were saying the punch a Nazi thing as well from mainstream media, and when did that happen?
No, it was propagated by mainstream media. Nobody said it.
What does that mean?
It was propagated.
Hold on.
They would put it up on their videos. They would promote it. They wouldn't say this is a good thing to do, but they certainly wouldn't say, yeah, this is fucking insane.
They're actually what. No, it did happen, and in fact, I think it actually happened worse than you think it did, Erudite, because I dug up one example that has just been burned into my brain, published on The Guardian by Nesrin Malik, and it's an essay called "When They Go Low, Going High Is Not Enough." And in this essay, she explicitly says you should punch Nazis. You should punch Nazis. She says it explicitly. It's on The Guardian. It's still on The Guardian. She's very direct. You must punch
Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse is a great example. Do you remember when that shit dropped? Most of mainstream media was calling him a white supremacist within minutes. I remember when this shit dropped, we were just getting back from a BC trip, and I was like, holy fuck, there's been a shooting, and everyone's saying that he's like some white supremacist. That was the mainstream media. This wasn't some like alt YouTuber I was looking at. I was just looking at like common media sources, and they had to update it multiple times.
By picking examples, what are you trying to get at?
The end point
you
is
didn't say they're
outline.
equivocating, because obviously they're worse. So what is the point?
The end point is that when the left tries to act like we've tried the high road and it failed, they're lying to themselves. We didn't. Even our mainstream media was fucking gross. Now, I agree the Republicans are worse, but the argument against this isn't, so now we have to be worse, because apparently none of us on the left are willing to just spread misinfo, which I think would be the final level of this evolution, right? And so what I am saying,
do you think we've done the high road more in the last 10 years or them?
Why does this keep happening? Why does it matter who's high-ridden more? It's actually completely irrelevant.
No, yeah, I don't even agree with that framing, because I think that like a lot of times when they would get those things, hold on, wait. Yes, but the problem is that even when they would get things wrong about people like Kyle Rittenhouse or the I forget the name of the school, but the like Catholic kids with the Native American guy drumming, I forget the name of the school, but anyways, Covington High School kids. Covington kids. Yeah, Sandman. Like they were still like coming back and admitting that they did things that were incorrect there, and they were making they were taking back statements or correcting things. Whereas like Fox,
they lost a court case, dude. That's why they lost a court case.
Well, no, yes,
CNN. It's also completely.
Of course, they can't say anything when they're being
News
sued.
Or any of the conservatives admitted that they lied about the election.
Hold on, but that. Wait, hold on. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Hold on. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
They lost the court case.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Fucking court case.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of
machines.
Hold on. Yes, that's what I'm saying is that like first off, they didn't lose a court case on Kyle Rittenhouse, which was the example. But yes, the Fox News literally was helping steal elections or pretending that elections were stolen, and like we're also losing court cases and still not making any redactions, not correcting anything. And that this, I would say, yes, the entire time we were going high as like an institution that, yes, there's crazy leftists who were canceling people and doing crazy shit on the internet. And then that got branded as the institution, which is the bullshit that we're arguing against. That is the lie that everybody's trying to frame it as. And it sounds as though you're even perpetuating that lie.
I'm sorry, The Guardian and MSNBC lying about people and being aggressive is not the high road. Would I agree that the Democrats as politicians have always been better? Yeah. Why the fuck do you think I'm left? What I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But when we're talking about the right, when you keep on going, but the right's worse. It's done it worse. I agree.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not my argument. Is that the right's worse? That's not. That's what
Jonah's saying. That's what Jonah is saying. Okay. I don't know why I'm coming across so quietly. I don't want to have to yell, but you guys keep talking over me. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, Tom. That's what Jonah is saying. I'm responding to Jonah right now. And what I'm saying to Jonah,
it seems like when you compare these, it sounds like you're saying the left hasn't even tried the high road because we've done a couple examples of things that are like we're mean. But like those couple examples don't mean that the entire movement didn't take the high road.
When has the left media tried the high road with the right? When exactly?
throughout the
What's an
entire
example of it?
2016 to 2020 election.
You're
What
insane.
exactly
You're
was that
actually
high
an
road?
insane
What the
person.
fuck are we even talking about? Was the high road them
Like,
calling Kyle
like-
Rittenhouse a white supremacist? Was the high
Sorry,
road
okay, pause. You
justifying
saying
the
the Kyle
BLM
Rittenhouse
riots
example,
doing anything?
a random Guardian like article, and like
Kyle
this random
Rittenhouse
this
is not
random
a good
CNN
example?
chyron about. Hold on, these examples aren't shit to the hundreds of examples that the mainstream media not only perpetuate and lose court cases on.
Now you're doing the whataboutism again. Stop doing the whataboutism. Jesus Christ, live in the reality that is directly in front of you. Please, God damn it, fucking please. It is not an answer to our argument that the high road wasn't taken in 2016 to say that the Republicans are worse now, in the future, in the past, or the present. It is entirely immaterial to the conversation. Please.
Wait, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that these are small anecdotes. These are small anecdotes, one at a time. That we have.
Is a small
Yes,
anecdote?
yes, 100%, yes, for sure, yes, 100%.
Proportions don't even matter anyway. The proportions couldn't matter.
If you let me finish what I was saying, maybe you get the point across.
I'm talking about as institutions.
You're on fucking
Yes,
crack.
I'm talking about as institutions.
I also want to bring it back a second.
Like patterns of behavior,
all the fucking clucking about the punch a Nazi shit, and then Dev just happens to have one in the fucking chamber, and you guys just sit there, don't even acknowledge it for a second, bro.
Maybe you're in the chamber was a Guardian article saying, yeah, it's okay, an opinion piece.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick, this is ridiculous.
The thing that counts as your opinion
piece
you
across mainstream media liberal shit about anything.
You asked for an example, you fucking dope. You asked for an example. You
can find something from Tom Cotton, the U.S. senator who is still in the fucking Senate, saying that we should crack down with the military on protests.
Oh my god, yeah, right.
Don't matter.
So bad.
Why ask an example?
I would like to get my point across.
Here's the comparative. Here's the comparative, and why, Nick, if you just fucking listen instead of muting me, that you would get across is that when the left is caught out in the lie, and we have to do a settlement, when we're sued, when there's anything that makes us actually come out with the truth and acknowledge the truth, we shut the fuck up and move on and stop talking about it. When the right, when they have hundreds of millions of dollars settlement, when they're lying about the election, still talk about it to this day and never admit they're wrong ever, and they will always lie about it.
Hold on. You know, I apologize. That's a really good point. The left is better than the right.
That's not the point. Is we're talking about institutions. We're talking about overall patterns of behavior. We're talking about accepted behavior, and we're saying
I was being sarcastic.
I know you are. I know you are. That's why I'm arguing against your sarcasm right now.
I know you. Yeah.
Yes, I know that you're being sarcastic, and I'm trying to explain that we are talking about patterns of behavior and overall institutional behavior that is acceptable on one side versus the other, and that these are just not while I understand you're saying one is obviously better than the other, we're still equivocating two very, very drastically different things with small anecdotes where we can name 1, 2, maybe 3 things on the left and then a bajillion on the right every single day, every single hour of every single day for years and years and years.
Equivocate incorrectly, you retarded fucks. I was like, I feel like you guys are all using equivocating wrong, and you are.
Well,
so
they
shut
just
the
mean
fuck
equate.
up using equivocating.
They just mean equating. They just mean equating. That's all. Not equivocating.
I just want to be clear, though. Stop saying equivocating. It's not equivocating. Equivocating is when you use ambiguous language intentionally so that you can swap in different words at different times to make your argument be slightly different.
Wait, that is what I'm saying.
Wait, which is not what's happening.
That is what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that when you say the left.
Okay, well,
hold on, no, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying no. I'm saying that when you say the left versus the right, that this is equivocation. That these are too broad of labels to where we are not actually talking about institutions that are doing these things. When you give me small anecdotes to then broadly paint the institution on the left as something.
Small
anecdotes.
Well, they're not anecdotes. They're examples. You guys literally asked for an example, and we're given multiple examples.
Nick, the difference is whether or not the examples represent the entire movement and political establishment or not.
Correct.
Because that,
but no example. Here's the issue. No example. Go ahead.
We should go to things like colleges, for example, that, yes, most of the institution isn't completely full of lefties, but I feel like those people who are many times this left-wing minority have huge sway over these schools and how they function, because a lot of people are many times browbeaten into just basically agreeing with them. I think it was a major problem in mainstream media where respectable outlets like the New York Times or Guardian many times publish this left-wing dribble, or many times get stories wrong because of left-wing biases, like with Kyle Rittenhouse, or because of how much they dislike Trump.
Yes, thank you for your contributions. They sometimes fuck up and they're sometimes wrong and they're lefties and they're bad. Okay, understood.
Who here
was right
wing
the establishment, the average establishment behavior is just way the fuck different. And so try like being like, oh yes, we agree, like the right is worse than the left. What you guys are saying is that the left has not tried to go high. I just strongly disagree with that. We literally do try that, and the examples that you're saying does not counter the like broader like narrative that we try to set, and like the how the politicians behave on the day-to-day basis.
When did you try to go high? Like, name an instance.
The entire I just said the entire like 2016 election cycle, people were trying to like treat him like they were talking him a lot.
One event in that cycle.
To be clear, an event of what that we are trying to be
an event where the left
we're trying to go high. That
yes.
Name an event. I don't remember. I like it, it's more so.
Yeah, what's an example where Trump was?
It's not.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not specific events. It's the rhetoric that our top people will take on. It's that our top people will take on.
We're equivocating.
Well, okay. So can you give me an example of the rhetoric that you're talking about?
The rhetoric that they have or we have?
That you just said that there's certain rhetoric that your side used during that period that showed that you were taking the high road.
Yeah,
so can you give me an example of that?
So yeah, throughout the first Trump administration, most Democrats, elected Democrats, were like obsessed with bipartisanship. Like even like even for like the most evil shit that he tried to do, they were like, we like must stay bipartisan. And this was true, 20 years beforehand too, throughout all the Bush years, throughout everything. Even if they like completely disagree with everything, like it was against their values, against everything, we still tried to just like have this air of bipartisanship because we wanted to be the bipartisan party, even though it was clear that the right was becoming so unhinged and fucking insane that they would never do the same for us. And it's the same with like the filibuster throughout the whole Biden administration, that like it was like pulling teeth to get people to like be willing to like go around the filibuster when it's clear that if the right had similar policy objectives like that where they needed to get around the filibuster, they would do it in an instant as long as Trump asked. Like there's just like so many things that like they don't care about norms or customs, and we do.
I agree with all this. I want an example of the mainstream left trying to be bipartisan during Trump's first term. Like
a lot of it is sane washing from the mainstream media about like trying to frame the very not normal things that are happening in a normal like news reporting kind of way.
Okay, hold on. Just
the impeachment processes.
Just wait. So when you asked me for an example, I gave you the direct example, and it was February 7th, Nesrin Malik on The Guardian. I can DM you the article if you want. Do you have a specific example?
Why I can name tons of them, especially
CNN
in the last
MSNBC coverage.
Yes, I was going to say I can name a ton in the last election cycle when we're talking about the like MSNBC and CNN kind of sane washing the way that Trump was talking about immigrants coming over the border, or the way that he was talking about Biden ruining the economy, or the way that they talked about him not doing enough to stop the wars. Like they continue to kind of like add credence to a lot of the crazy shit that was coming out of his mouth, as though these were real problems, or the fact that he wasn't even there and that other people were just kind of signing everything for him, and that he wasn't really the president the whole time. They really added a lot of credence to those things.
I completely agree about the most recent election cycle. I don't. Do you guys, Dev, Kyla? Do you guys agree? I actually completely agree with the most recent election cycle. I would say 2020 and on.
Yeah. I would say 2020 and on. I would agree.
Are you talking about 2016 to 2020?
Yes, I know. That's why I said. That's why I want to make sure that my position is clear.
I have been talking about 2016 to 2020 and saying that the left was extremely nasty. And it was absolutely nasty towards the right. Now, the right has been worse. Trump is worse in all ways. Yes, I will just grant you that. But I am not comfortable with us rewriting history in the way that Jonah is suggesting, to suggest that we were taking the high road in 2016 to 2020 broadly. And I would say the leftists on like alt media, and which have been dominating left alt media, have never been nice towards Republicans, even once. They've never once taken the high road. Any chance they get
mainstream
to
media
shit on Republicans and lie about them.
I agree with that, but I would also call them leftists.
During that period.
I don't know what to tell you, Jonah. You're huffing a lot of fucking copium. It takes. I have to literally sit down and force myself to watch YouTube content for my job, because all I do is consume mainstream media, because that's all I'm interested in. If I turn on the news, I typically turn on ABC News. Always, every single time. I check Ground News when I had a subscription to it every single day. So you're on fucking crap.
From 2016 to 2020. From 2016 to 2020.
Especially then, I wasn't even on the internet at that time. I was definitely not consuming alt media.
I was consuming like liberal television, mainstream media every single day.
This is crazy. You weren't actually consuming mainstream media. Oh, you were? Well, I was consuming more. Like, what the fuck is this argumentation? And ironically, if you want to rewrite history, you can, Jonah. That's totally up to you. But it seems like everyone agrees that 2016 to 2020, we were pretty fucking deranged.
How they talked about it.
We can square the circle. Okay, so we seem to have some agreement and some disagreement. So all of us seem to think that the media has been really good to Trump, very charitable to Trump from 2024, in the 2024 cycle. Everyone agrees with that? Okay. And so two of us, so Jonah and Tom, seem to think that it was super fair to him in the 2020 cycle. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, the thing that just to be clear, hold on, I just need to clarify my position. The things that I was arguing against were mostly the like Twitter arguments and the stuff like that, where I do feel like we're conflating what the far left is doing with the with like liberal institutions and democratic institutions. But as far as like the media goes, I wasn't paying attention to mainstream media back then, so I really don't know. I couldn't say.
Fair enough. So I think there's like a trifecta. There's maybe more than
Nick. Before you keep going, let me clarify. So treating him fairly is up to the beholder. What I would say is they were attacking him often. Yes, absolutely, because of all the insane shit he was doing and saying. But that attacking still had an air of like, this is just a normal presidency. This is how we would critique any normal president. That, I think, is the problem, in that they were treating it as any other normal Republican when it just wasn't at all. So they weren't being aggressive. They were being like, the Trump administration is doing this thing. This it's going to have this effect, and like that is bad. But they weren't being the level of like aggro that was, I think, required to come anywhere close to what Republicans were doing when they just like straight up lied every day.
This just needs to stop being said. It's not about the comparison. No, like I understand that you feel the comparison is way up. One was way worse than the other.
We evaluate going low versus going high when there's two parties as a comparative, right? When there's one person that's in the depths of hell low and one person is at the ground level, that person, when the person is picking between the two parties, would still be the one, quote unquote, going high, because they're nowhere near the other one. Even if they're not literal angels and everything they're saying is always nice and good, they're still comparatively, if you're making a choice between the two parties, they're the ones going high. And so I like this like dumb shit about like, oh, but if there are examples where the liberals were being like lying or being rude or being mean, that means that they're not going high, even though the Republicans are worse. I agree that you guys understand the Republicans are worse. What I'm saying is that liberals will still have always comparatively been the ones that are quote unquote going high, and they weren't being nearly as critical as they should have been.
There's possibly a semantic disagreement here. I completely disagree with you. That's not what going high means. Going high doesn't mean you're being somewhat reasonably on a balance of proportion or whatever, more ethical than the other group. It means that you ignore that they are going low. And you hold yourself to like something like the best standard or something like that. For example, like we wouldn't say, if you're an athlete, right, and you're taking steroids, you're going high because everyone else is taking steroids and blood doping and taking growth hormone. You get what I mean?
Sure. I think that's not how voters see this.
I also have an issue with this argument because we're pretending that we took the high road the whole time when I would argue we absolutely didn't. And now we're saying, well, we've tried the high road, so now we have to go to war. And it's like, I'm arguing, I don't think we tried the high road very well. I think for example, bipartisan bills, we did try the good road. And I think it got a lot of exceedingly excellent policy passed. Even under Trump, there was a number of bills like warp speed. Warp speed was fucking incredible. It was a bipartisan effort. It was it's a goddamn medical miracle. Project Warp Speed, God, it's so fucking stupid the Republicans have to abandon it. It was brilliant. Everything about it was brilliant. Nobody thought it would even be possible. And yet we managed to both create mRNA technology, which had been a disregarded technology for 30 years, into an effective vaccine, and then hand it out to millions within 2 years. It was
Do you have
fucking incredible.
non-COVID examples? Do you have non-COVID examples of this happening?
Are you fucking kidding me? Give me an example.
Guys,
okay, well, give me a different example because that one trumps my argument.
No. Hey, do you want do you want to just whine about it, or do you want an actual reason why that's not relevant?
No, I actually want to whine about it. It's pissing me off.
It's a really bad argumentation to just hand wave it.
Really quickly.
Wait, I want to hear why he's hand waving it. Hold on, I want to hear why he's hand waving it.
Hey, you guys know I'm not just going to hand wave something without having an explanation for why the fuck I'm doing that. So during COVID, the normal oh, we don't we care about the debt and we don't want to pass all this big stuff and we don't give handouts to the poor and all of that shit that the Republicans usually typically care about with bills went out the window. And
didn't we
it was
do
a
major
and,
VA
hold on, I'm not done. Hold on.
I'm just giving you a new example.
They wanted to win the next election, and so they wanted to do everything humanly possible to make sure that people had the relief that they needed in the incredibly short term to be able to win that election during a once in a lifetime pandemic. So yeah, I think that is not a great example of bipartisanship. And the rest of the non-pandemic years were not bipartisan.
Didn't he pass a VA reform?
Did he?
Veteran Affairs? Yeah, it was a super bipartisan bill.
If I could just say, listen, I do want to just complain. On a debate etiquette standpoint, don't ask questions if a satisfying answer is given and it doesn't change anything.
It's not a satisfying answer, and I explained why.
It is. It literally satisfies your question. I don't. When I say satisfying, I don't mean you find it personally satisfying. I mean that it satisfies the challenge raised by your question. If this keeps happening, there's something going on with your questions. That you're asking.
The standard for is a bipartisan bill passed was it a once in a lifetime event that needed to bring everyone together for both political and collapse of the country reasons, then I don't think that's a good standard for now we can be bipartisan, because that's not going to happen.
Jonah, so you asked me for an example of a left wing, not just some random on Twitter, but someone with a bit more of a voice, like an institution or a journalist or something, being pro punching Nazis.
It's a one-paragraph article that was an opinion piece in The Guardian in 2017 after he was elected. That example was bad. That is a bad. That is like.
And then we gave you Kyle Rittenhouse.
This person
how many do you need?
Before.
Wait. Do you need 10 of them? Do you need 100?
Find one elected politician. Find one elected politician. One.
Just simply stop asking bad questions then. We're supplying good answers. If the question doesn't, oh my God.
I'm gonna nuke.
I've explained to all of you why you're not giving good answers. For Kyla, it was because
Jonah,
and ask better questions.
It's a random
you
opinion
stupid
piece.
Fuck. I'm gonna mute you. You better ask better questions then, because if you ask a question and it just turns out that half the answers to the question you wouldn't actually be satisfied with, so now you want more, it is unironically like when I debate bad faith EO bros and they go, yeah, well, give me a book that this person wrote. And I'm like, I think this book they wrote. And they're like, yeah, well, cite me something in it. It's like, okay, so you never actually wanted the answer. You just want to bludgeon me with whatever your position is. And so then just say that. Don't pretend like we're asking questions. If you have specific questions that you would not accept multiple things for, ask those questions.
Well, if I can,
fucking mad at us,
hold on, wait, Jonah.
You're like,
wait.
well, I want better answers.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, no, hold on, no, just 1 second, just 1 second.
I can kick and mute anyone. Just to be clear,
I think Tom's fair. He should go right now.
Tom is fair. Is fair.
I was just gonna say we did go like way down a rabbit hole that got us way off like what it was that we were originally talking about, and I don't even think the thing that we're talking about right now, as far as the bipartisanship, will even lead us back there at all. So it's up to you guys if you want to keep going in this direction. I'm not saying we like I need us to go back, but I did want to kind of point out that we are not anywhere close to the same thing anymore.
We were asked for examples for multiple things, and examples were given. And then you guys hand waved, not you guys, Jonah hand waved them. And then we asked for examples of when the Dems went on the high road. And I don't know if he actually supplied one, other than being like, all of it, which is not a good answer.
Here's
the Dems taking the high road is not synonymous.
Okay. Am I ever going to be able to respond to Kyle's rant? That,
in fairness, Tally hasn't spoken in like forever. So welcome to
All right, I will say this.
I just got here actually.
She did.
No, she got here like 20 minutes ago.
I'll say this and I'll fuck off, okay? The tension between asking broader questions, the tension between asking broader questions and more specific questions is if I say, can you name one elected Democrat in Congress that said we should punch Nazis? The answer is going to be no, because none of them said that. But that's the burden that you would need to prove to become anywhere close to
We've had a Democrat just recently say that, like, what was Crockett's statement about fucking like white supremacy shit? Like just recently.
We're talking about during the 2016 to 2020 era.
I'm sure I don't have one on the top of my head. I can promise you, I would bet $100. No, I would bet you $100 we can find House Congress people who are Democrats saying insane shit. Absolutely.
Saying we should punch Nazis, saying we should defund the police.
I didn't say punch Nazis specifically, but probably something that I would say definitely not the high road, definitely bad to do. I'm sure I'll find it.
You can find you can find examples of them not doing the high road. Would you say on average they do take the high road or they don't take the high road from the 2016 to 2020 election?
I don't think that they
members
take the
of
high
Congress.
Road. I think all elected members of Congress, yes, all the time sling shit at each other by and large.
Okay, then you do not follow members of Congress. You only follow the ones that are most on Twitter or most online. You don't actually know what most of them are like. That is not true at all. Most of them are so bipartisan, like brain that they just are unwilling to.
I've been impressed with Ro Khanna. He's a little bipartisan though. He's a little bit cringe. Who are these incredible congressmen that are being super high road?
Well, Jeffries.
To be clear, I think they're not incredible. I think they're the opposite. Actually, I think it should sling more shit. But that's besides the point. Most of them,
the ones, who are all these people?
That you don't hear about. It's the ones you don't hear about. It's the ones you don't know. If you tell me the Virginia 7th congressman, tell me the Nevada 3rd congressman. Like, you don't know any of these people, and that's for a reason. Is because you get a lot more attention slinging shit, and that's why the examples you can think of are the ones slinging shit. Ro Khanna is actually on the more like partisan end of it, even though he does some bipartisan things that he then goes on talks about on media tours, which is why you know about him. But most of them are really, really bipartisan and really boring, frankly, and really like don't sling shit at all. And that's not true for the Republicans. The Republicans are unwilling to be bipartisan on almost anything ever now. And so when you say that we are not taking the high road, that's just not true. Like on average, our elected members are taking the high road, but theirs aren't. They never do.
Okay, I don't think broadly politicians are taking the high road almost ever. I'm not really interested. And more importantly, to my actual argument, it's not just about Congress members, right? Because the entire thing that I've said from the very beginning is that I am interested in the whole ecosystem, right? So it's not just Congress members alone who are slinging shit, which again, some of the loudest Congress members are slinging shit, as you've already agreed. But again, this is just carte blanche. I expect Congress members to sling shit. That's not necessarily the problem. My problem is when we look at the obvious left culture and we say, well, we were taking the high road. No, we fucking weren't. Certain content creators were, absolutely. But this idea that the left has taken the high road and we've tried it, which is why we have to go to war now. I'm sorry, we just haven't really tried it collectively. It just hasn't really happened. We've mostly championed people who are being bad faith. In fact, there's a reason why the Congress members who are partisan hacks and are not taking the high road go viral, because that's what the culture wants. That's what we're seeing.
This is why I clarified at the beginning to separate the left culture from the left establishment, because I agree with you. The left culture was super cancel culture-y. I would even include like the tech company people who like definitely took over the tech companies and like made all the woke shit. Like, that's why I separated these two. What I disagree with you on is that the left establishment, the MSNBC, the CNN, and then all the elected politicians at the top are the ones that are not
to just completely dispute.
They certainly are.
I completely dispute that from 2016 to 2020 that CNN and MSNBC were going with kids' gloves against Trump and not adequately holding him accountable. It was, if anything, absolutely polarized in the opposite direction. At that point in time, I was watching easily 5 hours of MSNBC a day, fully addicted, fully brain rotted to that extent. Okay. There was no one was tiptoeing around how serious Trump's transgressions were. It was full force at all times. So I feel if you guys disagree with that, then maybe I'm living in an alternate
when
universe.
You say
but
full
I was
force,
very
we're
plugged
looking
into
at
mainstream media for that
No,
entire
she's
time.
not.
When you
are
say
living in an
full-
alternate reality because you're saying that the politicians that I keep hockey cards of that were really nice, and I'm saying all of the broad culture, including common media, was not taking the high road. This is fucking obvious. This is fucking
You're not
obvious.
separating them.
I'm sorry,
but the culture and the establishment.
Of course not.
Hold on. What is the high road though? Because when we're talking about, hold on, wait. When we're talking about the high road, like we're talking about this exists like, you know, within an ecosystem. And again, that we have one side that's talking about Hillary Clinton and her emails all day, Benghazi, like, you know, her working with the Russians and all these things. The worst thing that like CNN and MSNBC did back then was talk about the Russiagate stuff pretty consistently and kind of hype that up a little bit more than it was worth. But they ended up being way closer to correct on those things than, you know, the Fox News or OAN did on Benghazi or, you know, the Hillary email servers or any of those things. And so when we're saying going hard, like one side is seemingly being honest while pointing out a lot of problems that actually exist with Trump and a lot of issues that are there, while the other side is just engaging in conspiracy theories.
So
yeah, everyone says the Republicans are worse.
Well, no. Again, I'm saying that it's within like a spectrum.
But I'm disputing his factual claim. Yes, I'm disputing his actual claim that he made that was from 2016 to 2020 that the mainstream media apparatus and the Democratic apparatus were going with kids' gloves against Trump. That is factually not true. So
yes, but that's what I'm saying is what is. But that's what I'm saying is what is kids' gloves?
Wait. Did I say kids' gloves? Wait, or did I in fact actually clarify that they actually did attack him a lot? And I said this explicitly. They did attack him a lot, but it didn't come anywhere close to how not fucking normal it was. They were attacking him as if it was any other normal Republican administration.
I don't think that's accurate at all. I don't think that if anything, it's closer to what Tom is saying, which is that they were accurately representing. So they were talking about it a lot, but that's because there was a lot of crazy shit going on. If anything, that's closer to the truth. But pretending that the mainstream media was not talking about Trump and his threat to democracy pretty much 24/7 is just not true. Again, not on MSNBC.
Did the liberal media cover the reopening of the emails case when what was it, Comey reopened it right before the election? Did the mainstream media on the left cover that?
Logistics things. One quick.
But that's literally that is actually different.
Wait, stop talking. Are you streaming, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna raid to you because I said I was gonna go to bed like 2 hours ago, so I really need to go to bed.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I need to take my super allergy meds.
So I think it's just like
hold on, Nick.
Okay.
You have to give it to Tally. Yeah. Tally was talking. I interrupted.
Okay.
Or Jonah. One of you two I interrupted. So you guys.
Yeah, but Tally's a fucking brain poison Trump supporter, crazy woman. I'm kidding.
I don't know if the raid will work when you raid into a vertical. When you raid into a vertical stream, I don't. Yeah, if you raid into a vertical stream, I don't know if it works from horizontal to vertical. Yeah, I think you can only do vertical to vertical or horizontal to horizontal. It's weird.
So
I'm not gonna
also
I gotta go watch something that just went live too. So
wait, don't leave, Jonah. Don't you dare. Don't leave just yet.
Dev, we can talk later. We're gonna have plenty of opportunities, I promise, okay?
Give me 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, go.
30 seconds
so real quick,
back in.
okay, because I'm getting out here after this too. I did look around because I remember a whole bunch of instances. I could not find a Democrat politician from 2016 to 2020 saying you should punch Nazis. The closest that I could find was when in 2018, Congresswoman Maxine Waters said that people should be basically not allowing any member of Trump's government.
They should harass them
exist,
at their dinner tables.
Harass them.
Yeah.
At dinner tables, at department stores, in public. They shouldn't be able to exist in civil society. It wasn't quite punch Nazi, but it's still very clearly not taking the high road.
Like yell at them in restaurants and stuff is what she was getting at. Because I remember it was after, I think it was after Kavanaugh or something was like getting yelled at in a restaurant. Yes. She was like, yeah, that's good. They should keep doing that.
I think she also implied also using violence, but it wasn't just yelling. But still, yes.
Sure, I guess the right would certainly want that to be implied, and I think that like sure, if that's the worst thing you can find, I think the average Republican would say something like that.
Well, no, the problem is again is that the Democrats condemn that. Democrats can. Democrats condemned Maxine Waters for that. Yes, and that was definitely not representative of the institutions. It was not carried on by all of the mainstream media. It wasn't all of the other like congressmen repeating it.
Now you guys are just going right back to like, see, look, Republicans are worse, and it's like we agree.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Again, no. The argument at the beginning. Just let me wrap this in a bow. Just let me wrap this in a bow real quick, because again, he may have made that argument.
It's
just to be clear,
that we didn't just take the high road on the left for the last 8 years.
Okay,
that's fucking obvious to me. And I want to suggest that people try to take the high road when and where possible, and to only go scorched earth when it's an absolute necessity. That's all I'm asking for. I think it's more effective. I'm not saying you're bad if you don't. I'm not saying that you're destroying the Democrats. I'm not even saying that the Democrats lost because we were too mean. I'm not saying any of these things. I'm saying I think that Destiny would be more effective if he had built interpersonal leverage with people so that he could take advantage of them falling out of MAGA right now. And I think, for example, him making the jokes lost him opportunities to pull people from the right that he otherwise could have had if he was able to just hold back on some level of the edgy jokes that are ill-timed.
Yeah, he may have asked for congressional examples. I was saying the entire time that I'm talking about things that are actually representative of the institutions on the left, and that I don't think that a lot of these things are actually representative of the institutions on the left, and instead are just a lot of small anecdotes that are right-wing framing that kind of make that are farther left groups that are saying crazy shit that ends up branding the Democrats as these crazy people that aren't really powerful or have a whole lot of power within the Democratic Party. And so while I agree with what you're saying about Destiny, I just think that there's a cost benefit analysis there, and I do think that most of the benefit is going to be on the empowering side. But
yeah, sure. I just think that Destiny's most effective arc was the Red Pill arc, where he was fundamentally good faith and basically playing with kids' gloves a little bit. And by kids' gloves, unfortunately, what I mean is not entirely nuking people. Not saying the nastiest shit you possibly can to somebody feels like a weird way to call it kid gloves. But to be clear, kid gloves, because he could be super fucking mean, and he opted not to preserve those types of relationships so he could keep on going into those spaces. And I wish he would do more of that with Republicans, because I think he'd be more effective there. He's allowed to disagree and do whatever he wants with his platform, but that would be my position. And yes, I think that the left from 2014 to 2020 was really shitty in how it talked about the right, and
he was also
not good.
He was also super kids gloves with all of the current Twitch royalty when they were coming up too, and still had all the old guard gamer bro political positions. Even when he debated JonTron in the debate that kind of fucking destroyed JonTron's career, he was so chill and even keel and could have gone much harder at any given point, and JonTron unfortunately stumbled over himself to make himself look like a racist the whole time.
I would say the JonTron one was different though than the majority of those debates, because the majority of that was the blood sports era, the alt-right era.
Bed, guys. I'll see you later.
See, I know people say this about him all the time, but I look at all of his top performing debates, even Sargon of Akkad, he's exceptionally good faith the entire time.
Yeah. I think that I think that there's
Not
a
anymore.
lot like Sargon and JonTron, where Destiny was much nicer to them in those conversations. But I do think that the ones that people remember most are the N-word arc, or him talking to, I can't remember their names, but there was the right-wing podcast guys where he would go on and scream and yell at them.
No, shut up. I am ending.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I love you.
Well, you can end. I mean, I can argue with
I'm
Nick.
going to bed. If you guys want to talk to Tom Foolery on his stream, just stay in this call, or he can move you elsewhere. I'm sorry, everyone. Go to Tom's stream if you want to continue this. I can't raid because he's in vertical, but everyone have a good night. Thank you guys for coming on and joining this after panel. Thanks, Tom, for coming on as well.
Thanks, Kyle.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Like and subscribe, or Soy Pill is gonna haunt your.
Are you on a phone, Nick?
No, I'm on fucking wireless headphones.
Oh. Okay. What were you saying?
Why? Because my audio shit.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I kept trying to turn it down. People, I saw in Kyla's chat kept saying, "What's wrong with his mic?" And I kept thinking he's probably.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I'm just on the shitty wireless headphones. I haven't set I redid my desk setup. And no one cares about this. Tom, you're wrong about everything in this conversation, even though you're fair and I love you. So anyway, moving on. Even in the fucking N-word debate, you're talking with what's his face, dude, right? That he used to have a podcast with.
He wasn't in the panel, but yeah, Trihex was like part of the arc, but he wasn't on the panel. Like the main thing that people think of is where he was arguing with Hassan, the two black guys.
Yeah, but hold on, guys, Kyla, I'm still on talking to Tom. Yes, yeah, the guy who said that his heart pumps Kool-Aid and shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Bro, that's just the thing is I feel like in all of these conversations that you're talking about, like I haven't followed Destiny for like the longest time, but I was around back then and for a while before that. And I feel like almost always in every conversation, like kind of like Kylo had said, he would always earn the meanness, the shutting down people's throats, like almost all the time. With those guys too, like he was so chill with them, and he was so like baby mode around Trihex's feelings for so long. And like the obviously Cormantine and Cole, that's their fucking names. Yeah, he was so good to them at first, despite them being fucking atrocious.
Oh, the raid worked.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, I just disagree. I definitely disagree. And there's the other one that I was trying to think of is where he's debating like JF on whether or not he was a pedophile. He used to fight.
That was fair. I agree with that.
What was the show that Vosh went on where he was where he used the tactical N-word? When Destiny used to fight those guys, he used to like the Bloodsports like era was like to me his most like iconic era. That is what made him, and that was his like also what we call his anti-alt-right days, where he became known as the guy who de-radicalizes alt-righters and known as the guy who was pulling people over, even though the majority of what he was known for and what he was doing was Bloodsports. While I agree that there was the JonTron stuff and everything, there was I
agree with you that he developed a reputation for being a ruthless debater. I just think that throughout most of that time, at least maybe when he was debating like nobodies, he was fucking brutal and ruthless off rip, but I feel like almost every time he debated somebody big that had an audience, somebody that mattered essentially, he would do what I think is the smart thing but
I think he still does that today.
Relatively chill. Oh, okay.
I mean, I think
hold on. Do I agree with that? I don't think he did that with Jordan Peterson. Let me think
Ben
about
Shapiro.
Some other recent debates. He did that with Ben Shapiro for sure. But I think it's literally like Ben Shapiro that he said he didn't want to do it anymore.
Well, it was the one because of Jordan Peterson, because after he talked to Jordan Peterson acted like he was doing Bloodsports the whole time and said that he refused to be wrong, and he felt like he was being ultra good faith the entire time, to where he was like, okay, fuck this. So, like, I'm not going easy on these fucks anymore. Which was also because his audience was shitting on him for for being too nice. But then the Republicans were acting like he was going too hard. And so he's like, all right, if they're going to treat me like I'm going hard anyways. But he didn't. I don't think he actually did that. Like, I think still when he talks to people like Richard Hanania and other like big names, he's still like a, Cenk Uygur, like he's still Sam Cedar. He's still like very chill, even though he said like, fuck that, I'm not doing that anymore. He still is very, very chill and good faith with these people. And it's the majority of, I think, Kyla's issues are on like Twitter and not in conversations, where he's always been unhinged on Twitter.
It might be mostly about Twitter discussions than actual debates. I'm not 100% sure. I think though, like if I'm like going back to my memory of the entire conversation, the main thing that I feel like was spoken about is essentially, so like remove all specificity, remove this conversation, that conversation, this debate, that tweet, remove all of that. There seemed to be an ethos of Destiny's that was get into a different space with a different audience, like the Red Pill or JonTron or who the Texas streamers, anybody. Ease yourself in, build some rapport, get comfortable with our audience, start to change their minds, de-radicalize, and over time bring out the spookier to them takes over time. Whereas it feels like now he's not really concerned with that. It's like if somebody hits me with a perceived wrong or gives and granted they are usually wrongs, or if somebody hits me with like a adequately regressive take, it's like, okay, time to go for your throat now. Fuck your audience. That's what it seems like to me.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't think of like a lot of examples where I thought that he was like pretty hardcore more recently. I can't think of any.
I mean, well, Asmongold's the easy example, right? Like, obviously, well, sure. Asmongold is not nearly as far right as tons of people that he has resisted shitting on, and Asmongold has a much larger audience. And Asmongold is mostly just saying like middle of the road, populist, selfish shit. Like, I don't.
No, but I do think he has always been that way in like reviews. Like a lot of his debates came from him having like very like hard criticisms of people in the way that he reviewed their takes, and then they would want to talk about it afterwards. And then yes, in that conversation, he would be very like nice and good faith with them, and eventually build some rapport before he would go hard. But that like yes, in his reviews of them, he's always been pretty harsh and rigid.
Man, this is tough actually, because I can definitely think of examples of this that like what that you're talking about of the past and the present, but I can also think of the counter examples, right? Of like someone says something that sounds super untoward, and he's like, "Well, come on, you guys.
Yeah,
maybe this, maybe that, plausible deniability."
Well,
this is a good point. You're making a good point here. Yeah. So it's honestly it
All
is
right,
totally
well, I
vibes.
win. I appreciate you giving me the W.
Okay,
have
dude.
a good one.
I feel so wronged now. I understand Destiny. I'm going scorched earth, and I'm starting content on your. I'm gonna make 100 videos.
Based.
Okay. All right, see you, Tom.
All right, see you later, man. I was just kidding. Yeah, I wasn't actually like gonna leave, but yeah, I guess I'll take the W then. Whatever. Okay. I was gonna ask Talia if she wanted to talk, but I got somebody else who wants to debate real quick, and so Talia, if you're still around, hang out. I was trying to find you in my DMs, but I don't see you on my friends list. So if you can send me a friend request, I don't know if you're still here or not, but. Greed?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
What up? How you doing?
Doing well. Have we spoken before?
Huh? Yeah, you spoke to me before. I'm the military guy, remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, you always call me on the phone, so I don't ever know your name. I never know who you are in chat. I just know that you call me on the phone, and then I remember like your voice. But yeah, we talked about Russia the first time you called in.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was listening to your are we on right now, or are we on or am I still in the waiting room?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh, cool. All right. No, I was listening to your chat with the other young man who was talking about Destiny, and that dude Destiny. I'm not slandering anybody. I'm not trying to slander anybody, but I heard him say some weird ass things talking about little kids are hot. So I think that guy is a pedophile. Because one guy, the guy he was talking with, was talking about dead kids, and he was talking about fucking them. So
yeah, Destiny's
I'm sorry,
100% a pedophile for sure. No doubt about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. I don't see why anybody would support him nor listen to him. So I mean unless you're a kid fucker. So yeah, not with that, bro. Yeah. So no, I was just listening. The lady, I don't know what her name is, but she did really well, I felt. She did really well on the debate.
Yeah, well, because she's buying into the... Well, I don't want to say she's buying into it, but obviously I think right-wingers are going to agree with her, because my disagreement with her is that she's using the right-wing framing of things to kind of make her argument about what Destiny is or isn't doing, and that I just don't buy into that narrative. I was on the right when that narrative was going, and the reason that I left the right was realizing how wrong they were about most of these things. And so I don't buy that.
So where would you say you stand now? Right, left, middle, what?
Like I'm probably like a moderate left, moderate liberal, left of center.
So what are your policies that you believe in? What do you want to see done for this country? What do you think
I
is
don't
the
know.
change?
You've spoken to me numerous times. You've been in my chat a bunch of times. I don't know like how to like just tell you what I want in general, but you would have to like listen to me a bunch to kind of figure it out. And
yeah. I mean, I heard your takes on like Ukraine, Russia. I heard your takes on last time we spoke about go. I'm sorry, I'm walking my dog. Last time we spoke, we talked about Israel, and should we still be allies? So you already know my position on that. I know yours. But yeah, man, anything you want to debate about, I'm open.
Well, I don't know.
Like,
you called me. I don't know. If you have something you want to debate on, I mean, I haven't watched your show enough, I guess.
Who, me? Oh, I don't have a show, brother. Like, I don't have a show, bro. Like, I don't even know who that was you were debating, the female, whatever, if she even have a platform. It sounds like she do.
It's NotSoErudite. That's like Destiny's business partner.
Wait, she's in business with a pedophile?
Yeah, I was just kidding. I like Destiny. I don't think he's a pedophile. I was just fucking around.
Oh, really? Oh, well, no, I'm dead serious about that. I really do think he's a pedophile.
Well, let's get pedophilic.
Yeah,
why do you think he's a pedophile?
Because of what he said out of his own mouth. I think little kids are.
Wait, you're talking about when he was like 22, he said that he thought that a 15-year-old was hot?
No.
What are you talking about then?
I'm talking like it was a conversation a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago. But he said little kids are hot. That's what he was saying. That's what he said on the damn.
Maybe a year ago. Okay, I don't know how to engage with that. That's like I've never heard this before. That seems to just say little kids are hot as just a very broad statement that I don't know.
Okay, Okay, let me put it in context for you. They were talking about little kids dying in Palestine. And then they were talking about how they don't give a shit about it or whatever, and it's good, whatever. And then the other guy was saying he think dead kids, he likes dead kids or whatever. And then Destiny was saying that he wants to fuck their bodies. So.
Okay, I've never seen this, but that obviously that's a joke. Like you know that's a joke. So I've never seen this. I don't know that it exists. I don't. But that. No. What do you mean? No, you don't. Think that if somebody actually wanted to have sex with kids, and 2 wanted to have sex with dead bodies, that they would just outright say it casually in the middle of a conversation on the internet in front of a massive audience.
It's 2025. You're talking. Hold on.
Okay, who else? Okay, give me. Okay. It's 20. No. It's 2025. Tell me who else has said this.
Oh, what? Like fucking little kids?
Yeah, it's 2025, right? Who else is in front of their own audience, massive?
I don't know anybody talking about.
Me neither. So it being 2025, exactly. So it being 2025, does not help the argument any because that's not a normal thing.
Hold on, Tom. But people say outrageous shit all the time. Did you see Piers Morgan? The Piers Morgan episode where he was arguing with that evil lady from Israel with the little turban on, old lady. They called her the grandmother of or the godmother of Zionism.
No.
So if you say some shit like that, okay. So it was a recent episode. So if you say some open shit like that, so basically you don't give a fuck about dead children. People say some outrageous shit all the time. So like that's not. It wouldn't surprise me if he felt that way. Why would it surprise me?
Well, sure, but that's a different conversation as to whether or not you think.
And why the hell would you say it? Hold on, and why would you say it coming out your mouth if you weren't? I wouldn't even joke about some shit like that.
Nobody's asking what you would joke about. We're talking about whether or not it is.
I don't know anybody who would joke about that.
Well, I
don't know.
That's still yes.
Do you have friends like that?
100%. Yes. Definitely, yes.
Oh shit, you have some weird ass friends
for sure. Yes,
and questionable.
Definitely, but that's it. Yeah, whether or not they're weird and whether or not that's questionable just doesn't change whether or not it's a fucking joke. Like, there's a lot of things that we would listen to and think, "Whoa, that's way over the line." But like, whether or not we're offended by it, or whether or not we like the joke, whether or not we think it's funny, whether or not we would say it, whether or not we would do it, like, none of those things are relevant as to whether or not they mean it, because it sounds pretty obvious even while you're telling it to me and you think it's real. Even when you say it to me, it sounds obviously like a joke. It's just blatantly a joke.
Okay. Okay. I'll take your word for it. You know Destiny better than I do. I don't follow the man. I never have. Like I said, I just sat in and watched a couple of debates with Norman Finkelstein and a couple others, which he just got destroyed. But the guy don't know what he's talking about. He's a fast talking chipmunk, just like Ben Shapiro. But yeah, I don't know anybody who jokes like that. I don't have friends who jokes like that. Like, me and my friends never joke like that. So that's new to me. That's new. But you say it's a joke, I'll take your word for it. I don't mess with them though. I don't know. But I mean, because you have right now a president in office covering up for child fuckers if he's not one himself. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's.
And what do you think about the Epstein?
I don't think that there's much there. I think that for the most part, most people don't even know what Epstein's case was ever about, because all they ever heard were conspiracy theories about it, about him blackmailing people, about the fact that he never killed himself, about all those things. Whereas I actually went over the court cases, the charges, the indictments. I went over the reports on the investigation for his for what happened in prison, and like everything happening as far as his suicide attempts to suicide watch.
There's nothing suspicious.
Well, there's a lot of things that are suspicious.
You don't find. So you don't think that a man who's basically trafficking, who was accused basically of trafficking, little kids to the most powerful people in the world, country, and
who is he accused of doing
CEOs of.
That's what I'm talking about. You're already like rambling about things that were not ever part of his case, and that his case was about him trafficking children to himself.
Whitney Webb wrote a whole book about it. Have you read it?
Who wrote a whole book about it?
Whitney Webb. You heard of her? Whitney Webb.
No, but I'm telling you what the charges said, what the indictment said, what the reports on these said, what the investigations said, what other investigations said. These were never about him. Like, some of the things were. So there's some evidence to say that he would have parties, he would have children, like young women, children brought to these parties, and then he would have friends there, and they would all take part in engaging in sexual actions with these girls. I don't know. Did you ever read the 2016 lawsuit?
The 2016 lawsuit? No. Go ahead.
It's him and Trump, and the person at the time who was his Ghislaine Maxwell, she's the one who was recruiting the women to bring them to these parties, said that she would recruit them for Epstein, and that sometimes Trump was there as well, and that they would both engage with these young women. And so it didn't sound like they were going and getting girls just for these other people. It sounded like they would go get the ones that Epstein would ask for, and they would even tell these girls, hey, tell your friends to come too. And they would tell them stuff like, yes, you're going to meet powerful people. If you want to be a model, if you want to be an actress, these are going to be guys who are going to help you get in, like stuff like that. And then they would just get young girls to show up. They would take their pick of the litter, and then, yeah.
So yeah, I did actually notate that then. Yeah, I heard about that. I did. It was just, like I said, it's just it's all pedophilia, bro. Like, it's nah. That's a cover up. Like I said, you're trafficking kids to to high profile men, and you're doing sexual acts with them.
you're a deviant. Like period.
Sure. So
point
so
blank.
there is
You're a
a
deviant.
there is a possibility to me, because I already, like, it seems as though Trump may have been involved. There's not like hard evidence for that to where I would make that case confidently, but I would say that there's some loose evidence to say that Trump may have been involved. There's evidence to say that Prince Andrew, I think is his name, may have been involved. There's loose evidence
Bill
to
Clinton.
connect. Well, even Bill Clinton, we don't have good evidence for. We have much better evidence for people like Trump and Prince Andrew.
Actually, it's a little stronger with Bill, because check this out. Back in the 90s, one of Hillary's aides was stealing. You didn't hear about that when they were caught stealing children from Haiti?
Who?
You can look that up.
Who?
When they were stealing.
Who?
Go. Hillary Clinton. An aide of Hillary Clinton was stealing children from Haiti.
No, but my point is that there's evidence to say that there are some powerful people who are connected to these things in loose ways. So I would, so I would be willing to believe that this is similar to the way that most cases go for high-profile cases like this, where, like, if they are trying to catch a big drug lord or something like that, one of the things that they'll do is they'll go try to get all of the lower-level people or even the drug abusers, and they'll catch them, try to get them on some sort of charges, and then tell them that they'll give them immunity if they give up the person that they got it from. And then they'll keep giving immunity until they can get to, like, the top kingpin, right? It sounds like that could have been what happened here, which is why they're so unwilling to release any sort of list of anybody who was involved or give a whole lot of details, is because a lot of these people have immunity and therefore cannot be implicated in these cases. And so even when they release stuff, it's got a lot of stuff blacked out and a lot of names blacked out, is because not only do they want to stop people from figuring out who the victims are, but they also may have given immunity to a lot of people so that they could get Epstein and Maxwell.
I doubt that because I don't even think Epstein's the big fish. I think he's the middle.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me?
I can't. Yeah, hello? You're like super far away now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Shit, I'm trying. Okay, so no, I said I don't think Epstein is the top guy at all. I think he's the middleman.
He's the guy who had the fucking island, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't think he's the top guy though. It's implied that he was. I mean, looking on through everything, it's implied that he was a foreign agent.
No, but when you say it's implied, everything about that is like totally discredited. Like nobody ever really believed it. Like even
it's the guy,
not
because they refuse to release everything.
If you want to discredit something, that is not evidence. Saying that the lack of evidence is not evidence of that. Okay, you cannot say that like because they haven't shown it to us, we can just believe
my
this now.
point. Tom, my point is you have to release everything you have unfiltered and give it to the American people.
I understand.
That's for the American
I understand.
people to
That's
decide.
a different point, though, as to whether or not we know he's a foreign agent, right? That's a different point. You are saying that we know he works for Mossad, or that there's like strong implications for this, and I'm saying that there like.
I said it's implied.
Sure, but I'm saying that it's not really. The only things that we have for this is like during one of, I think it was his 2008 case, somebody said that he may have worked for Mossad, and even that person didn't have a whole lot of information on it. And the prosecutor at the time,
if you work for a spy agency, you won't have a lot of information on it. That's just common sense. That's
but that's not, bro. That's still that's not an argument. Again, like if I tell you that if every night aliens come down and press a button that pauses all of time. I think I said this to you last time you were here. Is that if an alien comes down and pauses time by pressing a button, and then they come and they rape everybody for like 10 years, and then they get back in their spaceships, take off, and then unpause time. Well, I can say that happened, and then if you ask me for evidence, I'm like, there's no way we can have evidence because they pause time before they get here, and then they unpause it after they leave. So there's literally no way we could ever know that they were here. Like that's not me giving you any evidence. I'm literally telling you it's impossible for me to ever provide anything that would substantiate the claim that I'm making, which means I just can't make the claim.
So, but what I'm okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is, you have like all the like you have Pam Bondi saying that there was a list, ran on there was a list. She confirmed there was a list, but don't want to release any of the names or evidence. And now we're supposed to just say, oh, okay, well, I guess it was a big nothing storm.
Well, I
No,
agree that there's
no.
things that are suspicious about it, but I believe that the whole time that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all these people were running around spreading all these conspiracy theories about Epstein, I was saying the whole time, they're fucking lying. They're just trying to hype everybody up and make it sound like there's something there, but they're just saying the shit to get Trump in office. And then once Trump got in office, they all dropped it pretty quickly, which made me feel vindicated. Like, yeah, I knew there was nothing there, but
You have always been
yeah.
fair to me.
I don't think there was nothing there. I think he's covering for his best friend because a lot of that goes back to the little vassal state, but in real life we're the vassal state, Israel. But I think they're trying to protect certain people, just like how how the Orthodox Jewish community here in the United States help many people, Jewish men, flee the United States to Israel, where there's no expedition for those pedophiles. So, therefore, you can't tell me, and no president, not Obama, not Biden,
when there's
not
no
Trump,
expedition,
not
they
nobody.
still put out.
No, wait. Let me finish my point. Not nobody, not one president has ever demanded the expedition for those criminals. Not one. So yeah, there does look like a giant ass cover up.
Are there warrants out for those people?
Yes.
Like who?
Look it up. Hold on. Look it up. I challenge you, Tom, right now in front of your audience to look it up. That Jewish men fleeing the United States with current charges against them for pedophilia that escaped to Israel, and they don't have the expedition process for those people. Why wouldn't you demand those criminals be returned? I don't understand.
Says there is an agreement between the state of Israel and hold on. You've been talking for a minute. Hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
It says the extradition law of Israel was passed in 1954 and describes the conditions of extradition to other countries and laws serving the prison sentence in most prisoners. Country of citizenship was passed in 1996. Prisoners to serve their sentence in Israel or their country of citizenship. As for today, Israel have signed 7 extradition agreements with 55 countries, as it includes the European Convention on Extradition. Let's see, what is the United States?
Look up specifically pedophiles that escape.
Okay, so yeah, so it does say we have extradition between them. So there's that, and then you're saying just
look up the pedophiles who's escaped and tell me why they haven't been returned to justice. Haven't been returned to the states to face justice.
Let's see. Humanium, exposing pedophilia and legal failures in Israel. Many accused American pedophiles have fled to Israel, taking advantage of the law of return, which grants automatic citizenship to Jewish individuals and their families with minimal barriers. Oh, okay. This is saying that they have citizenship there, and so that's a little bit different.
No. Read that whole thing that you just said again,
that
bro.
Is different though. If they have citizenship, I understand that they have a different barrier for entry, because they can just be Jewish and then they automatically get citizenship there. I understand that, but that it's not as though they set that up for pedophiles to take advantage of.
No. They are a fugitive of justice. Why haven't any president called for their return? Why are they just allowed to go about their merry way in a different country, continuing being sexual predators? I'll wait.
I just said that if they're citizens, it's different. It's not. It's just different.
but they're citizens of the United States. They're dual citizens. So
Correct.
I mean, you do have the right to bring their ass back. You just don't call for it. That's totally different. They're dual citizens.
Yes, that doesn't change what we're talking about though. Them having citizenship there is like it does kind of change things. You just saying that they're dual citizens doesn't change the fact that if they're also citizens there, that's just that to expect them to extradite their own fucking citizens is kind of odd, even if they're citizens here as well.
Even if they so let the sexual deviants run wild when they break free, when they escape. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
So let the sexual deviants run free when they escape America. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I mean, from the names that I'm looking at, I don't see any that
what do you mean you don't know?
Hold on.
Like,
hold on. I'm literally in the middle of explaining. From what I'm looking at, I don't see any that are actually from the United States.
There's many.
There's not.
There's many.
Well, okay. On this article, none of these are from the United States. These are from. There's some from Australia. There's some from Mexico. There's some from Austria. I think is one of them. But yes, it doesn't. I don't see any that are actually from the United States here. So.
Hold on. Let me help you out. How many pedophiles have escaped from the U.S. to Israel? Exposing pedophilia. Yeah. Jewish man. Yeah, I'm seeing a whole lot of shit. Even CBS reporting this shit.
Well,
so what are you talking about? What are you looking at? Okay, I typed in literally how many pedophiles have escaped the U.S.
Is this the how Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel?
Yeah. I mean, no. Wait, what you say? Say again. One more time.
The title of the article: How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel.
I'm seeing that one, and I'm seeing a couple more. Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. This is kind of like a whole other topic as to like Epstein and all of that, because extradition laws are just they're just different. Like when it comes to the way that people extradite, the laws that they have, the agreements that they have with different countries, things like that, it's just different in how they do things when it comes to somebody who's a citizen versus a non-citizen with a visa, with something like these are all different things. And I don't know if I can look into it another time as to whether or not they're breaking our agreement for extradition with them. That if they've agreed to extradite people who have dual citizenship, but that still doesn't really like apply at all to me to like the Epstein conversation.
Oh well, I thought we can kind of conclude it with the Epstein conversation.
Well, no, we were talking about whether or not he was Mossad, and then you moved to this as to the fact that they were. So I just asked for examples of it, but.
And then I said, yeah, it's hard to. I mean, like you wouldn't really have that information if he was Mossad, because that would be like if somebody was CIA or FBI, they wouldn't expose themselves like with intelligence services.
Yes, but as I said, like just saying there's a lack of evidence isn't evidence of itself. Like we can't say that we believe something or something is likely just because we don't have evidence of it. That doesn't make it
That's
more
true,
likely.
but is that not why you should release everything you have unfiltered to the American people so we can judge for ourselves?
Well, no,
is that
again,
not our right as Americans?
No, and not if they have already given deals to people to where they promised them some sort of immunity and that their names wouldn't get out, and now that they cannot turn around and release their fucking names. As much as I would be happy for them to show that there's a I'm sorry, this fucking guy, I see this name Only Fools in a bunch of other people's chats all the time, and I'm like, yo, that's a fucking sick name, dude. But yes,
Hold on, real quick. I just want to say something to your all audience, real quick. Hey, the dude who said this guy's projecting. Hey, fuck you. You probably a fucking molester yourself. You nasty motherfucker. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry about that. Please go
on. I think I was just saying so if they gave immunity to these people, that doesn't, like, they can't just release their names. As much as I would be happy to, like, know who are pedophiles and who did horrible things, I also know that it is better to take out the source than to take out the users, and that if they made these agreements, I want them to uphold their agreements. I don't want them to just release shit and be, like, very subjective. Like, well, when it comes to pedophilia, we're no longer living by our agreements, because in the future, they won't be able to catch pedophile ringleaders, because everybody will know if they actually give themselves up, or if they give them the information, that the United States may not actually uphold their end of the agreement.
So how do you think they should proceed forward, or if you think they should proceed forward at all?
I mean, from my understanding,
or do you think it's just a big nothing?
Yeah, from my understanding, they've already pretty much released everything that they can with redactions. There might be some more stuff. The way that Trump makes it sound is like there's some stuff that could be released. Because the way that he talks about it, when he says stuff like, yeah, when he says stuff like, these are Epstein files that were written by Obama and Hillary and, like, you know, Biden, when he's the one who, it was his administration who arrested Biden. It was his administration who was there when, who arrested Epstein. It was his administration who was there when Epstein killed himself. Like, Biden was there for 4 years and didn't do shit with the fucking Epstein files. They didn't berate him. They didn't say anything about Trump. They didn't say anything about it at all. They just left it alone. And so for him to now turn around and say this is all them, it either means that, one, there is shit there that they could release and he's just trying to make up reasons for why they're not going to, or he's trying to not call all of his, like, his cabinet liars, because they all touted this Epstein list to help him get elected. And so if he turns around and says there never was an Epstein list, they're all lying, then he's calling all of his own people liars. So he can't say that either. So yeah, I don't know which one it is.
Tom, let me ask you a question. Don't you think some things is weird about Biden? Like, don't you think some things is off about Biden, like the little girl sniffing the little sniffing little girl's hair?
I'm sorry, dude. I just don't find sniffing to be like a sexual thing at all, and I think that it's weird. But if you talk about the shower thing with his daughter, okay, go on.
Yes. The diary that his own daughter wrote. Okay, with some damning evidence that this man is a sexual predator. So
that's not evidence that he's a sexual predator, bro. It's like evidence to say that he was doing some weird shit, but his daughter never accused him of actually doing anything sexual.
Of course not. She would ruin his career. Yeah, of course not. She would ruin his career.
No. Not like that she would ruin his career. President. No, not that she would ruin his career. It wasn't even in the diary. So, like, it's all just speculation to assume that there was anything sexual whatsoever.
I don't know. Okay, all right, Tom. We gonna have to disagree to agree to disagree.
Well, I mean, why do you consider sniffing sexual? Why is that? That's never been. I've never, ever in my entire fucking 36 years of life ever heard people say, "Dude, I can't believe that person sniffed that other person." Like, out of this, the first time only with Biden did sniffing ever become a weird thing, and it was just like brand new. Now it's sexual.
Around sniffing little girls' hair? Do you go around sniffing little girls' hair? You don't know. You wouldn't consider that fucking
first
weird?
Off, I'm going to go back to what we were talking about with Destiny, where whether or not I would do it or whether or not other people would do it doesn't make it the thing, right? It doesn't mean it's sexual whether or not I would do it.
I'm talking about the what you just said.
Yes, I know.
About it being a weird thing.
Yes, I know. And you asked me if I would do it.
If you had a 6-year-old daughter,
hold on, I didn't say weird. Hold on, I didn't say weird.
Would you find it weird?
I didn't say weird. I said sexual. I also found it weird growing up in New York around a bunch of fucking... Hold on. I also found it weird growing up in New York around a bunch of Italians and around a bunch of Irish people where they would always come up and pinch my cheeks and the women would kiss me all over. They would kiss me on the fucking lips all the time. It was weird as fuck. It was annoying. It like felt awkward. But also, I've pulled up a ton of videos of like Demi Moore from the 90s where she had a special on Entertainment Tonight where she's sitting there as a 21-year-old in a bar with a 12-year-old boy literally making out with him on Entertainment Tonight, and this was aired on television. Nobody cared about it. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody thought anything of it. They all just thought, oh, that kid is a fucking baller, dude. That fucking boy, he is so lucky, and that's all anybody said, and they fucking moved on because it was a very different time. Biden is a very old man. He grew up in a different time where things were just different, and so he acts in a way that is like an old fucking geezer who's just a little too like up in people's personal space.
Okay, Tom. We gonna agree to disagree, brother.
I'm sorry,
like gentlemen.
Again, but like when I give you the example, like Demi Moore, right? Somebody who was literally making out with a kid. That this was not thought like that nobody
should be in jail.
Okay, but that's not the point. The point is that nobody gave a fuck about this. Nobody cared, which is just
that don't
pointing.
Mean it's right.
No,
bro.
I'm not talking about right. I'm talking about norms. That when you're saying this is weird, I'm saying there are very different norms for older people. That back then, things were just very different. When I was growing up in the 90s, this is what old people did all the time. They were very handsy. They said things that today we would find very inappropriate, like saying like, you know, that kid's going to be a lady killer, or, you know, he's going to break hearts and shit like that. Like, people don't even say that stuff anymore because it just implies that you're like sexualizing the child now. And so we don't say those sorts of things. But back then we said that shit all the fucking time. He grew up in a very different era.
Brother, I'm just as old as you are. I'm the same age as you actually. So I never ever said, I would never look at a 12-year-old boy and a child making out with a grown ass woman and think that's cool. Never, at no point, yes, not in the 90s, not in the 2000s. We grew up in a different
time, yes. That's my point, is that yes, we grew up differently.
Okay, so it was never acceptable though. When we were growing up, that was never acceptable.
Well, I'm saying it was weird for me. But that's because my parents were boomers and my older generation was like Gen X. And so they all were very different. But the fucking people who were, you know, boomers and up, they all did grow up differently than us. They all were handsy. They all were very like up in people's personal spaces and kissing them and saying weird shit. They were.
Okay. Like I said, we gonna agree to disagree, bro. Like gentlemen, we gonna end the class. You know, we disagree, but that's okay.
Philly,
we'll talk next time.
Wait, Philly, were you coming to talk to him or me?
Who?
Somebody else joined the call a while ago. I don't know if you heard the applause when he came in, but
no, I did not. I didn't even know somebody else was on.
Philly,
I was in there. I was chilling in chat. I was washing dishes. You pulled me in, Tom.
I didn't pull you in.
Yeah, I was in the kitchen washing dishes, minding my business, and I just ended up in this convo.
Shut the fuck up.
Right. It's some sort of conspiracy or something. I don't know what's going on.
Were you coming to talk to him or me?
I mean, y'all, yeah. No, not him in particular, but the Epstein thing. But yeah, it was mostly you, Tom. So you can finish up the convo. It was cool.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Yep. You too.
All right.
Yo.
What's up?
What's up? So it's kind of exhausting talking about this Epstein shit. I know. Just real quick, where are you with it? Like, just like 3 sentences.
I mean, I think you just heard what I said. It was like pretty much what the.
Yeah, it didn't sound like you pretty much believed anything.
Yeah, I've said that like there seems to be something there with Trump. Obviously, he was best friends with the guy, and so I think that there's probably a little bit more there than he's letting on. But especially with the 2016 court case, I read that shit, and that was gruesome and disgusting and horrific and the affidavits that they had, the fact that they had his like
2016
Epstein. So there's this case from 2016 where a girl who's now like, at the time she was like 21, 22, she filed a court case against Trump, and because she didn't even know who the motherfucker was, but she did remember that when she saw him running for president all of a sudden, that this motherfucker raped her when she was 13, that there was a woman who invited her to a party with a guy named Epstein, and that the guy like brutally raped her and then threatened to like hurt her if she ever let anybody know. The second time he did it, him and Epstein, which was Trump, the second time he did it, he said, "You remember that Talia girl who was at the last party? Well, if you don't want to end up like her, you better not say anything." And that like that girl had just gone missing and disappeared. And the other person who filled out an affidavit, like verifying all this information, was like the Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. She was the one who was going around and recruiting young girls for Epstein and his friends for these parties. And so having that as one of the affidavits, to me, is like, that's pretty damning. There were 3 affidavits. The other one was another girl who says at the time she was friends with the girl and that she was telling her about these things as they happened. And so this is like, it's not something that she just all of a sudden made up more recently. And so yes, they had 3 separate affidavits all talking about this from when it happened. And it is gruesome. Like she talks about like screaming, "Stop, please stop," and that the other girl also testifies that she could hear her screaming, "Stop, please stop." She was like 13 years old at the time. It's
fucking brutal.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I have no problem believing that about Epstein. Trump not so much. I don't know how much I believe about Trump in terms of rape.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying this is mostly about Trump.
Yeah. But I believe that about. Okay.
She sued Trump and Epstein
I don't
in 2016 before Epstein was even like a name. Like before any of us like knew about like, you know, pedophile islands and all this shit. She is already suing Trump and Epstein back then. So this.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
How far into the like rabbit hole have you gone? All right. So real quick, I'm making a video on this. Basically, the thesis is going to be like, you know, Trump is a genius, and here's why. But he's really not a genius. But and it's going to be like, you know, I guess the subtitle is going to be, or the other title is going to be the biggest cover up in U.S. history or something like that. But I really want to hit on like Epstein. We all know he's a pedophile, right? Like I don't think that's in question. And so I don't care too much about that. And then Trump, it's not so much like, is he a pedophile? Was he on the blacklist? It's just like, what is he trying to cover up from Epstein? Like, and what benefit does he get from covering this stuff up?
Well, so this
one, if he is involved, and 2, if he's not involved.
Is this what you messaged me about last week?
No, that was going to be about the Carmelo Anthony. I got a couple people on that, so I'm doing like a Carmelo Anthony video. But this is coming up soon, and I might need some help with that from you. So
yeah, so this is I have the I've gotten like I would say I've gotten relatively deep into the official reports, not the like, you know, he's Mossad and he like all the other shit, the blackmail, like I haven't really gotten into that shit, but yeah, I have the like
interesting shit.
I have the 2016 I also read I spent I think 4 or 5 hours on stream one night going over the official report about Epstein's suicide and everything that happened.
So I believe
you.
I believe you can suicide. That's not the. That's
well,
not
I'm
the
just
one
telling you,
me.
like these are like the things that I read getting into it. But the court case.
I did ask you.
Is the court case is like it was dropped. But going into it, they said numerous times that like he threatened them, like they were gonna disappear like Mia, that that they were like terrified for their lives, that they all went into it as Jane Doe, Tiffany Doe, something else Doe. Like they all went in with their names removed. They all tried to stay like as I keep wanting to say unanimous, but that's not, that's not the right word. Anyways, but like they wanted their names just that the
redacted.
Yes, they want yes, and so anyways, they went into it and then anonymous. Thank you. So yeah, they wanted to stay anonymous, and then there were like things with the lawyer that the lawyer says they just kind of stopped. She just kind of stopped showing up to like meetings and stuff, and then eventually dropped the entire case. And she said that like she was getting threats the entire time. So I don't know. There's other people who have said that there were these like left-wing crazy people who back all sorts of like lawsuits that will hurt right-wingers that were funding it. And so there's like some small things to like look at it sideways and wonder what was going on there. But from reading it, and again, from the people who were like involved, the fact that Tiffany Doe in the court case is the Ghislaine Maxwell at the time, that to me is very...
This is 2016?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this, yes. And like I said, I can just send it to you. I have it on my screen right now. But yeah, like this is Tiffany Doe's statement. It's pretty short if you want me to read it real quick.
Go
ahead. So this is Tiffany Doe. This is the one that I said is like the Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. She said, I'm competent, over 18, I can testify. I originally met Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 1990 when I was at the age of 22. I attended a series of parties in the same year of 1990 where I was paid to entertain various guests for Mr. Epstein. In the year 1991, I was promoted to the occupation of party planner, in which my duties were to get attractive adolescent women to attend these parties. I was hired and paid directly by Mr. Epstein from years 1991 to 2000 to attract adolescent women to attend these parties, most of which were held at what is known as the Wexner Mansion, located at 9th East 71st Street, New York City. In June of 1994, while performing my duties as a recruiter of adolescent women to attend Mr. Epstein's parties, I met a 13-year-old girl who is the plaintiff in this matter at the Port Authority in New York City, who said that she had come to New York in the hope of starting a modeling career. So I persuaded the plaintiff to attend a series of parties by Mr. Epstein that took place during the summer of 1994. I told her that if she would join me at the parties, she would be introduced to people who could get her into the modeling profession, and she would be paid for attending. It was at these series of parties that I personally witnessed the plaintiff being forced to perform various sexual acts with Donald J. Trump and Mr. Epstein. Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were advised that she was 13 years old. I personally witnessed 4 sexual encounters with the plaintiff, who was forced to have sex with Mr. Trump during this period, including the 4th of these encounters where Mr. Trump forcibly raped her despite her pleas to stop. I personally witnessed the one occasion where Mr. Trump forced the plaintiff and a 12-year-old female named Maria to perform oral sex on Mr. Trump, and witnessed his physical abuse of both minors when they finished the act. I personally witnessed or was made immediately aware of the 2 occasions where my boss, Mr. Epstein, attempted to rape and sodomize the plaintiff. I personally witnessed Mr. Epstein sexually and physically abuse the minor females, even younger than her. It was my job to personally witness and supervise encounters between the underage girls that Mr. Epstein hired and his guests. I personally witnessed Mr. Trump physically threaten the life and well-being of the plaintiffs if she ever revealed any of the details of the physical and sexual abuse suffered by her at the hands of Mr. Trump. I personally witnessed Mr. Epstein's physically threat the life and well-being of the plaintiff if she ever revealed the details of the physical and sexual abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Epstein or any of his guests. I personally witnessed the defendant, Mr. Trump, tell the plaintiff that she shouldn't ever say anything if she didn't want to disappear like the 12-year-old female Maria, and that she was capable of having her own family killed. So, or that he was capable of having her whole family killed. So yeah, this is just part of what she said. What the actual plaintiff says is way more detailed and gruesome. And so yes, I'm blown away that I'm just now like happening upon this, but yeah, this is the fact that that person is testifying in this makes this not feel like a little thing to me.
And where's that person today?
The person who filed the charges?
Do you know? No, the person. Well, the complainant.
I don't think we ever found out the actual name of the plaintiff, not the person who I just read, Tiffany Doe, but Jane Doe. Her name is Katie Johnson, and she had filed another lawsuit in California as well and withdrew that one as well. So she ended up just withdrawing her shit and disappearing.
So the thing that bugs me about this case is that there's so many obvious kind of opportunities for Epstein to, face trial, face justice, face, his accusers. Mm-hmm. And at every turn, there are other powerful men. I guess, like, hold on one second. Hold on. There's an alarm going off. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, like every turn, at every turn, there's powerful men blocking the prosecution or blocking the the witnesses or something like that. And so when I asked you, like, how far deep have you gone into it? Okay,
well,
so
the 2008 case also is, I believe most of that was under Obama, and Acosta, who was the prosecutor in that case. He says that higher ups from DC told him to take this plea deal, and the plea deal is where they change, instead of it being pedophilia by him having sexual encounters with a minor, they change it to prostitution, to where he's just engaged in prostitution now.
Well, Well, not only did they change it, he fled to Israel and negotiated that deal from Israel.
So that I haven't seen any evidence of. Everything that I saw said that it came from higher ups. It's what they called it was Maine. I forget, it's Maine something, but it's but it's pretty much the offices in DC where it's from, like the DOJ. They tell him what to do. They kind of oversee all the cases, especially from like district prosecutors, and so he kind of has to listen to them to some extent, and they were the ones telling him that he had to take the case. I never heard anything about Israel being involved in this.
Well, I didn't say Israel was involved in it. I said he fled to Israel and then negotiated.
Sorry, I thought you said fled.
Came back.
Okay, I thought you said he pled
fled,
with Israel,
fled.
And then they negotiated his deal. Okay.
Yeah. So, that, and then obviously the outcome of that deal, and then his ties to, you mentioned in that thing you just read, Leslie Wexner, the Victoria's Secret billionaire.
Who? Oh, that was the 2008 case.
The one you were just reading with the girl talking about, I think they said they were at Lex Wexner's house. That's what it sounded like you were saying.
No, I didn't say anything about Wexner.
No, you just briefly had mentioned his name while you
Acosta.
were reading. I don't even think he was like... No. Tom, when you were reading the court document,
yeah, you
had mentioned they were in somebody's house, and the name you mentioned was Lex Wexner. Wexner, I think his last name is. Yes.
Okay.
And that person...
Well,
just Control F.
I just did, and it doesn't.
Western.
I just did, and nothing's coming up. But yeah, here it is. The Wexner
towards
Mansion.
The beginning of where you started.
Okay, they said that they were in the Wexner Mansion.
Yeah, exactly. That house was transferred from Wexner to Epstein suspiciously for like a undisclosed amount of money. Some people are alleging that it's like $0, but so here's the issue I'm running into. Like, I really don't care about the conspiracies, right? Like, I am not sitting here trying to build a conspiracy theory, but every time you go to try to run and get facts, it's being obfuscated by something, and that is like a very frustrating thing, right? And then so you got Trump promising that he's going to do everything he can to get at least something released, right? Like, I don't think anybody like truly expected him to just like
well, just to be clear, he never made like
terabytes of files.
Just to be clear, he never made strong statements to this ever.
But he insinuated that he kind of insinuated that
he would always say maybe
people
we'll see. Yeah, he would always say like maybe we'll see. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. But the other people, yes, people like Kash Patel and I can never remember the other guy's name, but yes, the two
Bongino.
FBI guys, yes, Bongino, those guys.
And even Pam Bondi was rattling the drums before she got assigned her position.
Yep.
And so like if you just take the official narrative, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for sex crimes in 2019 or 2017, 18, whatever, killed himself in 2019. The FBI did a full investigation. By the way, I do believe there was an FBI memo in 2023 also stating that there was not much to see here, but I think they said that the investigation was going to continue, so people didn't really
well, somebody just mentioned this in chat that Bondi said that there were 200 victims, but from my understanding, at the end of Trump's first presidency, there were like 50 victims. Then I think I think that was still the narrative at the end of Biden's administration, but then then it changed to 120, 150, 200, and then went straight from 200 to over 1,000. It was what the fuck?
To over 1,000, right? Because they're lying about something, and that's what's the most frustrating. Is like, what part is the lie? Where do we catch the lie at? Right? Like, where do we draw the line at here? And so, without going full fucking schizo, I really just in this video want to separate fact from fiction and like try to chase that. Like, obviously there's so many tentacles and webs and places this can go, so I do want to stay focused, but there are some major questions that I want to answer that I'm sure the conspiracy theorists have been on for years. I've always kind of ignored it, like as a default to left position, dismissed it as like a right-wing nutty conspiracy theory, right? Not that Epstein was a pedophile. I always believe he was a pedophile, but that it was some like blackmail, like deep state blackmail ring that like could or could not involve Mossad and Israel and all that weird fucking anti-Semitic shit. But like, I hate to be that guy. The more I look into it, like it really does lead towards Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, being a Mossad agent, and the blackmail leading
is he actually
from there.
Though?
And
I haven't seen anything, but everything that I've looked up on him said that he was like a gardener or something like that.
So the best proof I've seen, right? The best proof I've seen, and I've tried to track this down. There was a book. Somebody wrote a book. Claim. This is where the claim came from. Somebody wrote, and this was like a well-respected journalist in the UK. He wrote a book claiming that Maxwell was a Mossad agent, and then Maxwell sued him for defamation, and then Maxwell died under suspicious circumstances. Ooh. And I don't want to like link these things.
So
like these things
that
are
case
all
never
linked.
Went through though.
So that case never went through.
Oh,
however, Robert Maxwell's estate withdrew the lawsuit while claiming everything this knowledgeable reporter reported in his book, he had every right to believe was true. Was like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was sort of like that type of language. Like, he wasn't he didn't defame Robert Maxwell. He had very good reason to believe what he was saying was true. So that is like the only place this leads, is that, right?
That's interesting when you say his
all sorts of
estate,
dead ends like that.
Because he was poor as fuck.
Yeah.
But like I have heard a lot of people say like that he wasn't.
Who was poor as fuck?
Her father, from what I saw, he was like a fucking like gardener and shit. Like his he wasn't.
They
like
threw a fucking party for him in Israel. They threw a send off for Robert Maxwell in Israel as you know, this established, you know, who's done so much for the country. And if he did die poor, some, you know, nobody, that would be even more extra weird.
Okay, maybe I
Washington
got
Post,
the wrong guy.
Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell. Like, he is the linchpin for the conspiracy theorists.
Okay,
like,
so that's what I was gonna say. Is if he was actually wealthy, that would make it a lot less.
I think he was a
from
billionaire
everything
or
that I've
million.
read.
Like, I heard he was really wealthy.
From everything that I've read, like there's like no. There's no like evidence of people who are ever like super wealthy being part of Mossad, outside of people who like maybe were previously part of Mossad or something like that. But that there's never people who are like, because they would never want high, they would never want figures who are in the spotlight a lot to be like secret agents or anything like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, and so. Right, it's not proof of anything. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is no concrete proof, but there's so many like I guess things like that, you can't prove anything with, but they leave you questioning so much. Like I said, with the Lex Wexner.
Yeah, sorry, with the gardener thing,
I
was thinking of somebody else. My bad.
Yeah, I thought, because I just while you were saying that in my head, I was just remembering millionaire, billionaire, like very rich, like very rich dude. But so I'm just beginning my research. I haven't started yet. I just wanted to see like where you were at, like where your head was at with this. I wanted to make sure you weren't too far down the rabbit hole, because I need somebody with like an objective, you know.
Yeah, no, I just started getting into this
conspiracy theorist, right? Who's not trying to push some fucking narrative.
You know that I'm never gonna.
Really wanted to, yeah, I know you're not that guy. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm like trying to reach out to you, because I don't want that person working on this. I want to like, but I also don't want to state like a government shill. Like, I don't want you to like close your ears and cover your eyes. Like, there's nothing to see here, nothing to see here, nothing to see. I just want to, like, if you're following, how far can you follow it? And if it stops at, you know, the Justice Department isn't giving answers, that's not proof of anything. That's not going to add to some like grand narrative I'm building. It's just that's where that lead led, right?
Right.
And most of them are going to lead to that.
Like with the 2016 lawsuit, like that's something that just kind of hits a dead end. It stops. It's got things there that just make it seem credible, but because it doesn't have an outcome, we can't really come to any conclusions there. And so it's just something that's just kind of sus, but we can't really put too many eggs in that basket.
Yeah, so we have about 25 of those when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, probably way more. And I wanted to like grab the like most important 10, I guess, and just like dive in on them, and just do a good objective job. And so we'll talk more like, you know, later, but the kind of beat I wanted to hit with this video is, if you type in Epstein conspiracy right now, you'll get no end of results. There's endless amounts of results. So I did want to kind of hit this from a different beat, a different angle, right?
Okay.
And hopefully we can find a sweet spot on where that is. But yeah, like there's so much weird shit. Hold up.
Did you see the news about Trump today?
About his health problems?
No, there's like news about Trump and Epstein that just came out like a couple hours ago.
What was that?
I haven't read it yet, but it's pretty much about the fact that like Trump, after the point where I believe it's after the point that he said that he was no longer talking to Epstein, he sent him like a 50th birthday card that had this like long like almost like a poem or something that he wrote. But yeah, it was all very like friendly and lovey-dovey. And
what year is it?
Hold on, I have all of my stuff here. But yeah, we can get into all this another time. I just sorry.
I said, what's he gonna say? It's fake.
I believe JD Vance is saying it's fake. Jeffrey Epstein's friend sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. This is from the Wall Street Journal. So, yeah, we're probably gonna.
And then he just fired the fucking prosecutor on Ghislaine Maxwell's case.
Yes. Yeah, he just fired them.
What the fuck is he doing? What
is
going on?
Dude, Comey's
daughter?
Again, he's willing to like look like the most sus motherfucker ever and just not give a fuck. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird, but it is again because he knows that his own base is so fucking brainwashed that they will buy anything that he puts out. And so even now, all of the people who like a week ago were like, we're not letting this go. We're not letting this go. Are now like, well, if Trump says that it's, you know, he puts out his fucking Truth Social schizo post, and they're like, well, if he says so, then I'm with him. Like, it's just it's so weird. But I got somebody else who's in the waiting room, so I'm gonna,
wait, just real quick. I wanted to ask you something real quick. No, you know what? Never mind. Go ahead. It's okay. I don't want to take up too much time. You got somebody waiting. All right, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Okay. All right. Later, homie.
All right. Peace. Kick me out. Yeah, kick me.
Gemini, are you still there? You're on mute. Gemini? Damn, I feel bad. He's been in there since I was talking to Kyla earlier. He's just been sitting in the fucking waiting room the entire time, and yeah, I bet he fell asleep or some shit. I guess Tali never responded and she never sent me a DM. But
well, just real quick while you wait for these other people to come. Hold on, let me pause your stream. I fucking started it back up. Have you ever read The Art of the Deal?
No.
Me neither. Don't worry about it. A lot of people haven't, but I did read like a few select chapters from it about this particular thing. And what a lot of people don't realize about Trump is, yes, he's a raging narcissist. Yes, he lives in a different reality. But what they don't realize is his worldview is not the same as me and yours or any rational person. 99% of people. His worldview is whatever is printed in the paper or in a book.
Is reality.
Mainly the paper is reality,
right.
And that's all.
Perception
that matters.
Is reality.
That
right.
is but literally, like, that's a nice cliche phrase, but like that is literally how he thinks.
Yeah.
So to him, this Epstein thing is done. It is done. What else does the newspaper have to print? They have nothing to print except for the FBI closed the case. That's it, and that's how he thinks, and that's how he. A lot of the time wins, and I think
and that's
people realize that,
and that's what a lot of people talk about, the fact that like he's always trying to like have a new news cycle. So like somebody just posted AutoPen in chat, right? That's something that like he definitely started pushing immediately as soon as this Epstein stuff started to like turn on him. He started to push the AutoPen shit again about Biden, saying that they found out that all of his Biden's January 6th pardons for like the January 6th committee, that these were all done in AutoPen. Therefore, they're all null and void. And now they're all like, yes, they're all null and void. Now we can go after the January 6th committee, which first off is just fucking disgusting when you don't even have any evidence of crimes and now you already want to go after them. But secondly, the fact that they think that Trump signed, I think, 1,600 pardons for the January 6ers as well, and they think all 1,600 of those pardons, he signed each and every single one of them. We already know that the Alien Enemies Act was probably signed in AutoPen because it says his name on it, yet he told everybody that he never signed it. So we already know that one was likely AutoPen. And so yes, there's just so many things that like we know that there's tons of things that he signed that were AutoPen. So it's just fucking it's already trying to change the narrative to like something else and pivot the news cycle.
And it works, and literally that is all that matters to Trump. And so I like in his mind, like that was his end goal this whole time, was just to get it printed that the investigation was over. Did you know that back in like the 70s they decided that the JFK files would be released in 2025? Like I was watching this old newsreel and they were like, the FBI has decided to classify these documents until the year 2025. So it wasn't Trump declassifying these documents. These docs were already coming out, and I love how he gets to just take credit. Like, I showed y'all the MLK files. I showed y'all the JFK files. No, they were coming out anyway. Anyway, I just wanted to just drop that nugget on you guys. Trump doesn't think like the rest of us. We all know that anyway, but it isn't from a sense of like, narcissist or dictatorship. It's just he believes whatever is printed on the newspaper is reality. And that's just, that's the way he runs shit. I don't know, it's not a novel thought, but it's just like with this Epstein shit, it all makes perfect sense. People are just like, their heads are exploding trying to understand why Trump lies, but this was the end goal the whole time. But all right, I'll talk to you later about the video.
Okay, all right, later.
All right, be safe, brother. Peace.
Yeah, somebody posted the other day, because I was seeing this all over Twitter, everybody freaking out about the AutoPen stuff. And so this guy, Gunther Eagleman, said, time to void the AutoPen pardons and start prosecuting. And so I just went and made like a quick video on my phone, just 1 minute long, and just went and replied to it with this.
President Trump signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by the...
So this is the Alien Enemies Act, where it has Donald Trump's signature on it.
Foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua. The president signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act against Tren de Aragua members who have invaded our country.
And this is the White House official statement where they put out the whole statement, and it says I, Donald Trump, on it. It says that it is a presidential action. So it is very clear that this is not anybody else. It's not Marco Rubio. It's Donald Trump.
It doesn't sound like this judge.
And then obviously Caroline Leavitt said twice that Donald Trump signed it.
Who the DOJ is arguing with today about the deportation flights. He wants to know why the proclamation was signed in the dark, his words, and why people were rushed onto planes.
Because we want to get criminals out of our country, number one, and I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it, but Marco Rubio's done a great job. And he wanted him out, and we go along with that. I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it.
President Trump signed a proclamation invoking...
So yeah, if he didn't sign it, then got to be AutoPen because it's his signature on it. But yeah, again, we have... And I said also Trump's January 6th pardons are also AutoPen because, yeah, I think it was 1,600 pardons. 1,600 pardons. For you to believe that he signed 1,600 pardons for January 6ers is fucking insane. Like, there's no way. He auto-penned all those. So if you guys want to start saying that auto-pen shit is null and void, one, you're going to have a ton of shit from Trump's first term that's all of a sudden going to be null and void as well. And two, all of Donald Trump's January 6th pardons will also be null and void. So if that's the game that you want to play, I'm happy to play it. I will happily take away the pardons for the January 6th committee, because if there's something there, then yeah, go ahead and get them. I don't think there's anything there, so I don't think they could actually prosecute them. But two, I would love to put those fucking terrorists back in fucking prison. Hell yes. Would love to have those terrorists right back in prison. So please, please do. Do you need 1,600 individual pardons, or can you pardon more than one person with a stroke of a pen? So they had different things for different people based on their sentences. So all of them weren't flat pardons. They weren't all just pure flat pardons. A lot of them have had repatriations or something like that. I don't remember the exact term that they use, but it's where they're just letting them out early based on how much time that they were given. And so different people had different things. But the majority of people had already served their time. Yeah, commutations, yes. And so the majority of people actually, I think the average amount of time for January 6ers was 3 months. The majority of people went to court within 3 months and just got time served or less. The majority of them went to court or they bonded out within like a week or two and then went to court and got time served. So by far the majority of them served 3 months. By far the majority of them served less than 3 months. And then you had people like Enrico Tarrio and Proud Boys and all of those groups who ended up getting, something like 20 years because they literally had like written out plans to take over the government, to kill different politicians and shit like that. So they were the only ones that really got like serious time. But yeah, I was messaging Tali to see if she still if she was wanting to hop on, because I don't want to move on to something else before we get to that. But yeah, if anybody else had any disagreements or anything, this is pretty much an open call-in show, so you guys can hop on through the Discord. The best way to hop on is just by going to my channel, and there's a Discord link on the front page, because apparently in these vertical streams you can't just click on links in the description nor in the chat. So yeah, if you just go to my channel, you can click on the Discord link there. But Willie Mack was just in the chat, so might as well check out his video. If you guys don't know, Queeman recently was saying that NotSoErudite was single-handedly scripting all of Willie Mack's videos on Destiny. And so Willie Mack was in the chat saying, "Where's Kyla? I need that script for my video." And that's why I said, you're on a need-to-know basis. She already wrote it. She'll let you know when she needs you. So yeah, fuck, I just realized the alarm went off. So thank you, Trib, for the was it 15? Did he get 15 memberships? Oh no, yeah, Trib gifted 10 memberships and 5 memberships. Thank you, Trib. Let's fucking go, dude. Well, we're only at $2 so far. So I will count some of the memberships, I guess, since we're that far behind, especially when I get into conversations. It's hard for people to dono, so we'll put this at 12. But yeah, we got to get the donos up because the clock's at 0. Let me get this. Okay, let's just poll chat real quick, because I don't know which audience I have today, so I'm gonna I want to see which thing people would rather me review first, but this is the I'm gonna put a poll in chat, and you guys can pick which one you want me to go with next. The video I sent you, it's short. Okay, what's the... Oh, well, I can't play that because it's copyrighted, but I've seen it. I've seen what you're talking about, where they redo the Not Like Us song, but it's about Trump instead. Pretty good. Pretty good. Thank you, Nico Pluto, for the $4.99. Let's fucking go. Let's get some W's in chat for Nico Pluto, the inventor of Thomas Fair. You're back. Oh, are you the... Oh, I thought you meant like you were back in the VC or something. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the majority of people want to do Trump Epstein stuff, so we'll do that then. What's the website? Archive.ph. Okay. So let's read this real quick.
Trump's Epstein file scandals just got bigger after Trump's DOJ fired Maureen Comey, who prosecuted both Jeffrey.
Oh, it looks like the Willie Mac video is making a comeback.
Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Theo Von joins the anti-Trump MAGA backlash as Trump's former chief of staff says he's in the files. What's really going on with Trump's cankles and hand bruises? And this bombshell diet versus exercise study is gonna make some people angry. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, your daily dive into the news, starting with this. Trump's Justice Department just fired...
Isn't it copyright free? Kendrick made it so. Well, the last one, he only had that copyright free for a week. Meaning that if you just did it within that week, it was copyright free. Anybody who played his music after that week got copyrighted.
Maureen Comey, a federal prosecutor in Manhattan who, one, just so happens to be the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, and two, prosecuted cases against Diddy and another guy, you may have heard of him, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein. With this appearing to be yet another nothing to see here moment from the Trump administration as the backlash to its handling of the Epstein case has just been getting louder and louder. And as far as why...
Don Dota tipped $5. Make America pedo-free again.
True. Thank you, Don Dota, for the $5. Alright, so that puts us at $22, so we're $3 off from the goal. W Don Dota's in chat, guys.
Why Maureen Comey was ousted, the reason for her dismissal wasn't made clear, though she reportedly learned of her firing via a letter that cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which...
So yeah, so they fired the prosecutor who prosecuted Epstein and Maxwell. The person who was prosecuting Epstein and Maxwell, they fucking fired that person. The Trump administration just fired them. Like, what kind of fucking timing is this, dude?
Another nothing to see here moment from the Trump administration as the backlash to its handling of the Epstein case has just been getting louder and louder. And as far as why Maureen Comey was ousted, the reason for her dismissal wasn't made clear, though she reportedly learned of her firing via a letter that cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which outlines the powers of the president. With sources also telling CNN that her being a Comey was just untenable under this administration, given the, we'll call it beef, but it's so much more than that, between Trump and her dad, right? I mean, among other things, you had Trump firing James Comey in 2017 amid an investigation into links between the Trump campaign and Russia. So a bit of a like father, like daughter moment here. And that is, you've had people on the MAGA right for a while now having called for her removal because of her father. And I mean, the FBI has now even recently launched an investigation into James Comey, a man who Trump has also tried to blame amid the Epstein fallout with him claiming that he, Obama...
I don't know, did I miss it? Did they say what the reasoning was for why they fired her? What reasoning did they give her?
Biden and others actually wrote the Epstein files that people have been demanding. Though Trump's panicky finger pointing there has done very little to satisfy his MAGA base. Also with this, as far as what Maureen's role was in prosecuting Epstein, she was one of the Manhattan prosecutors who charged him back in 2019 for sex trafficking, though of course he died in prison while awaiting trial. And that is, Maureen also prosecuted Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison, though Maxwell is appealing that. And actually, because that case has an appeal, last year you had Maureen Comey asking a judge to decline the public release of Epstein-related records, arguing that it could interfere with a possible retrial. And that again, as it wasn't the only high-profile case that she was involved in, as she was also the lead prosecutor in the Diddy case, which ended in him getting convicted, but only of smaller charges and acquitted on the more serious ones. You know, still, at least prior to the Trump administration, firing prosecutors in her position, it was a pretty rare move. And so with that, you actually had the New York Times noting that Maureen's firing, it raises the
Hey, I'm shadow banned on YouTube. What a travesty of being mistreated. You're not shadow banned, Saxon. You're banned. I am when I first saw your name pop up on my other chats, I was getting ready to just ban you again in those chats as well, but I'm just being nice. But yes, no, you're not shadow banned. You're just regular banned.
Possibility that Ms. Comey is being set up as a scapegoat as the administration fights to move past the scandal. And all of this is on the other side, right? As far as Comey, well, she has not publicly addressed her firing. Politico did obtain a letter that she sent to her colleagues addressing the news, which said, "Yesterday was unexpectedly my last day in office. Every person lucky enough to work in this office constantly hears 4 words to describe our ethos: without fear or favor. Do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons, without fear of retribution, and without favor to the powerful." And adding, "We have entered a new phase where without fear may be the challenge. If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant wielded to suppress independent thought. Instead of fear..."
This is a fucking rallying cry, dude. Shit.
"Let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heart of this place. A fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power, of commitment to seek justice for victims, of dedication to truth above all else." And so with all this, you have many questioning the Trump administration's decision here, thinking that it just makes him look more and more guilty. With, for example, the likes of Senator...
Let's talk AutoPen, the theft of the Oval Office. I mean, we just finished talking about the Oval Pen, or the Oval Pen. We just finished talking about the AutoPen, but if you want to hop on, there's a link to my Discord on my channel, so just go to my YouTube channel, and there's a Discord link right on the front page. Click on that, hop in the waiting room, and I'll pull you on, and we can talk about AutoPen and the theft of the Oval Office.
Adam Schiff saying on MSNBC,
"Either she was fired because she's James Comey's daughter, which would be totally inappropriate and a wrongful termination, or she was fired because she was prosecuting Epstein and his accomplices. And why would they fire her over that? And why would they fire her now?"
Yes, if firing her now, even if it was over the Comey stuff, this is just really, really like horrible fucking timing, dude. This is horrible timing if they're firing her over her dad's shit. To do it right in the middle of your fucking Epstein scandal is just insanely stupid. And apparently the article that we're going to get into in a minute by the Wall Street Journal talking about Trump's relationship with Epstein and the letters that they got from him, the Trump apparently knew about this coming out ahead of time and has been like fighting them and trying to stop them from releasing this stuff. So it's not like he thought maybe this was over and they were able to just fire somebody and move on. No, he knew that this was still going, that this was going to get ramped back up in a couple of days with the Wall Street Journal shit, and he still went and fired the person who prosecuted Epstein and Maxwell.
Of it as a good or innocent explanation to it, which is why they're just continuing to founder over this.
Right, and all of this, it comes as Mick Mulvaney, Trump's former chief of staff, just did an interview with Al Jazeera where he was asked about Trump. And regarding Trump and the Epstein files, he said,
"I imagine that Donald Trump's name is in the file someplace. There's photographs of them together. My guess is, and it's an educated guess, is that it's particularly damning of very important people on both sides of the political aisle, which is why Trump doesn't want to release it and why Biden didn't release it either. If it was just about Trump, it would have come out."
And so you have Mulvaney largely believing that it's because the files touch on so many people, with him also kind of downplaying the fact that Trump's likely named in the files by noting that tons of people are named and arguing that if there was something bad, Biden would have shared it. Even that, it doesn't fully help Trump in the court of public opinion because there are a lot of people think that he's not releasing it because he's protecting others. And a big part of the concern around Epstein and the Epstein files is that the government has been protecting elites. You know, Mulvaney's comments are just some of the latest that either implicate or put extra pressure on the Trump administration to release more information. I mean, you've got senators from both sides of the aisle making moves here, with Republican Tom Tillis going on a radio show to join the chorus of people calling for the files to be released. And then this morning you had Democrats Chris Van Hollen and Dick Durbin sending a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi asking for the files to be released, claiming, "We must..."
Don Dota tipped $3. Trump to Epstein, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Thank you, Don Dota. Let's get some W's in chat for Don Dota. We got the whole goal filled. Thank you, Don Dota. Let's fucking go. We'll reset the clock.
ensure that the American people can have confidence in a justice system that operates without secrecy or undue influence. And all of this, it's playing out as you had a Reuters poll finding that 69% of Americans believe that the government is hiding details about Epstein's clients, with that including 62% of Republicans, which is something that Elon Musk also touched on during a posting spree last night, where he called Trump's actions a cover-up and demanded more documents be made public, and asked Grok about details of the case and wrote...
So I don't know if you guys know this, but when Musk first put out his tweets about Trump saying that he was in the Epstein files and that's why it wouldn't be released, he did say the truth will come out soon enough. You know, bookmark this post. You'll find out, blah, blah, blah. But then like a week later, he said, I regret some of my posts from last week. And obviously the biggest one was the one about Epstein. That was obviously, there were some others where he was like retweeting people calling for Trump's impeachment, crap like that. But it's interesting that after he acted like he was just regretted it so much and he wishes he didn't do that, he turns around and does it again and just jumps right back into it. As soon as the Epstein scandal popped back up, he was right there again, like, yeah, fuck Trump. So yeah, I see there's a bunch of people who just joined the Discord, but there's nobody in the waiting room. So I posted a link in general chat for you guys. If you're having trouble finding the waiting room, just click on the general chat and it'll have a little button there that says join voice, just in case that's what you're joining for. But the Discord is open for everybody and there's a lot of people in there having debates all the time. It is pretty even, you know, conservatives and liberals all arguing all the time. Also, the content that I go over on stream is mostly from our community who post links in the Discord. There's a channel called Content Suggestions, and so I get a lot of the stuff that I review on here, that I talk about, a lot of the stuff that I debate, the people that I debate. A lot of people put that stuff in the Discord so that I know what it is that the community wants me to go over. And then there's even stuff just for like memes, drama, news, crap like that. And then also, if you're a content creator, there's a space in there for you as well to post your content for other people. So yeah, if you're interested in joining the Discord, you're not able to, you can go to the description with the 3 dots up in the corner, but apparently you can't click any of the links. So if you just go to my channel, the Discord button is right there on the front.
Things like, over 1,000 confirmed young victims is a shockingly large and tragic number. In order for the government to confirm that the girls were victimized, they would have had to name or at least describe who raped them. This would necessarily mean that the government must have the list of rapists.
Thank you, I'm nodding off. Just strange timing of this Ep stuff. Dems always have a nefarious reason. It's not Dems though. It's fucking Trump. Dems didn't make Trump do any of this. Dems didn't make Trump say any of this. Dems didn't do any of this. This is all just Trump. That's that's some weird framing you got there, that this has anything to do with the Dems, but I suppose that's been the trending argument of the night, is who you let set the narrative that you're gonna believe.
AKA the Epstein client list, in their possession right now. And all of this has been playing out as clips of Trump and his allies from before the election had them saying, yeah, let's get this list released. With one of them getting, I think, maybe the most attention being JD Vance on Theo Von's podcast.
Release the list. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Seriously.
That is an important thing.
And actually, one of the people who...
That is such a funny fucking clip, dude. I love that clip. Oh my goodness, that is such a good clip where he's just like, seriously, that is so important. Yeah, but anyways, it literally does that. He literally is like, but anyways, and then just moves on to something totally different right after. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's like a parody of somebody who's trying to avoid it. It's almost like SNL wrote a skit of them going on the podcast and people bringing it up and them getting uncomfortable. That's exactly what it sounds like. The same with Trump, where they're asking him a bunch of questions like, are you going to release the MLK files? Yeah, definitely. Are you going to release the JFK files? Oh yeah, definitely. Are you going to release the Epstein files? Oh, maybe, I don't know. You guys didn't tell me you were going to ask me this. I don't, people put lots of fake stuff in files like that. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe. Probably not. It's just, it looks like something written by SNL.
He shared that clip was Theo Von himself, who posted it alongside the caption, "Yeah, what changed?" With Theo just being the latest in the group of podcasters who had Trump and or Vance on the podcast in the lead up to the election going, what the hell's going on? And so we're just at this point where it seems that every single hour there's a new person knocking on the Epstein door, hoping that it's going to finally open up. But today, all we've seen so far is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claiming to her knowledge Trump doesn't even know what's in the files, rather than also shutting down reports that Trump might appoint a special prosecutor. But as for how Trump and his administration navigate out of the situation from here, that remains to be seen. Because you have to imagine at this point, looking at the reactions, looking at the polling, that they realize this is a losing strategy. Promising his base something and then attacking them because he has not delivered, calling them worthless, calling them stupid, calling them past supporters because...
This is actually fucking hilarious. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Babylon Bee put out an article that normally, if you don't know what the Babylon Bee is, it's news, but it's all parody. It's just a joke. Everything's just memes, and so they'll always like make up shit as though it's a story. It's supposed to sound like a story. It's supposed to sound like something that would happen, but it's shit that they just totally made up, just as a joke. This time, they put out exactly what happened, where they said Donald Trump and his entire cabinet have been telling everybody that they're going to put out the Epstein files. But in a turn of events, he is now calling everybody, all of his followers who want him to put out the Epstein files, losers and idiots. And like, they just literally put out the exact truth this time, because it is that fucking crazy that he's telling all of them, we're going to do this. This is important. We really care about this, guys. Don't worry, it's going to happen. And then they turn around. Why do you guys fucking care about this? Who gives a fuck? Shut the fuck up. Like, get over it, dude. You guys are so weird. What's wrong with you guys? You're so fucking weird, dude. So they just put out the fucking truth this time. Babylon Bee is the right-wing onion. I mean, let's see. I don't know. I thought they put it out on Instagram, maybe not. Fuck, stop adding Instagram. Yeah, so like they have headlines like winning. Trump announces Mexican Coke will now be made in America. Here it is. Man who vowed to release Epstein files berates idiots for believing there are Epstein files. Washington, D.C. After vowing to release the Epstein files, President Trump berated supporters as stupid and foolish for thinking there are Epstein files. Just a few months ago, Trump invited several conservative influencers to the White House to receive binders for what was supposed to be phase 1 of releasing the Epstein files, which Trump said only total idiots believe exists. It's all a hoax, and anyone who believed me about it is a total cucklehead, said Trump to reporters in the Oval Office. I said, when I invited those morons to get the little binders, I said, look how stupid they are, thinking there are Epstein files in these binders labeled Epstein files. And when we said that, we had a list on the Attorney General's desk, that people believed us, how stupid could they be? They're really dunces, my supporters, I'll tell you that. Like, obviously that didn't happen, but yes, this is just the same thing that actually happened, just hyperbolized a little bit, but that's fucking hilarious that they actually took like pretty much what happened and then just put it out as a meme.
because they dared question him. And all of that, it brings us back to Maureen Comey, who some are concerned they're going to try to turn into the fall guy in some way to take the heat off of Donald Trump. Though again, and we can't forget this is a controversy of Donald Trump and his allies' own making. They pushed the conspiracies around this. They said, give us the power to expose the elites that are being protected by the government. Let's get and release the Epstein files. And then they got the power, and then Donald Trump said, actually, it's the Epstein hoax. There's both nothing there, and it was made by Hillary Clinton, Biden, Obama, and Comey. And even though I was destroying them in the election, they did not release the thing that they just made up, and then they left it there for me to do with as we please. You know, we'll have to wait to see what happens. There's already been a divide in the base of people that are supporting Trump and they're believing everything he's saying, and those who have questioned this Epstein situation. And then of those who are questioning the Epstein situation and not happy with what Trump has done so far, there appears to be, at least based off of the comments being made on social media, that there is a divide there of some who are truly questioning this and saying this is very sketchy. He's being very weird about this, and some seemingly just wanting the president to come up with a story where he is not the bad guy. And all the while, you got Alex Jones crying in his car over it. But for now, as we wait to see how this plays out, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your continued thoughts and reactions to the news and updates here?
Did Alex Jones really cry in his car? I saw the video and I didn't click on it. Is that really what happened? Did he cry in his car?
And then next up in the news, if you've seen any photos of Donald Trump over the past few days, you may have noticed something strange, namely a pair of oddly swollen ankles and two noticeably bruised hands, which then led to some speculating is the guy about to drop dead, which then led to today where you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt coming out and offering a less sensational explanation, with a reading from a doctor's note that apparently blamed the swollen ankles on a condition called chronic venous insufficiency.
A benign.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a woman on TikTok who does parodies of Caroline Leavitt, and she's liberal, so she does like these very mimicry parodies of her. And there's been a lot of like coverage of it actually, because a lot of the stuff that Caroline Leavitt does actually like seems to play off of like what the mimic does. And so the mimic will say things and do things. Like she started wearing the cross all the time and like wearing it and like showing it off all the time, because Caroline Leavitt always wore a cross, which she is wearing here. And when the parody started like making a big deal about the cross necklace, Caroline Leavitt stopped wearing it. She had worn it in every single press briefing ever, and then just stopped wearing it all of a sudden. And more recently, she got banned on TikTok for, or got like a warning, or I forget what it was, but I think she got like a bunch of strikes or some shit. But she got in trouble for pretending to be somebody that she wasn't, when the account is like blatantly parody. I don't even think it's listed. I don't even think the name of the account is Caroline Leavitt. Yeah, this lady.
This is one of the arguments that I get all the time in comments about the cross that I do for my Caroline Leavitt sketches. They either say, if she were Muslim, you wouldn't be doing this. You're mocking the cross. Babe, I'm mocking her. I am mocking her character and her poisonous rhetoric. What Christian values does she...
It probably is true, though, that, yeah, if she was walking up there with a hijab and she was like a Muslim person, she probably would not. She probably would not walk up there with a hijab on and do impressions of a Muslim person. That probably is true. I go back and forth on this all the time, because I've had a bunch of debates in the past where people make a big deal about blackface, and I'm like, fuck blackface, who cares? Like, get over it, dude. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. Like, if I want to dress up as fucking LeBron James for Halloween, I'm gonna dress up as LeBron James and I'm gonna black it up, bro. But then other times I'm like, oh yeah, that's like really insensitive. It's kind of dumb. Like, I don't know why they would do that. But then, yeah, then later I'm like kind of back like, Yeah, no, fuck it. Who gives a fuck, dude? Shut the fuck up. Like, if black people dress up as white people, I don't care. And everybody always wants to take it back to like the, you know, the I forget what they called them, the shows where like they had the big lips and everything. But obviously today, that's not really what's being. That's not what's being done. Most people today, the what do they call them? The minstrel shows? Like, nobody really knows about the fucking minstrel shows today. That's not what is being perpetuated as much. And so it just seems like there's a big separation there to where if that's like your best fucking argument is those minstrel shows as to why somebody can't do blackface today, when blackface did become kind of normalized during the fucking like 90s and early 2000s. To where after it was normalized, we came back and retroactively unnormalized it because of something that nobody was thinking of. I don't know. Like, to me, I just kind of want to be like, shut the fuck up. Like, get over it, dude. But I don't know, man. I'm every time I try to talk to these dumb TikTokers about race and shit, they tell me because I'm white, I'm not allowed to have an opinion on it. So I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it's probably true that if it was a Muslim person, she wouldn't be doing the impression.
Actually show up with. I believe you should have whatever connection to the divine that you wish to have, no matter where that is, even if you choose to not have.
But yeah, the name of the channel is Lisa. Oh, sorry, Lysandra V Comedy. So it's not even, she's not even like actually pretending to be the person. She's not actually like, the name of the channel is not Caroline Levitt, so nobody actually thinks that's who it is, but apparently, yeah, she got in trouble for parodies and shit. I was hoping to find that video, but the one that I saw was her like crying about it.
Is he really cute, or does he just hate the Trump administration too?
It's the 4th of July. Hi, Lysandra here. I've been doing these videos now since St. Patrick's Day is when I started. So I wanted to take a little minute to talk to you. And as me, not as...
Boo!
What I said was that the files were on my desk. And I told them that because this is a figure of speech that you say when you want the conversation to move forward. It's like when you're being polite and saying that, yes, we'll have lunch, and you never do. Okay? The files are being investigated by the Department of Justice, and they were investigated and they found nothing. But just because you people didn't get the answer.
They can't handle negative portrayals. Yeah, they're trying to make fucking comedy illegal, dude. It's always the right-wingers who are always trying to make comedy illegal. They're always trying to make it to where we can't make jokes anymore. That was like what the entire last debate was with NotSoErudite and all those people, is that like comedy needs to be illegal again. We need to make sure that we don't do comedy anymore. No more jokes. Like, it's I bet you won't play with the Jews like that. Yeah, Mantis. Fucking Aryan Queen. The person that everybody calls the Aryan Queen. I bet you won't. Bet you won't talk about the Jews.
Sir, that you wanted. Now you're saying that we are wrong. And that says a lot more about you than it does about us, because there's actually not even a desk. So joke's on you. If you walk into that office, it is just floor. I like to sit on the floor. It's better for lumbar support. And so you people need to better investigate all those Democrats and see why they are hiding that list for so long, and why maybe the Democrats redacted things, but we only know what we have. And as far as
yeah, apparently some people are having issues with Discord, which I understand. Discord sucks. So I put a phone number on the screen. If somebody wants to call in, if you have disagreements, you can just call in with the phone number instead, though that seems to have issues as well. It says that there was a call that came in a minute ago and I didn't hear it, but if you call in and I don't hear you, sorry, I don't hear it, or I don't answer, just leave a message and I'll call you back.
I know we are done with this investigation and we need to get back on topic, which is making America great again.
Common
led to some speculating is the guy about to drop dead, which then led to today, where you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt coming out and offering a less sensational explanation. The reading from a doctor's note that apparently blamed the swollen ankles on a condition called chronic venous insufficiency.
Yeah, only fools. I've said to you in chats that you have a base name a bunch of times because we call my chat the Fools. The name of the community is called the Fools. The Discord's called the Fools Den or Den of Fools. I don't know what they landed on, but yeah, I see you in chats all the time, and I always at you and say base name.
a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
So basically, it's when the veins in your leg struggle to pump blood back up to the heart. You know,
Are conservatives the reason for parental advisory labels? Yes, not just that. They're also the reason for pretty much all ratings that exist whatsoever. So I did a video a while ago about the fact that like they talk about how like, oh, the right wingers will be your friend and they don't care what your political views are, but the Democrats are always trying to silence everybody and trying to stop people from talking, where conservatives are free speech and we want to hear your opinion. But yeah, then I go and I'm like, actually, the whole point in rating systems in movies and music, parental advisories, all of this shit, this is all stuff that that conservatives started putting on things to make it to where less people were able to hear certain things, that less people were capable of getting into certain shows, that they were making it to where it was harder for people to make movies because they had to consider what rating they were going to get now, and that would change how many ticket sales they could get, and so they had to change the ways that they were doing shit to abide by all of the rating systems, and that this was also pushed by like the Catholic Church and like Moms for Sanctity. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was a bunch of weird shit like that. So yeah, I did a couple of videos about the fact that they've pretty much always been the ones in favor of cancel culture, and they always say stuff like, oh no, that was a long time ago, but it's not. Those things have just been normalized, and then the other things, I think it's a little frustrating for me because even now I don't know what it is that people are talking about when they say cancel culture. It feels like a lot of times when they say cancel culture, sometimes they're just talking about people getting fired from their jobs. Like if they call your job now, it's cancel culture. Or if you get banned from a platform, that's cancel culture. But it's not cancel culture when like thousands and thousands of people are harassing you and like condemning your actions, talking about how bad you are, making it to where you lose an entire audience off of how bad the narrative is around your name. Like that apparently is no longer cancel culture, but that's weird as fuck because that to me is like, that is what cancel culture is. It is that is what leads to people calling your boss. That is what leads to platforms deplatforming you. But it is the like mass denunciation of you and your brand or your actions that is the cancel culture that leads to the other things. And the other things are just aspects of cancel culture. But I think when NotSoErudite was talking about it, I think she was only really talking about people getting banned or people calling their bosses and shit. I'm not sure. Cancel culture equals getting banned from social media for TOS 9 out of 10 times when someone is complaining about it. Okay.
Sounds bad, but according to medical experts, it's relatively benign and common, especially in older adults. And then as for the bruising on his hands, the White House said, oh, that's actually just from handshaking and aspirin.
This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. and the president remains in excellent health.
With then all of that leading to reactions online like, they're so desperate to escape the Epstein news cycle that Levitt is willingly talking to the press about Trump's big cankles. So for others, it just served as yet another reminder that Donald Trump is the oldest person to ever be inaugurated as—
This is what I was talking about earlier, is that they're always trying to control the news cycle and make it to where things move on really quickly. And they're even making it to where it's slower this time because of their firing of the DOJ prosecutor. And yeah, the people have not stopped posting stuff like this. JD Vance from 2021 posted, "Remember when we learned that our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child sex trafficking ring? And then that guy died mysteriously in jail, and now we just don't talk about it." It's so weird. One of the weirdest things is that, again, Donald Trump was president when he got arrested. Donald Trump was president when he died and he committed suicide. Donald Trump was, and it was in a federal prison, right? Federal prison. Donald Trump was president, Donald Trump was used to be his best friend. Donald Trump was all over the flight logs. Donald Trump has been listed in lawsuits for engaging with minors with Epstein. Donald Trump has even said he wishes Maxine, I almost said Maxine Waters. That's not Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell. That he wishes her well even after all of the news about her came out. He's like, if anybody did anything, Donald Trump is like number one at the top of that fucking list. And then now he's also the one who kind of acted like anybody who was interested in it was dumb. He is like number one at the top of that list. When we're talking about somebody getting killed in a federal prison, if that's your idea, I think he committed suicide. But if you think he got killed, well, isn't the most powerful person at that time the president of the federal government? Like, isn't that the person that you would look at as the one who probably had fingers in that more than anybody else? Oh, nobody's done this article yet. Okay. Well, let's get a screenshot of it. What the fuck? Am I a bot? Oh shit, does that mean I'm a bot? Oh, the Wall Street Journal put this here so that you can't use archive websites to get through. Shit. Fuck. Well, it looks like, yeah, we're not able to get to the website. That sucks. Unless, are we able to use like an incognito window or something? Nope, still cannot read it. Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album.
We can listen to it?
One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. By Khadija Safter and Joe Palazzolo. July 17, 2025. 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review.
Who doesn't Epstein have a picture with? Well, again, it's not just that they have pictures together. They both literally said that they were like best friends for years. I think Epstein said 15 years and Trump said a decade. So, or maybe it was the other way around. I think Epstein said 10 years, Trump said 15 years. But yeah, there's tons of like women who have said that they were around the two of them together. Again, they're listed in like court cases together. There's tons of pictures of them together at each other's houses, at parties. So yeah, it's not just that like they have pictures together. It's that there's just they have a very long history with one another.
The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for
so fucking ridiculous, dude. A hoax pushed by Democrats is one of the ballsiest fucking things he's ever tried coming out with. A hoax pushed by Democrats is one of the ballsiest things Trump has ever tried pushing to his audience. Like, you have to really, like, truly think of how little respect he has for you when he says shit like this. Like, I understand most of you don't believe him when he says this stuff, but just truly consider just how little respect he has for you to even say something like that and think that you guys would believe it. How little respect he has. Tom, no, you're a bot. What? Fuck it. Just call in. Why? Just call in, dude. If you disagree, just call in. Like, what do you disagree with? What do you think I'm wrong about? But yeah, the fact that he's going to act like it was Democrats that pushed this when Democrats didn't ever make a big deal about this. Democrats were never making a big deal about the Epstein stuff. Democrats believed that he killed himself. Democrats were the ones who kept saying there's no like blacklist, scandal. There's no like little black book of names. It was always Democrats who were saying the opposite of all of this stuff. So for him to keep acting like, oh no, this is Democrats, it's Obama and Hillary Clinton and Biden who are pushing this stuff. Like, what? How dumb do you have to be to believe any of that? It was never Democrats who cared about any of this shit. It was always only the Republicans. So it was always his people. It was all of his people who said this. Kash Patel and all of them. They were the ones who kept pushing this shit.
For refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
Ah, damn it. What's crazy is the more he says there's nothing there, the more people will look. I mean, dude, as I said earlier, like the way that he's treated this has made me almost become a fucking conspiracy theorist. Like the way that he acts every time somebody brings up Epstein, the way that he responds, the way that he treats this stuff, the way that he talks about it, he just comes off as the most sus motherfucker who has ever existed. As I said, he's just it's just like a parody, dude. It's like a parody to keep responding in the ways that he does. The greatest, clip is obviously the Fox News thing where he's being asked if he's going to release any of those files, and what's up, guys? Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up. Fucking bitch. He looks like a fucking bitch. This guy looks like a fucking loser. Bald ass motherfucker.
I would
J. Trump. And then
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole...
all of a sudden, that stuff, there's a lot of phony stuff there. Like, very quick to answer on JFK, MLK, but when it comes to the Epstein stuff, I don't know. Yeah, that's a lot of, who knows about it? I don't know, dude.
All right. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would. See, Biden couldn't do this interview. Do you think he'd remember crying? Adam Kinzinger, do you think he'd remember all these different names, these different folks? And I didn't know you were going to be talking about this. But can you imagine? The whole thing is crazy what we're doing.
We all knew that this relationship was going to he's just so fucking weird, dude. Even the thing, this is kind of a little off topic, but even the thing where he, when him and Musk got into a fight, there's right-wingers that I actually think are a little bit more rational and that I kind of respect that have even been repeating the fact that Musk only lashed out at Trump because of the EV tax. That is so fucking untrue, dude. That is so fucking untrue. Trump kept saying, they're like, yes, they all wanted, he was just mad that he got rid of the EV tax. Such fucking bullshit, dude. Such fucking bullshit. It's not true. Musk was always against the EV tax. He was always very loudly and openly and publicly against the EV bills. He did not want the EV bills. So the fact that like Trump was like, oh yeah, I got rid of the EV bills, and he, hey, I have an archive link. Yeah, you can send it wherever you want. Twitter or Discord. Discord would be the easiest, but oh, somebody already sent me one. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, based. All right, I got it. Thanks, guys. But yeah, there's I think I have one knows Trump is lying because Musk was always in favor of getting rid of the EV tax credit.
We don't need the $7,500 tax credit. I would say, honestly, I would just can this whole bill. Don't pass it.
All right.
I'm literally saying get rid of all subsidies.
And Musk also mentions that Trump likely never would have won the election without his help in the first place. So yeah, the whole narrative that he was mad about the EV tax is just pure bullshit. He was always against that. He's always against all subsidies, even the ones that benefited him. He didn't like subsidies, and so that's obviously his companies get a lot of fucking subsidies, so it's easy for him to say, but there's just no reason to believe Trump when he says that that was over the EV tax. All right. So this is the article that came out just a little while ago. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters. I know gaudy. What is bawdy? That sounds like something like dirty. Dealing with sexual matters in a comical way, humorously incident. Okay. So it is dirty. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. Such a, like, that just sounds just like Trump. It's a fake thing. It's a fake thing. All right. So yeah, it was posted at 6:45 p.m. Eastern time. So it's now about 6 hours ago. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by the Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department's documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Another wonderful secret, eh? Another wonderful secret, huh? Interesting. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. This is... Bro, I don't know of another president who has ever, like, continuously threatened news and media channels. I don't know of anybody who's ever done this except for Trump. He's just constantly threatening to sue everybody. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or addressed questions about whether the Trump page and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent document review. The FBI declined to comment. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters have previously been reported. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to the documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaires Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The album also contained a letter from a now-deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Jr.'s high school in Brooklyn, and a note from the former assistant that included an acrostic with Epstein's name. "Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you. Fun in the sun. Fun just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You are the best." Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, "I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is." After the text was a line drawing to what appeared to be a woman's breast. Wexner declined to comment through a spokeswoman. Wexner's spokeswoman previously told the Journal that there's retail mogul that the retail mogul severed all ties with Epstein in 2007 and never spoke with him again. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, "Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein?" He joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. That's just too fucking funny, bro. That's just too ironic, dude. That's just too ironic that they got them to change it from Epstein to Bill Clinton. That is too good. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." The book was put together by a New York City bookbinder, Herbert Weitz, according to people who were involved in the process. Weitz, who died in 2020, listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imagery conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in third person. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't let you, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dude. Holy shit. Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Do you guys remember? Okay, so he's saying, like, we have a lot of things in common. Okay? Obviously, the guy's known for being a fucking pedophile. And when Trump was first asked about Epstein in, I think, 2001, he said, yeah, I've known the guy for a long time. He loves beautiful women. He says something like, he loves beautiful women just like me. Some of them are more on the younger side or something like that. And then he says, you know, we have certain things in common. And then also says, enigmas never age. Seems to be a lot of innuendo there, but all right. When he turned 50, Epstein was already wealthy from managing Wexner's fortune and was socializing with Trump, Clinton, and other powerful people at his Manhattan townhouse, Palm Beach, Florida, home and private Caribbean island. A spokesperson for Clinton referred to a 2019 statement that former President Clinton had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein's second arrest and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Epstein and Trump spent time together in the 1990s and the early 2000s and were photographed at a social event, including with Maxwell and Melania Trump. A 1992 tape from the NBC archive shows Trump partying with Epstein at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Trump is seen pulling a woman towards him and patting her behind. Trump, along with others, including Clinton, also appeared several times on flight logs for Epstein's private jet. A 2002 New York Magazine profile of Epstein quoted Trump, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy," Trump said. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Both men said that they subsequently had a falling out. Trump has said their friendship ended before Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008, served time in a Florida jail, and registered as a sex offender. When Epstein was arrested again in 2019, Trump said he hadn't talked to Epstein for about 15 years. "I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him," Trump said in the Oval Office at the time. "I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you." Yeah, I was not a fan of his. He literally moved next door to me so that we could live right next door to each other and be besties all the time. I've said numerous times that he's a great guy, how much I like him, how much I hang out with him, that we've been best friends for years. He said the same thing about me, that we've been best friends for years, and now all of a sudden, never liked him. Never liked the guy. Was never a fan of his. Trump's spokeswoman told the Journal in 2023 that Trump had banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club at some point in the past without elaborating. I have heard this story. This does seem to be legitimate. So like it is true that they that he did ban him from a club in like 2015. There's mixed reporting on this, but the best narrative the best narrative seems to be that he kicked him out in 2015 for hitting on another member's 14-year-old daughter. It's, yeah, all we know is what other people say from the time, and so that is, I believe, like the narrative that most people said, but there were numerous accounts on this. So Maxwell, a British socialite, was convicted in 2021 of helping Epstein's sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Maxwell didn't respond to a letter requesting an interview sent to her in prison. Arthur Adala? Arthur Adala. How do you say that name? I'm going with Adala.
Adala.
Adala. Okay.
Adala.
Arthur Adala. Arthur Adala, an attorney representing Maxwell in her appeal, said, "At this point, she is focused on her case before the Supreme Court of the United States." Yeah, I believe her appeal was turned down. It was just within the last week that they denied her appeal. So, which she also said that she wanted to testify in front of Congress. We were talking about this a lot yesterday, but apparently she offered to testify in front of Congress and tell them all of the things about Epstein that they wanted to know. And Pam Bondi said no. And Pam Bondi also turned down her appeal. So, and Republicans rejected when Democrats put up a motion to release the Epstein files. The Republicans voted against it. I don't know if you guys heard about that one, but Bondi isn't in charge of what the House does. I think she's in charge of federal prisoners. I could be wrong. Maybe it was the Republicans that denied her being able to testify. Oh.
Growing demands for answers on Capitol Hill over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation after the Trump administration declined to release more case files. Prominent MAGA supporters have expressed outrage over the move, and President Trump has been standing by his Attorney General Pam Bondi, who made the decision today, saying that this in response to a question from our Catherine Folders.
We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, yeah.
Okay, so you heard that. But in the meantime here, at least 2 Republican senators are signaling they would support calling Epstein's convicted accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, to testify before Congress. So ABC News correspondent Jay O'Brien's tracking all of this for us on the Hill. First of all, Jay, what are you hearing from rank-and-file GOP lawmakers? What are they saying about the case and the possibility of a Maxwell testimony?
Well, look, there's no formal plans right now in the works to have Ghislaine Maxwell testify before Congress, but Josh Hawley just today became the second Republican. The other is Mike Lee to signal he would support calling Ghislaine Maxwell up here to Capitol Hill to testify in public.
I could have sworn that they said that she already got rejected.
About her dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. Again, as you say, she's his convicted accomplice. Here's a little bit more of what Hawley said earlier.
100%. Yeah, she's willing to testify. I mean, we're going to call her in the Judiciary Committee, put her under oath, and have her testify. I did.
The problem is that, and I said this last night, is that the problem right now with her going to testify is that it sounds good. It sounds like a good idea. But because she is currently requesting an appeal, that testimony will likely be weighed against her appeal. And so I just wouldn't trust much that she would have to say, because she would be terrified of saying anything that would harm the Trump administration, since they're the ones who are deciding whether or not she's allowed to appeal. So anything rejected by the Supreme Court, again, I'm almost positive, again, this is Pam Bondi who rejected her appeal. Because she's the DOJ, yeah. Pam Bondi's DOJ rejects Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Yeah, because they're the prosecutors in this case. So the prosecutors would have to accept the appeal in order for it to go before the Supreme Court, I believe. I think the judges can overrule them, but you saying she might exclude Trump from testimony, Tom? Yeah, exactly, yes. I'm definitely saying that. I'm saying that if she's wanting an appeal to go through, which this one being rejected doesn't mean that she can't get another appeal to go through in the future. So she would be trying to appease them to get them to accept an appeal. And so the whole thing would be all about her appeal. That's what it would all be about, her appeal. And so yeah, I wouldn't trust much that she has to say at that point. Let the woman talk, but it's up to the judge, not Pam Butthead. Again, I generally it's going to be up to the prosecutors. I don't know. Let's see. Well, I guess this would go this would have to go to Court of Appeals first, right? So it'd be appellate judges. Fuck, I fucked that up. The Court of Appeals may review the factual findings made by the trial agency, but generally may overturn the decision of factual grounds. The finding. Yeah, this isn't really answering my question. Okay, we'll look into that a little bit later. The FBI's Epstein files. Epstein's association with Trump and many powerful people have been well documented. There remain questions about what the FBI possesses about Epstein and his well-connected friends. In 2019, the FBI confiscated evidence from Epstein's properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. Earlier Tuesday, after the Journal sought comment from the president about the letter, Trump told reporters at the White House that he believed some Epstein files were made up by former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden and former FBI Director James Comey. So, if his stuff was in the U.S. Virgin Islands, is that under the U.S. Virgin Islands in U.S. jurisdiction? The United States Virgin Islands has been on the United Nations list of non-self-governing territories since 1946 following the transmission of information by the United States of America under Article 73E of the Charter of the United Nations. I don't. So what does that mean? Many but not all federal laws apply to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Because what I'm wondering is I've heard numerous people say that the only reason that the island was never really part of Epstein's case. It wasn't part of his charges. All the charges were over things that happened in Manhattan and in Florida. And so it was all just New York and Florida. And so a lot of people would say, yeah, well, that's because the island is outside of the United States jurisdiction, so they couldn't charge him for anything that happened there. But I don't know that that's true. And so I think most of the shit about the island is just made up. Everything that I hear about the islands, I just can never find anything actually backing it up. And that it was this pedophile island paradise, but instead that it was just a fucking island that he had, and that all of the fucking pedophilic shit happened here on the mainland. Earlier Tuesday, after the Journal sought comment from the president about the letter, Trump told reporters at the White House that he believes some Epstein files were made up by former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden and former FBI Director James Comey. Okay, I kept wondering why he would say Obama had anything to do with the Epstein files, since Trump was the one who was president when Epstein was arrested, so all of this happened after Obama. But the reason that is because Epstein's first case was under Obama. So the Acosta case was at the end of Obama's presidency. And they did say that it was like DC, that even though it was done in a district court, I believe in Florida, they said that DC Maine told them that they needed to take the plea deal, where it totally changed it from like pedophilia and shit like that to prostitution, which it's a fucking minor. It can't be prostitution. It was a fucking minor. So it does seem as though it was Obama's DOJ that told them to take the deal. But Acosta, again, Acosta was the prosecutor at the time. Acosta is the guy who gave him the deal, and Acosta continued to work for Donald Trump in the Trump administration after all of that. So, only 2 genders? You gotta be kidding me, Sid. You gotta be kidding me, Sid. Only 2 genders? How dare you? How dare you? Oh my goodness, Sid. Oh man. Only 2 genders? You're fucking racist, dude. You're fucking racist as fuck, dude, if you think there's only 2 genders. Holy shit, Sid, how could you? That's so fucked up. How could you say something like that, Sid? Oh, 2 genders? Oh, what did you get that from fucking Hitler? Did you get that from Mein Kampf? There is 1 gender, male, and the undefinable one. Well, we can just call it Adam's rib. Just leave it at that. How about that? So yeah, so when they say that some of it was made up by Obama, that's why I'm just now realizing that's why they said some of it was made up by Obama, is because this happened, that his first arrest was during the Obama administration and the DOJ was dealing with this under Obama. So 3 genders, male, female, and whatever the hell Sid is. Yeah. Yeah, true. Sid is fucking Nazi gender. His pronouns are Heil and Hitler. Obama have a boyfriend? Are you giving Obama your boyfriend? Have a boyfriend? So you're just offering your boyfriend to Obama? That's nice of you. Sebastian. Cute little devil. All right. He said that releasing any more Epstein files, so this is Trump we're talking about, Trump said releasing any more Epstein files would be up to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, Trump said. Allegations that bureaucrats covered up Epstein's connections with participants in his trafficking scheme were fanned by people who now by people now in top roles in the Trump administration, including FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy, Dan Bongino. In June 2024, Trump was asked in a Fox News interview whether he would release the Epstein case files. The Republican presidential candidate initially responded, "Yeah, I would," but also expressed some reservations. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there. Because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would. You're a phony! What is that from again? Is that Family Guy? You're a phony! You're just a big phony! Hey everybody! This guy's a phony! Is that Family Guy?
God, that's amazing. You are so talented. Huh? Wait a second. Something's not right here. You were just making it look like you were playing. You're a phony. Hey, this guy's a great big phony. That's right. You're a big fat phony.
You're a phony.
Hey, you know who lives in this house? A great big phony. That's right. A phony lives here. A big fat phony. Wasn't gonna.
This reminds me of like Queeman and Ryle, like always the way that they cover content. This is them. This is them. They're like, oh, you were acting like you were playing the piano, but you weren't really playing the piano. You were playing something and then you put your fingers on it. You're a phony. We got him, everybody. He's a phony.
A jump. You're a phony. Hey, everybody. This guy's a great big phony.
Oops. Yeah, anyways.
Where is he? He's a phony! A great big phony!
Alright. But yeah, there's a lot of phony stuff in there, guys. We don't want to release stuff that could hurt some people. There's a lot of phony stuff there. Soon after she was confirmed as Attorney General, Bondi said she was preparing to release new Epstein files. In late February, Bondi announced the release of Phase 1 of the documents, but the material contained few new revelations, drawing criticism from right-wing influencers. This was, we talked about this the other day, but this was the wildest fucking thing. This made absolutely no sense. This made no sense at all. They released these binders with nothing but already released information. It was all just shit that had already been public, that had been out for a long time. And then as soon as they released it, and everybody was complaining about the fact that there was nothing new in there, she put out through somebody else, I forget, Liz Wheeler, I think is the one who put out the information, but Liz Wheeler was like, I just talked to Pam Bondi about the binders. And she says the reason that there's nothing new in there is because the New York FBI office didn't send their information. And they're the ones with the most information. And they didn't send it. So that's why. It was all information Biden released. Was it? I don't know who released. I thought it was all just like slowly released over different administrations. So I don't know. But it made no sense. Like, why release the binders and act like you were putting out some big revelations if there was nothing in there? And then act like afterwards you just found out that the New York office didn't send it to you. You already knew that when you put out the fucking binders. You already knew that. And it's not like she couldn't have canceled it, right? When these people showed up to the White House to get these binders, they had no idea what they were showing up there for. This was all very last minute. Out of nowhere, they were just invited to the White House and said, we got a treat for you. And then when they got there, they found out what was there. They didn't have to do this. If they didn't have all of the information, if they were actually waiting on stuff from New York, they could have just not done it and just done it at a later date or something. But instead, they put out absolutely nothing and then made excuses for why they put out nothing later, which you knew when you put this out that you didn't have the New York information. But then it turned out there was no New York information. There was nothing else. That was it. This was all of it. Yeah, phase 2 never came. We only had phase 1. That's it. Just phase 1. And phase 1 was pretty much phase 1 was already years before. So it was already... Who? Pam Bondi. So Pam Bondi did this whole charade where she invited a bunch of content creators up to the White House to get phase 1 of the Epstein files. And then once they got there, and everybody was upset about the fact that there was nothing new in there, she told Liz Wheeler that it's because the New York FBI office didn't send them their information. I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know who any of these people are. Do any of you guys know? Like, who's Pencil Skirt here? Who's this guy? Who are these people? You can see he's got a handful of MAGA hats. He's got 4 MAGA hats in his hand right here. The guy with the cowboy hat in the back has at least 2. She has 2. Like, they all got like a bunch of swag and binders with Pencil Skirt is libs of TikTok. Is it? Dude, she lost some fucking weight. Holy shit. Is that really her? Or maybe she didn't lose weight and I've only ever seen her from shoulders up, because she does still have a fat face, so. Damn. That's fucking crazy. Photo op. Yeah, it was just a photo op. The whole thing was a photo op. And that's like pretty consistent for them, is that they're always just thinking of the photo ops. I mean, Donald Trump literally got shot at, dude. Donald Trump literally got shot at. And you can hear on the microphone as the Secret Service is trying to get him off the stage, he goes, wait, hold on. And then they stop and he goes, fight! It's like, what? What was that? Fight what? The guy's already dead. What is this? And he's just, now he's got his fucking photo op of his like fist up in the air. And then afterwards, they're like, all right, we got to get you off. He's like, no. Hold on, my shoes. Where's my shoes? I got to get my shoes. It's like, this guy is not all there. He is not all there. He's a fucking weirdo, dude. He is obsessed with his image and all that. It's just what's in the binders. It's what they called the Epstein files. They said they were releasing the Epstein files to these content creator people, and they just lied. The shooter was already dead. Well, they don't know how many shooters are there. They have no fucking idea. They shot one guy. They didn't know if there were more. That's why that they were all surrounding him and trying to get him off the stage, just because they have no idea how many fucking shooters are there. Especially, like, most of the time, if you're able to even take one shot at the president, your first thoughts are like, this could be an inside job, because obviously it shouldn't ever be that easy to get a shot off at the president. And then 2, that it's like a highly like skilled group of people, right? That they are like top-notch fucking spies and shit like that. And yeah, it just turns out it's some fucking teenager who just climbed up on a roof right in front of everybody. So the photo op was for Pam. What do you mean it was for Pam? Is this some sort of cope to try to make sure that you don't blame Trump for anything that happens in his administration? Like, the guy is one of the biggest dictators that's ever existed in the White House, and you think he just never knows what the fuck is going on in his own administration? That everybody else are just these random loose cannons all over the place, and he just has no idea what's going on? Like, how do you blame Pam? Pam is just a fucking bot. I would say it is probably Pam wants to release more things because, again, she said she's got the names on her desk. She's got big revelations, right? They had a lot of people saying there was shit coming out. And then they didn't. My thought is that Trump is throwing Pam under the bus, and that he told her that she wasn't allowed to release anything, and that this is what happened. I would bet that even in this, they had a bunch of other shit that was part of it, and Trump made them take it out. It might have had some of his friends. It might have had some of the people that he's connected with. It might have had things that he thought, oh shit, there's like, that's a thread that I don't want people following, so we need to get rid of that because that could implicate me at some point, something like that. And so he told them, you have to take all of this shit out. And so then, but they had already invited people up there. And so then they had to just like, they had to make up some reason for why there was nothing new in there. And so, yeah, there's no reason to put any of this on Pam. It's got to be Trump, top to bottom. It's got to be. Pam was not best friends with Epstein. Trump was. Okay? There's no reason. No reason. Bondi initially blamed the FBI's New York office for withholding information and promised to release the remaining documents after redacting the victims' names. Patel also said, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. Yeah, he said this on Twitter as I was wondering. I was like, what the fuck are they going to do here? They keep making claims that there's no way they can actually back this up. What are they going to do here? I kept wondering this the whole time that he was running for president. We had Kash Patel and Bongino and everybody running around like, we're going to get the Epstein files. We're going to release them. You guys are going to see. And I kept thinking, what are they going to do? Are they just going to like write down on a piece of paper like Hunter Biden did it or something and be like, oh, look, we found some evidence, guys. Look at this. Holy shit. Like, I kept wondering, what the fuck are they going to do once they actually get there and everybody's waiting for them to do shit? And then they get there, they do this, there's nothing in it, and then they're like, oh, the New York office. And the New York office comes out with a statement. They're like, we don't have anything left to give them. Like, all that we didn't give them is just the shit that's redacted that, like, is not allowed to be public. That's it. I don't know what the fuck they want from us. And so, yeah, I'm sitting there, what are they going to do? What are they going to release? What's going to happen? They tasked hundreds of FBI employees to review the material and prepare them for release. The issue took on new life in June when Elon Musk, amid a public feud with Trump, alleged that the FBI was withholding documents from the Epstein case because Trump was in the files. Again, he didn't say Pam Bondi was in the files. He said Trump was in the files. As much as I hate fucking Pam Bondi, as much as of a piece of shit she is, you guys cannot cope your way into blaming Pam Bondi for this. You cannot cope everything into somehow not being Trump's fault, okay? This is all on Trump. This is 100% Trump. Even if it wasn't, it's still like the buck stops with him. And there's people just trying so hard to find a way to not blame Donald Trump. The truth will come out, Musk wrote on X on June 5th. He later deleted the message and said he regretted some of his comments. On July 7th, the Justice Department backtracked on Bondi's pledge to release more Epstein files. The Justice Department said that after an extensive review, it had found no incriminating client list or additional documents that warrant public disclosure. Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee demanded this week that Republican Chairman Jim Jordan hold hearings on the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files and, if necessary, subpoena Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. At a cabinet meeting on July 8th, Trump criticized a reporter for asking about Epstein. Are people still asking about this guy? This creep? Trump said. That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time? Do you want to waste the time? The time. Not do you want to waste your time? Do you want us to waste our time? Do you want us to waste time? It's do you want to waste the time? That same day, Musk wrote on X, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? Top comment says, now we know why he rushed to fire and replace everyone in government since he took office. So he could find someone to edit the files before releasing them. Seems like it didn't work. Please name all of the other people who contributed tributes. Who contributed tributes. Seems a little redundant. Okay. Trump. I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else. Wall Street Journal. Sure, go ahead. Now let's open up discovery and substantiate your claims. True. Yeah, I don't think Trump has had a single successful lawsuit against any of the media organizations. I think that he's had numerous lawsuits against these people and never won anything. It goes deeper than Orange Man. Well, no duh. That, like, Epstein already killed himself though, and Maxwell is already in prison, and they settled. That's a win. That had nothing to do with the defamation shit though, from what I remember. I forget who settled. What was the pointing out the what? XX. Hey Tom, why am I awake at 4 a.m.? I don't know. You always ask me very personal questions for yourself. You'll come in here and be like, you know, Tom, why am I awake at 4 a.m.? Or Tom, why do I care about this story? Or Tom, what does this have to do with me? I'm like, I don't know. I'm doing a fucking, I have no, you gotta figure this shit out yourself. I am not your life guru. Well, tell me, I'll get Pam Bondi on the case, all right? They'll get you the files real quick. MSNBC and CNN, all right. Judge says CNN use of big lie regarding Trump isn't defamation. A federal judge in Florida on Friday dismissed a $475 million defamation lawsuit former President Donald Trump brought against CNN that accused the network of defaming him by using the phrase "the big lie" and allegedly comparing him to Adolf Hitler. CNN's use of the phrase "big lie" in connection with Trump election challenges does not give rise to a plausible inference that Trump advocates the persecution and genocide of Jews or any other group of people. No reasonable viewer could or possibly plausibly make that reference. That's wild that was their fucking argument. I always feel so bad for Trump lawyers, dude. I really do. I mean, obviously they're making a lot of money, but damn, dude, the positions that he puts them in to argue the dumbest fucking shit all the time, that it's just so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Speaking of lawyers doing embarrassing shit, did you guys hear about Lauren De Laguna today? Yeah, I don't see any I don't see anything where Trump won, where they settled any lawsuits. So, oh, ABC News settles defamation lawsuit with Trump for $15 million. I don't think this was ABC News will pay $15 million to a presidential foundation and museum in a settled reach with President-elect Donald Trump in his defamation suit against the network and anchor George Stephanopoulos. George Stephanopoulos. The settlement, which was filed publicly Saturday, revealed the network will also pay $1 million in Trump's attorney's fees and will issue an apology. ABC News will issue the following statement as an editor's note on the online article at the center of the suit. ABC News and George Stephanopoulos regret statements regarding President Donald J. Trump made during an interview by George Stephanopoulos with Representative Nancy Mace on ABC's This Week on March 10th, 2024. What did they say? We are pleased that the parties have reached an agreement to dismiss the lawsuit on the terms in the court filing, an ABC News spokesperson wrote in the statement. Trump filed the lawsuit in Florida federal court earlier this year, arguing that Stephanopoulos and ABC News defamed him when the anchor said 10 times during a contentious on-air interview with South Carolina GOP Representative Nancy Mace in March that a jury found Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. No way, dude. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy that they settled that. That's fucking crazy that they settled that. That's wild, bro. So get this, guys, okay? The reason that this is wild is because the case was not rape, okay? The case was for sexual assault. But the reason it was for sexual assault was because back then, that action was not legally categorized as rape. Today, it is. So if he had done it today, he would have been found liable of rape. But instead, it was for sexual assault. That's a lie? No, it is not a lie. It is not a lie. They 100% have that categorized as rape today in New York law. But because it happened back then, you're wrong on that. No, I'm not. I know I'm not wrong on this. It would have been categorized as rape. But you can't sue for new laws. It's only about the law at the time. So like one of the things with we were just talking about like Destiny a little bit ago. The Destiny is being sued for a thing where the law didn't go into effect until like a couple months later, and so he ends up not being able to get sued for this thing because the law wasn't in effect when he did it. So he's just not even able to be sued for it at all. Whereas, like if he had done it after that, they would have gotten him. But because he did it before, he can't. But yes, yes, today, these sexual assault crimes are categorized as rape. Yeah, I guess we can play this real quick, and then I got some other news that we're going to get to.
Actually stand on business for something, which, regardless if you realize it or not, that was actually your main complaint with
crazy.
Fuck. It's only like 30 seconds, so it's hard to...
In medical care and out of... Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial...
Oh, Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is the recording from Lauren De Laguna, friend of the show, been on a ton of times in the past. She's been on Destiny's a bunch of times. She's been on my show, Playing with Fire. And last week we showed a couple of clips of her where she did the okay. So yeah, this is her. So apparently she's been involved, like she's been really good friends with Pixie. Pixie is currently suing Destiny, and she is a lawyer and has been like, she's like roommates with Pixie for a long time, so they're pretty close, but she's not part of the case. She's not involved with the case at all. And but has been like very openly upset with Destiny over what he did, and you know, pretty, I think, loud about it online, understandably. So she I believe was trying to contact one of his lawyers and contacted the wrong one, and she called his old law firm instead of his current law firm. And so this is the recording that she left a message, apparently. Oh, I have to download it? Well, shit. Fuck. Let me find it now. Hold on. I don't know where the fuck it downloads shit to. Here it is.
Hi, Carrie Goldberg. My name is Lauren Hayden. Your client is currently defacing me and currently slandering me and defacing. I don't think that was the correct word. He's currently slandering me, and I don't like it. Can you ask Stephen Bonnell to please stop lying about me? He's already shared sexually explicit things between us, and now he is just straight up lying about me. And I am a Florida licensed attorney. I have been biting my tongue because my bar number, and I want to protect it, and I don't want to be involved in all of this madness. But I am deeply upset at your client continuing to share my sexually private, explicit messages and images, and for him to continue to...
I do remember he did share some shit, but it was over the fact that she was like claiming something very different than what he said happened, and so he shared messages just to like show that that she was lying about something. From what I remember, I could be totally wrong on that, but this is a call for the police, not a law firm. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, this is really, it's weird because she's calling a law firm instead of him, and acting like the law firm is like his parents or something, like they're in charge of him or some shit. It's a little strange.
Now look, here's the thing. There are other...
Ah, crap. Hold on. We're only halfway through this.
Explicit messages and images, and for him to continue to lie about me. If this continues, I will lose it, and I will file a suit. I will. I am close to that, but I am trying to not...
Did she say a countersuit?
I will. I am... If this continues, I will lose it, and I will file a suit. I will.
Okay, maybe she just misspoke and said a suit. Okay. It sounded like she said a countersuit because, yeah, okay. I was about to say that it can't be a countersuit, that he's not suing you.
I am close to that, but I am trying to not involve my name in this lawsuit because I am a licensed attorney.
That doesn't make sense. She says in this lawsuit because it sounds like when she says in this lawsuit, she's talking about the one with Pixie. But it doesn't sound like she has anything to contribute to it, so she wouldn't be involving her name in this lawsuit. She would be involving her name in her own lawsuit, which would be totally separate. And her being an attorney, I don't think really applies whatsoever, because it just doesn't apply.
In this lawsuit because I am a licensed attorney and I do not want to deal with this, especially because I have my own cases to deal with, but I am getting heightened in my deepened frustration for your client continuously sexualizing and slandering me. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. And you know what? As someone who is so deeply personally connected to people you care about, I think you would do better. But apparently you don't.
I think you would do better. Like, yeah, again, she's acting like she's acting like she called Destiny. And like Destiny, like they're in charge of Destiny or his actions or whatever. I can't speak to like whether or not he's like doing some sort of defacing or defaming or any of thing like that. But who leaked this? Tiny's lawyer recorded it. It's a voicemail. So the problem is that she called and left it on somebody's voicemail who isn't his lawyer anymore. It's an old lawyer that he used a while ago for something else. She called them when they're not even his law firm anymore. And so, yeah, apparently they sent it to him. And he's had it for, I guess, like a week and just played it today. So yeah, that was interesting. All right, I've got a couple of things here that I want to play, and I'm not sure which one I want to go with first. Oh, actually, hold on. We gotta get to this first. Actually, gotta get to this first. This is the thing.
We just want to be heard before a controversial vote. Sir, this is wrong, and you know it. You are a person of integrity. How could you be doing this? At least have a vote on my point of order. Sir, with all appeals to your decency, with all appeals to your integrity, with all appeals to past jurisdiction and past
Democrats all get up and leave.
Precedent, why are you doing this? This is outrageous.
This is a kangaroo court. That's how we have here,
This
Mr.
is
Chairman.
wrong. To violate your own rules without going by the mandates of the parliamentarian. This is unbelievable. There's a way to do this. If you want to force this through, if you want to ram this through, there's a way to do it in accordance to the rules as spelled out by the parliamentarian. It is simple. It is clear. There's a pathway to achieve what you're trying to achieve. But sir, this lacks decency. It lacks decorum. It shows that you do not want to simply hear from your colleagues. This is absolutely wrong. And sir, this is to me one of those moments where we are not showing common respect for each other on both sides. I have sat here when we were in the majority and listened to my colleagues' arguments, listened to their passionate statements, and then we voted. This is not that. This is us simply trying to rush through one of the most controversial nominees we've had under this presidential administration.
I gotta know what the fuck happened here. I gotta know what the fuck is going on. Like, what are they not doing? What happened?
Stamp. Neither the committee nor the judiciary is well served by our learned and servile helplessness. I yield back.
I will now go to voting because we have competing markups in other committees and people have to leave here soon. We'll go to Bovey's nomination. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Mr. Chairman, according to Rule 4 of the committee, we have the right to continue to debate this nomination.
No.
I'm invoking Rule 4 of the committee. We have the right to debate this nomination.
You're out of order.
I'm seconding Senator.
What the fuck? So they're just not following the rules. They're just ignoring motions.
Booker's demand for a vote on his request to hear from the whistleblower.
Mr. Chairman, you should at least acknowledge my Rule 4 point of order.
You're out of order.
I don't understand this. What are you afraid of about even debating this? Putting things on the record, hearing from every senator, dear God, that's what our obligations are. It's to state our reasons for debate. At least address the Rule 4 point of order that we're calling. There's no need to rush this. What are we afraid of? We're not pressing for the 2-hour rule like you all did when you were in the minority. We're simply asking for a credible amount of time to air our concerns before the vote. We respect each other in this committee. We respect the understanding that we have things to say. But yet we're doing this in a way that makes no sense to me. And it makes no sense to me because we're not trying to do things like force the committee to close or force a 2-hour rule. This is about understanding that people on this side have a responsibility to state their issues. Mr. Sir, you can call.
Yeah, the Republicans always pull like dirty shit when they're in the minority. And then even when they get into the majority, they just continue to pull even more dirty shit. And it's weird because the Democrats don't do this, but this is what this is why a lot of people have problems with Democrats and the way that they play. So the other day we were watching a bunch of debates where they were talking about the fact that Democrats don't go hard enough, they don't play ball, they don't put on their big boy pants and, you know, go full I don't remember. I remember there was a term that they were using, but I can't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, they're always mad that they don't like fight hard enough. And he's even like listing off all the things that Republicans do when they're in the minority and saying, we're not even doing any of that shit. And you guys are still doing this. Like, you guys have the fucking majority. You can get this through. We want our complaints to be on the record. We want our comments to be on the record. We want the things that we have to say about this person to be on the record. And you're still just refusing to abide by the rules.
Only out of order because this is out of order. This undermines the basic decency of this committee. Yes, maybe overrule a Rule 4, but at least address the Rule 4 point of order that senators were elected to debate issues and debate nominees. This is absolutely insane. What is the rush? Sir, I am interrupting because you're interrupting a regular point of order. At least address my point of order. I have the right to do that by the rules of this committee. If you want to overrule the rules of committee, then do so. But this is not in any way in order. You are obligated to address a point of order according to the rules of this committee. You can overrule me by a Senate vote. You're violating your own rules. The parliamentarian has been clear about this. The parliamentarian has been clear. You can overrule the point of order I'm doing, but you have to follow the precedents and procedures of this committee. This is outrageous that you're not allowing senators to have their fair say before a controversial nominee is being done. This is unbelievable. This is unjust. This is
yeah. He's just totally ignoring him. This is fucking wild, dude.
Wrong. It is the further deterioration of this committee's integrity. With a person like this, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of hearing from Chris Coons? From hearing from one of my colleagues? From hearing from Adam Schiff? What is the fear here? Have at least the decency to have a vote on my point of order regarding Rule 4. I have respect for you, Mr. Chairman. We've served together for more than a decade, but this is outrageous. This is unacceptable. This is wrong. It is wrong. And why? Why? What is the rush to take another half hour to listen to people? What is the rush? What are we afraid of, Mr. Chairman? What are we afraid of? I do not understand why senators can't debate a nominee as we've done when both sides have been in the majority to take the time. What is the thing that you are so afraid of from hearing from my Senate colleagues? This is a violation of the precedents of this committee. We're not trying some stunt here to try to force a 2-hour rule like you all did when you were in the minority. We just want to be heard before a controversial vote. Sir, this is wrong, and you know it. You are a person of integrity. How could you be doing this? At least have a vote on my point of order. Sir, with all appeals to your decency, with all appeals to your integrity, with all appeals to past jurisdiction and past precedent, why are you doing this? This is outrageous.
This is a kangaroo court. That's all we have here, Mr. Chairman.
This is fucking crazy, dude. This is wild.
This message.
Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee voted Thursday to advance the nomination of Emil Bove, the President Trump's former personal attorney, to a lifetime federal judgeship. All the Democrats on the panel walked out and did not vote. Bove's nomination to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals now moves to the full Senate. Bove is tied to some of the most aggressive legal moves by the Justice Department this year. Bove, 44, previously served as a federal prosecutor in Manhattan and defended Trump in a pair of criminal cases filed by the Justice Department. The White House says Bove is an ideal nominee for an open seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. Trump has posted on social media that Bove would do anything else that is necessary to make America great again. But Bove's record in and outside of the Justice Department has fueled opposition from 900 former DOJ lawyers who identify with both major political parties and a group of more than 75 retired state and federal court judges who fear his intense loyalty to the president would carry over onto the bench. Is this the guy with the voice? Is this the guy with the voice that we listened to? So I remember there was a specific guy that we heard in at least 2 different cases in front of the Supreme Court. The rule of law is really only as strong as the institutions that enforce it and then interpret it. Chief among them, the DOJ and Judiciary, said Stacey Young, who leads Justice Connection, a group that helps Justice Department lawyers find ethics and legal advice. And it would be disgraceful to elevate someone who's degraded one of those institutions to a lifetime seat on the other. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, is charging full steam ahead on the nomination despite requests for Democrats to investigate claims made against Bove by a department whistleblower. Erez Ruvini, a longtime DOJ lawyer fired this year for acknowledging the administration had mistakenly deported Abrego Garcia. Holy shit. I remember he got put on leave. I didn't know they ended up firing him. Holy shit, dude. They fired him for telling the truth? Oh my goodness, dude. This is disgusting. This is fucking disgusting, dude. Recently came forward with allegations that Bove told government lawyers they might need to disobey court orders. Ruvini produced text messages, emails, and other documents to back up his claims. Holy shit. At his confirmation hearing, Bove told lawmakers that he was not an enforcer or a henchman for the president. He denied that he had ever told subordinates to violate a court order, but he said he did not recall telling DOJ lawyers in a meeting that they might have to tell judges F you if the courts tried to block the White House's efforts to roll out speedy deportations of migrants, as was alleged in the whistleblower complaint. That's a red flag for former federal prosecutor David Loffman, who said Bove has taken a wrecking ball to the Justice Department this year by firing career prosecutors and FBI agents who worked on cases involving Trump and the Capitol riot on January 6, 2021. Whoa. That... And this is as they just fired Comey. This is right as they just fucking fired Comey. This is disgusting, dude. This entire administration is just too fucking disgusting. The volume and quality of evidence contradicting his failure to recall tells us everything we need to know about his contempt for the judiciary, his contempt for long-standing department norms, Loftman said. Loftman added, were he confirmed, we have every reason to believe that Mr. Bove would rubber stamp whatever the administration seeks to do and contribute to a majority ruling in favor of the administration with consequences for the entire country. But Grassley said in a letter to Judiciary Committee Democrats this week that he was unpersuaded by the whistleblower's accusations. Following a comprehensive review of the additional documents that you published following the hearing and discussed in the media, I do not believe that they substantiate any misconduct by Mr. Bove, Grassley wrote. Grassley also has questioned why Ruvini's complaint emerged on the eve of a confirmation hearing for Bove, raising the idea it might be politically coordinated attack. But Donna Gold, senior counsel at the Government Accountability Project, said she and other lawyers for Ruvini had been working for months, line by line, to navigate the whistleblower process and ethics considerations. Of the timing, Gold said, it had nothing to do with tanking Emil Bove's nomination. It had to do with getting the truth out. Gold added, we do think that the information is highly relevant to Emil Bove's nomination. That's clear. It's really important in terms of how leadership within the Department of Justice has interpreted and asked career attorneys to pursue a political agenda over the rule of law. A DOJ spokesman called Bove a highly qualified judicial nominee who has done incredible work for the Department of Justice to help protect civil rights, dismantle foreign terrorist organizations, and make America safe again. Michael Fragoso advanced scores of judicial nominations when he worked as a Republican Senate aide. Fragoso said all signs point to confirmation of Bove along committee party lines. I don't think Chairman Grassley would be calling the vote if he didn't have the votes, said Fragoso, who's now a fellow at Ethics and Public Policy Center, a conservative think tank, and an attorney at Torridon Law PLLC. Shit. What's the... What's the Tim Pool thing? What does that mean? Sealing his shit? What is... If you can't understand how both sides are different, you need to study more. Yeah, this is it's really... somebody asked me today if I wanted to get into a debate with somebody who felt like there was a uniparty, and I was like, hell yes, definitely. I would definitely love to do that. Because, yeah, I feel this is one of the dumbest ideas that people push, is the uniparty bullshit. It is so fucking stupid. It is so fucking stupid. And one of the problems with the uniparty idea is that even if we got rid of all Democrats are gone, right? They're gone. The country has moved right-wing, and Democrats just don't really exist in any way anymore. the way that we think of them today. Liberals are gone. Let's say that. Liberals are gone. Liberals, leftists, they're all gone. They don't exist anymore. They're just not popular enough. They're not, like, social norms have moved to where liberals and leftists, you know, progressives, they're all gone. I still would not believe in a uniparty. I still would not believe in a uniparty, even if that happened. Why? Because then it would still be Republicans and Democrats. We would just end up with, like, neocons versus paleocons or something like that, right? We would still end up with, like, a split that have very different ideologies, very different ways of doing things, very different ways of seeing the world, and would want very different things. They would fight for different things. They would have different ideals, different goals that I still, even if it was all conservatives left in the way that we view it today, I still would not believe in a uniparty at that point. I think the uniparty ideas are so fucking stupid, and it's what I call Overton window depth perception. Because the idea is that the farther you are on the spectrum, if we have a spectrum of, like, political ideology, where over here we have the left and over here we have the right, the farther out you are from the center, the more trouble you have seeing the differences between people. You have depth perception issues. And so when we have, like, you know, the main, like, you know, left-wingers here, and then we have the main right-wingers, like Republican GOP type people here, when you get to points where you're out here, you really, because you're so far away, everything starts to just blur together and it all looks the same to you now. You're so far away from everybody else that they all just look like they're the same things. Why? Because you're so drastically different from the rest of us. You're so drastically different from the rest of us that all you see is how we are all more similar to each other than we are to you. And so you think, well, then you're just pretty much the same thing. But we're not. We're not the same thing. We're very drastically different. And when you're way out here, I can understand how you see things as, like, because you're a radical, because you're way out on the far edges, you think everything just looks way too similar because you want things to be way more radical. But yeah, that's just your own depth perception issue. That's just an issue that you have, seeing and understanding the differences and how different they are. Tom, exactly. If you understood game theory and dynamical systems more, you will have the most bomb-proof justification for those axioms. You're not wrong. Your intuitions are correct. Well, I mean, I know about, like, game theory and shit, but anyways, apparently I'm not doing the debate. They got somebody else, I guess. Which I think it might be Andrew Wilson now. I'm not sure. Yeah, I could be wrong. It's but that's just from what I saw. Seemed like it. Did This guy is talking about so much difference. It's time to look for a different channel. So it's funny. Every time people disagree with something, but they can't make an argument against it, they decide to go to another channel. Because, like, actually being challenged on the stupid things that you believe or the things that don't make sense, instead of actually having to, like, make it make sense, instead of actually having to logic it out and reason that idea, it's a lot easier to just go find somewhere else to go. It's a lot easier to just go back and find your echo chamber again and your hug box. Get your security blanket again. Okay, so I got a couple of other things. They're all Epstein related, but one of them is Tucker Carlson talking to Daryl Cooper about Epstein. One of them is Charlie Kirk talking to Charlie Kirk talking to Tucker Carlson about Epstein and a uniparty. And then the other one is just Charlie Kirk talking about Epstein. I guess we'll watch a little bit of this one first, and then I think we'll watch...
A lot happening this morning, and what I'm going to try...
And then we'll watch Tucker and Charlie talk about Epstein, since they're talking about the uniparty.
To do this morning is I seek to explain. I'm going to try to explain the best of my ability what is going on here when in regards to Epstein and the messaging around Epstein. I'm going to do my best.
But yeah, again, if you guys disagree, you can call in, and we'll hear you out.
I may not land the plane perfectly, but I think I have something to say here that will add some context and some depth to what we are seeing. President Donald Trump repeated what he said this morning on Truth Social. President Trump said, basically right now in the press conference, some people are doing the Democrats' work talking about Epstein, and they are stupid people. I'm approximating. He said something similar on his Truth Social this morning, and he calls it the Epstein hoax.
So remember, Charlie Kirk said that he's not talking about Epstein for a while moving forward. He said he's done talking about the Epstein stuff. He's finished with that crap. We need to focus on what's important, guys. That's what he said, right? Even though for years he kept saying that Democrats won't focus on Epstein. This is important. Don't let it go. Don't let them forget about this. Now he's saying, well, no, we need to focus on what's important. I'm not talking about Epstein anymore. But he got so much shit for it. He got shat on so hard that he is now talking about Epstein again. So.
Now, before we go any further, I do want to say, big breaking news this morning, John Solomon is reporting that in his sit-down interview with Donald Trump, President Trump has greenlit a special prosecutor to potentially be able to go after the criminal conspiracy around Epstein and all deep state activity. So that is a phenomenal victory. That is something that we should rejoice.
Tom, go sum a fag and not suck one. Picking my joke and not my argument kind of show you're weak-minded. Kind of shows you don't speak English very well. I think, are you one of those illegals? Are you one of those fucking illegals? I get what it is. You think if you stick up for Trump, he'll give you a pass. I gotcha. Well, I'm not picking and choosing one argument over the other. I'm sorry that I don't pay attention to each and every single chat that you make. But as I did say, you can call in if you actually have an argument. Tom Foolery Show. I've decided we're taking Rhode Island, Bristol County, Mass, and the Virgin Island. We'll clean up Epstein's stuff. Nice. Thank you. About time.
Voicing. And if that is true, because it's John Solomon, it's kind of like 2 or 3 levels back. But basically going after all things deep state, a deep state prosecutor. That is a terrific development. And I would love to see, you know who I want to see do that? Ed Martin. I think Ed Martin would be a phenomenal deep state prosecutor. So let's kind of just put a part on that.
I thought you loved the illegals, Tom. No, you don't. You never thought that. Shut the fuck up.
Let's just put a little bit of a little plug on that because we'll get back to it. That's a huge victory. The president deserves credit there. If we get a full deep state criminal conspiracy.
Also bring back the American Bikini Babe emote. That one was voted out. Why don't you have the dono link in the description? It is in the description. You just can't click links in the description. There's tons of links in the description. You just can't click them. You have to go to my channel because in vertical style, you can't click links. So you just have to go to my channel and it's the first link up at the top. Oh no, sorry. Discord's the first link at the top. The dono button is the last one at the bottom. Sorry. Tom hates the Browns. Yes. One of the worst teams. Tom's a true linguist, bona fide. Hey, I was right. I was right. When I kept saying equivocate, I was correct. She went off saying that I was misusing it, but I was totally correct.
Conspiracy prosecutor think basically Robert Mueller for deep state activity, but one of our guys doing it. And interestingly, special prosecutors and the deep state activity.
If I donate, will you overturn the previous will of the people and bring that emote back? I'll bring it back to Discord. How about that? Imagine caring about Discord. I don't know. What do we have right now? What would I even replace it with? I guess we could probably get rid of the Ben Shapiro one. Yeah, we could probably get rid of the Ben Shapiro one. The Pikachu? No, we use the surprised Pikachu too much.
Actually is interlaced into all of this. So this morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social. I could read the entire thing on Truth Social, but let me just kind of do the best of. You guys can obviously find it on Trump's Truth Social. He says the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like the fake and discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agencies, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats...
Again, none of this shit was fake. None of this shit was fake. They all just make up bullshit the whole way through and keep lying about everything that happened. The 51 intelligence agents did not lie. There was, I don't remember anybody ever denying the laptop from Hunter Biden except for Joe Biden. They always do the, you know, the Russia thing, which if you read the Mueller report, you know that there was a lot there.
So where it came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. Even though Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is that we'll forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this BS. Hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for the last 8 years. I've had more success in the last 6 months than perhaps any other president in the history of our country. That is totally true. And all these people want to talk about, with strong prodding by the fake news and success starved Democrats, is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for attention to this matter. Make America great again. Okay, so let's start with this. President Donald Trump is obviously upset. Why is he most upset? I'm going to go through the top two reasons and seek to explain it. He's venting because he has achieved a lot in 6 months against all the odds. Energy prices are going down. The border is hermetically sealed. He passed the big, beautiful bill despite a 3-seat majority in the House of Representatives. He's embarking on mass deportations. He ended a war between Israel and Iran. He took out the Iranian nuclear facilities. He ended the India-Pakistan war. He ended the Congo-Rwandan war just in his spare time. He's going after DEI. He is reducing the federal workforce. He is the biggest welfare reform in American history. I could go piece after piece after piece of all of the victories that President Donald Trump was able to achieve. One of the most impactful 6 months ever of any president. So from President Trump's perspective, he is experiencing a pace. He's experiencing a reality that is far different than the first 6 months of Trump 1.0. So President Trump's immediate reaction as someone who is making phone calls to try to end the Russian-Ukrainian war, he's trying to figure out this Jerome Powell thing, he's got agencies of governments to manage, he's turning and probably...
Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought... Oh, shit. I thought he was going to criticize Trump. I thought he was going to criticize him. I thought he was going to come out against him. Holy shit. Is this real? Is he doing this? Is this happening?
He's saying, why is the attention on a guy who has been dead for 6 years? That is probably what President Trump is saying, and I'm synthesizing part of his venting. Here's my piece of advice, guys. Don't take too seriously this whole Truth Social here. I know some people are getting fired up about this. I don't believe he was trying...
Oh my goodness. That is so dumb. This is so fucking gross, dude. This is so gross. The Truth Social post should be a massive deal to anybody who supports Trump. The Truth Social post says, I think you people are so dumb, so stupid, so blind, so willing to just do anything and everything that I ask of you, that you will buy shit that is this fucking smelly. You will buy anything that I feed you just because I said it. Everybody who has ever voted for him, cheered him on, supported him in any way, every single one of them should be incredibly offended right now. And I would demand that he delete the post, at least. I mean, obviously, it doesn't make sense that you would have no coming back from this. But, I would at least demand that he delete the post. That, he understands that he can't just put out a Truth Social post and just, and everybody will just pretend everything's fixed now. He has to actually do something that shows that he knows this is fucked up. There's no way. There's no way. We're at 25 out of 50, guys. We have about 30 minutes to go on the clock. To add 2 hours, we gotta hit $25.
Trying to insult anybody personally. His base, the people who made his movement what it is, I think is what he was pushing back on what he thinks is a misaligned press narrative from what he wants to see as celebration of all the victories over the last 6 months. However, now let me now go to why I believe not just why I care about this and why the base cares about this so much. And then I'm going to kind of connect the dots. Remember where President Trump was at this moment in Trump 1.0. At this moment in Trump 1.0, President Donald Trump was being hunted by Robert Mueller. President Donald Trump basically lost his attorney general at this moment in Trump 1.0. He's very loyal to Pam Bondi for many reasons, one of which is that he does not want to lose another attorney general. He does not want to lose another member of his cabinet this early on. Secondly, he saw in the summer of 2017 a lot of people jump ship and aligned with the Robert Mueller thing. So President Donald Trump has, within his memory, he saw that his presidency...
his own people left over the Robert Mueller thing, the thing that he calls a hoax. His own people were leaving his administration because of everything that came out. And he calls it a hoax. Okay.
2017 was largely taken from him in Trump 1.0 because a lot of people jumped aboard the Mueller bandwagon.
I could have sworn that came out in 2018. Am I crazy? Okay, Google. When did the Mueller report come out?
The date of first publication of Mueller report was April 18th, 2019.
2019. I was going to say, I don't even think that was happening yet.
Aram Sound tipped $5. Keep Tom yapping. Don't let him go out like Elmo.
Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. Let's fucking go, boy. Appreciate it, sir. $5.
And with that, he kind of saw so much of his momentum that he had from the election thwarted. When people demand that he fires Pam Bondi, he hears people demanding that he explode his admin, just like what happened in the first term. So a big question the base has is, why doesn't President Trump care as much as the base cares? So let me connect the two dots together.
Oh, dude, this is some major cope. I was not expecting this.
Slim Shady tipped $100. If you acknowledge this tip, I'll never do it again. Just carry on for chat. Going to bed, saluting face emoji.
The base cares about this, not as a way to hurt Donald Trump. And this is where I think, I think I could be an explainer here, because I think everyone's talking past each other a little bit. We do not care about the story as a way to hurt Donald Trump. In fact, it's the opposite. We love President Trump. We love what he's doing. We actually care about this story because this is a rare opportunity of a sloppy operation by the deep state. The deep state conducted itself in an overly messy, sloppy way. President Donald Trump taught us to drain the swamp. President Donald Trump taught us to want to go after the deep state. So I actually think we're all agreeing on this. President Trump wants to have a special prosecutor go after the deep state.
Yeah, this is dumb. This is because, again, the major problem is with Trump. To keep like focusing on Pam Bondi, this isn't Pam Bondi. This isn't Pam Bondi's decision. This isn't on Pam Bondi at all. This is all just Trump. This is Trump administration. Trump decides this shit. Trump is the one who says what does and doesn't go. Not Pam Bondi.
Want to have an emphasis on Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was probably an actor of the intelligence agencies. We don't know that for certain. He could have been a fabulist, like Mike Ben said yesterday. And maybe he was kind of doing brokering, or maybe he was kind of connecting the different entities together. But understand this. When I go to college campuses, I am not proactively bringing up Epstein. People are bringing Epstein to me. The reason why we are caring about this is not trying to win brownie points or not trying to make the liberals or the media care about us. To go full circle, we are caring about the Epstein story because we are afraid that if we do not lance the intelligence community bull that tried to murder him on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, that tried to take him out with Russia, then that very same deep state actor that spied on him and leaked the phone call of him between Zelensky that resulted in his first impeachment. We're worried the deep state will derail Trump. And we look at the Epstein story as a skeleton key to be able to look under the hood, dismantle and deconstruct the administrative state to protect Donald Trump from his adversaries. What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, Justin...
This is so dumb. I'm actually blown away that he's gone this fucking far, dude. I'm blown away he is coping this hard. That's amazing, dude. That is amazing. I cannot believe this. This is crazy.
So let's get right to it. We had 30 minutes with Tucker Carlson. Tucker, come on out here.
So is this the event that everybody got banned from the other day? Is this the event that all of the Unfuck America people got banned from?
So Tucker, welcome.
Well, it's nice to see you, Charlie.
In the interest of time, let's get to the boring stuff first.
Okay.
Do you have any opinion on the Epstein situation?
You know, I'll be honest. I'm with Ben Shapiro. I think we know enough. We don't need to know anymore. I trust the government. I think Fox News had a piece by Hugh Hewitt today saying only crazy people who have barren...
Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. You can do that just by double tapping the screen real quick. Just give it an old double tapsies. Also, Spartacus, are you able to mod? We've had a couple of nights where we didn't have mods around.
Personal lives are unhappy enough to concoct these like insane conspiracy theories that maybe Jeffrey Epstein was up to no good. So I'm happy with that. No, I mean, I'm disgusted by the whole thing. The point of electing Trump, and it's a real point, and by the way, I think he can make good on it, but is that the two parties are in alignment in a very sinister way with each other on the big issues. You don't really get a choice. You vote for Lindsey Graham, how is it really different from voting for a Democratic member of the Senate? It isn't, and Trump is the option to the two-party megalith. And this last week, a decision that the Attorney General made, I don't think out of malice, I think out of incompetence, gives the impression that Trump is in on it. And that's a terrible thing. It's very discouraging for his voters, including me, someone who campaigned for him. I don't think Trump is in on it, by the way, just in point of fact. I think this is a decision that Pam Bondi made, but I think they need to fix it right away.
So here in the audience, raise your hand if this matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So Tucker, for those on podcasting, some people are raising like 2 hands.
I'm with you, baby.
What? So Tucker, talk to me as if I'm like in 4th grade. Because the Washington Press Corps asked no questions about it this day. They had 10 questions with President Trump, and they didn't ask once about this. So they asked about like Brazilian tariffs, like really random stuff. Explain why the base cares so much about this.
So Jeffrey Epstein was a math teacher at the Dalton School in New York before he got a college degree. He was hired by a guy called Donald Barr, who was the headmaster of Dalton, whose son amazingly later became Attorney General of the United States twice, and was the guy who Bill Barr, who first.
Wait, what was that?
Why the base cares so much about this.
So Jeffrey Epstein was a math teacher at the Dalton School in New York before he got a college degree. He was hired by a guy called Donald Barr.
Bro, Trump has connections with the Epsteins all through his fucking administration, dude. This is wild, bro. This is wild. Sparty, I don't know. Did you answer? I don't know. I don't see. I didn't see an answer.
Who was the headmaster of Dalton, whose son amazingly later became Attorney General of the United States twice, and was the guy who Bill Barr, who first signed off on the ludicrous idea that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in prison after 36 days, after like telling his lawyer that he was going to get out in a week. And this guy, without a college degree and no kind of work history, wound up making billions of dollars from no obvious source whatsoever, jetting around the world with the most famous people in the world and having this incredibly weird, exotic sex life that over time it became clear was a blackmail scheme designed to entrap the world's most powerful people in compromising positions and use that information against them to get them to do the will of whoever's running this blackmail scheme. So this, I think, became pretty obvious to everybody, except for the National Press Corps that just did not want to talk about it. Epstein dies. There's no investigation into it. Donald Barr's son, who's then Attorney General, tells us, no, he killed himself, really, but all the cameras were broken. And so this is sort of boiled beneath the surface for anyone who's interested at all in like what was Epstein, digs in a little bit and finds out to this day, so we're now 6 years after his murder, we don't know where the money came from. We still don't know where the money came from.
And can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
It wasn't just millions. He was living as if he was worth $10 billion. We're talking about palatial estates.
He had the largest private residence in Manhattan.
So the
Trump actually wrote that birthday card. Yeah, it looked like it. Yeah.
Magnitude of wealth, I hope you understand, this was not like a couple $100 million bucks. He was living like he was a, he was a co-founder of Meta.
No, but right out in the open. And everybody in famous person world was rolling through the house for dinner. And most of them, I don't think, did anything wrong.
Like George Stephanopoulos.
Exactly. I mean, I know George. I disagree with him and everything. I don't think he's
Sparty's edging us. Yeah, he's playing hard to get.
Sex freak. I think he was just invited over for dinner with this guy, and everyone else is, the Prime Minister of Israel is living there, Ehud Barak, and like lots of people are there who aren't bad people. They're just like they know Jeffrey Epstein. But then he winds up indicted again. He comes back from France, gets indicted again, and famously dies in federal lockup in Manhattan. And it's very obvious from the beginning that this is not a suicide. And then the medical examiner's like, no, he was strangled to death. So all of this information's on the internet. Everybody who cares to know knows it. They're not conspiracy theorists. They're not mentally ill. And Pam Bondi knows it, and she's talked about it a lot. And she goes on Fox, and she's like, actually, it's all true. And we've got thousands of videos of underage girls being abused. And I have the client list on my desk, and I'm going to release all of this. And then, 4 days ago, she comes out with an official statement from the Department of Justice saying, actually, no, he did kill himself. We know that for a fact. And here's an edited video from an irrelevant angle that proves it, even though, of course, it does not at all prove it. And we have no evidence that he hurt anybody, and we're not indicting.
Okay, it does prove that nobody went in there. It does prove that nobody could have come in and killed him. And it does, even though there's a minute missing, there's no way they could have pulled off what happened in the amount of time that it was, that there was time missing. There's no way that they could have done anything in that 1 minute. There's no way they could have pulled off what happened and made it look like 3 minutes. It's the 1 minute though is when the, like, is at a relevant point though. The other parts that are missing aren't like aren't all that relevant. So
Dating anyone, and his former girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell's in jail, and that's enough, and he's dead, and it was a natural death, and like, shut up, conspiracy theorists. And people who voted for Trump, not the left, Trump voters rise up on the internet in full revolt. And not just on Twitter, where there are some wackos, to be honest, and me, non-wackos too, but like normal people, 65-year-old Trump voters who were like, I don't, believe that aliens are running the government or anything, but you're lying to me. And not only are you lying to me, you're patronizing me and calling me names when I ask questions. You're acting like the freaking liberals do. When they don't want to answer a question, they just call you a racist and move on. Like, no, I voted for you because I wanted you to respect me as a citizen and pay me the compliment of treating me like an adult, and you're not. So I do think, I know something about it. I do think that most people in the Trump administration, including the president, didn't realize that they were stepping into this. I think a lot of people at DOJ, including Dan Bongino, who I consider a decent man and a man of integrity.
He might resign over this.
He's threatening to right now. I think they kind of got blindsided by this. I think it was...
I don't think he's actually threatening to resign. This is all just conspiracy theories. This is all just shit that people are saying. People are just saying that he's threatening to resign. I don't think there's been anything that actually verifies whether or not he's threatening to resign. Oh, maybe, okay, maybe he did. Oh shit, I didn't know that he was actually doing it. Okay. Several of President Donald Trump's top officials went to work on Monday with a key question unanswered. Would Dan Bongino show up? Hours later, two sources familiar with the matter confirmed he did, but his long-term future as deputy director of the FBI appeared uncertain. Bongino did not go into office on Friday and largely excommunicated himself from most of his colleagues after a major fallout with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of Jeffrey Epstein files. As of Monday morning, no one in leadership at the Justice Department had spoken to Bongino since Wednesday, when he implied that he could no longer continue in his position as long as Bondi was there, sources familiar with the matter said. The threat infuriated Trump, who spent the weekend fuming over the Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel, sources told CNN. Most of his fury was directed at Bongino, causing aides to expect that the deputy director would depart his job in the coming days, but Vice President J.D. Vance spent the weekend attempting to mediate, at times fielding calls from Patel, Bongino, and Bondi, sources said. It remains to be seen if Bongino ultimately resigns, which he told others he was considering, but sources say his relationship with the White House has become basically untenable. Even if he does not quit now, some inside the administration believe he will not stay in the job long term. Trump asked Sunday whether Bongino was still the FBI's deputy director, told reporters, "I think so," and indicated they had spoken. I think so. I spoke to him today, the president said. Dan Bongino is a very good guy. I've known him for a long time. I've done his show many times. And he sounded terrific. Actually, no, I think he's in good shape. Patel, meanwhile, said publicly he had no plans to resign from his role in a statement issued after it was made clear to him that the president was deeply unhappy with how he had handled things. Trump is now hoping to tamp down the drama surrounding Bongino and limit the fallout from his administration handling of the Epstein files. Several people familiar with his thinking told CNN. Okay, so now Trump's response to that reporter makes sense. Now Trump's response, where he like kind of snaps and he's like, come on, why do we care about this guy? Get over it, dude. Who, like, what the fuck? Now that whole fucking thing makes sense. He was pissed off about those two and felt like they were making a really big deal about this. So he was more so responding to them and their issues. This makes sense now. He has privately urged his team to let the story die down, and White House officials dismissed suggestions Monday from some allies that Bondi hold a press conference to settle the Epstein matter. West Wing officials, who themselves weren't sure if Bongino was returning to work until he showed up, said they don't expect the president to take any action to oust him from his role for now. He wants the story to go away, one official said, instead of escalating it further. And then they fired the prosecutor who prosecuted both Epstein and Maxwell. They just fired her. This is insane. In a statement Monday, White House spokesman Harrison Fields made mention of Bondi, Patel, and Bongino as part of Trump's incredible team of law and order patriots who are committed to making America safe again and restoring the integrity of our criminal justice system. Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, and countless other heroes of our law enforcement community are dedicated to executing President Trump's agenda of protecting civil rights, safeguarding communities, holding criminals accountable, and defending victims. This work will continue in lockstep and with unprecedented success, the statement said. The conflict has put Trump at odds with some of his most prominent MAGA supporters, who had hoped his administration would validate their theories that government had been covering up a broader conspiracy involving Epstein and other powerful men. Those theories were dashed last week when the Justice Department released a memo concluding there was no evidence that Epstein had a so-called client list of such men. It also said the disgraced former financier and sex offender died by suicide and was not murdered in his New York jail cell. The memo enraged some Trump supporters who noted that in response to a reporter's question, Bondi had at one point claimed to have a client list on her desk. She has since said she was referring to files related to the case. On Monday, GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene demanded transparency from the administration and warned that the issue could stoke significant blowback from the right wing of the party. It's just a red line that it crosses for many people, she said. Frustration over the Epstein case had been brewing inside the administration for months, but it came to a head during a Wednesday meeting, which included Bongino, Bondi, Patel, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Sources said Bongino and Patel were confronted about whether they were behind the story that said the Justice Department stopped the FBI from releasing more information, they said. Bongino denied leaking that notion to News Nation, which published the story, a source familiar with the matter told CNN. Trump has firmly sided with Bondi throughout the Epstein memo controversy. He publicly defended her and attended her soccer game. Okay. Interesting.
I don't think I know. It was Pam Bondi who issued this statement, and I don't think Pam Bondi's a bad person. I don't think she's covering up for Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what I know to be true, since you asked. They don't have any information on Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes, actually, and they never have had any. Because in 2007, under the Bush administration, when he was indicted and the search warrant was issued, if you read the search warrant, which I think is online, you can read it, it's written in such a way not to reveal information about Jeffrey Epstein, but to hide it, to protect Jeffrey Epstein. He was being protected then, and so they didn't gather the information. I've never had custody of information showing who was having sex with these underage girls as part of this blackmail deal. Like, I think that's the actual truth. So the real scandal here is who he was working for and where the money came from.
Yes, they always push this. Where did the money come from? The blackmail deal. Who is he working for? Like, they always have to add all of these extra layers that they just pulled, that they just pulled out of their asses.
That's the actual scandal, and no one will say anything about it because the answer
was it American intelligence?
No,
Was it Saudi intelligence? Was it British intelligence?
It was Israeli intelligence. And everyone's embarrassed to say that because you're not allowed to say that or something because you're a hater, but you're not a hater at all. You can think Israel's a great country that deserves our support, as I do.
My best memories are in Israel.
Yeah, it's great. I've taken my family on vacation there, but it's still a foreign country, and it's a fair question to ask, were you running a blackmail scheme in our country? And I think the answer is yes. So they were asked, and they're like, we're not going to tell you. And it's like, well, so why are we sending you all this money every year if you won't answer a simple question? If you're actually running a criminal enterprise in our country, which it seems like they were, then you should answer the question and know.
Where's he getting this from? They asked and they said, we're not going to tell you? What? Where did this happen?
American citizens should be embarrassed to ask that. It doesn't make you a hater or a wacko. If the former Israeli prime minister is living in his house, like, what was that? And if his girlfriend and co-conspirator is the daughter of a Mossad agent, which she was, why is it crazy to ask that question? It's not crazy. Actually, it's very obvious. And no one should be embarrassed to ask that. No one should be made to feel like a hater for asking that. Asking a question about a foreign country does not make you a bigot at all. And in fact, the effect of not asking that question, the rest of us are all kind of embarrassed and like, oh, can you really say that? What that right there causes hatred and creepiness, and everyone feels like it has to be conducted in secret. When you're not allowed to be straightforward about something, the conversation and the thoughts tend to become diseased. The same is true of sex, by the way.
I've talked about Patriot Mobile's commitment to faith, family, and freedom. Have you made the switch yet? Support your values with your cell phone without sacrificing.
That's cute. Tucker Carlson's acting like he's had sex.
So then is the fact he was an Israeli intelligence asset, is that public knowledge now, or is that
It's
inferred?
obvious to anybody. Well, Israel has not confirmed that and won't.
That's I was going to say. Tucker is going to say that it's a fact. Tucker's going to act as though it's a fact. He does this with every single conspiracy theory that he touts. He never says, like, I'm just skeptical, or I'm just saying what I think could be true, or I'm just, he never says these things. He always says, we know this to be a fact. Like the fact that, Ukraine was selling their missiles that we gave them to cartels in Guatemala that Ukraine was had like henchmen going out and taking out anybody who criticized what's his face. Like, he always says these things and says, like, that's a fact. We already know this. That's proven. That's a fact. No, it's not, dude. You're an insane person.
It's amazing.
And they've been asked.
They've been asked directly.
I believe Tucker, and millions of Americans believe him. The Mossad has been... See, this is the problem, though, is I believe nobody. I believe no person. I believe no one. I don't believe my mom. If my mom came and told me Jeffrey Epstein's a Mossad agent, I don't give a fuck what she has to say about this. If she doesn't have evidence for it, I don't believe her. But you're just like, oh, I just believe people. Okay, well, that's kind of our point, is that, like, this is just very cultish in the way that people act and the way that people talk about shit. Whereas, like, logical people who actually have common sense, people who actually want to reason things out, they don't believe anybody. They believe evidence. They don't believe people. They believe evidence. They believe institutions. They believe processes. They believe in, things like that. They don't believe in a person. A person. I will never believe in a person.
And they say what?
We're not answering that question.
Okay, so not no.
So my point would be, look, then you're not getting any funding. You're not getting $1 chance. It's our country, and if you're running a criminal enterprise on our soil, like countries do dumb things. We've done a lot of dumb things. But you begin by admitting it and saying, I'm sorry we did that. We won't do it again. That's fine.
And do you think our government was involved at all? Because that's
my
what the question is. Was it an
understanding is-
overlapping? And again, I don't know the answer. Was it
Well, I think I do, but everyone lies about everything, so I could be completely wrong. But here's what I believe to be true. I think there's been enough. I think this is maybe the one crime the CIA is not responsible for, which is kind of amazing. There's such a long list.
I don't know, Tucker. You
I know.
You got to win me over on that one.
But what's kind of crazy is that even to say that, I mean, it's probably public. My dad worked with the CIA. It's like, I'm from the United States. I love this country passionately. I have no problem admitting the truth, which is that the CIA, which has a lot of probably decent people who work there, including, as I already admitted, some I know and love, has done horrible things. That doesn't make me anti-American or a bigot or something. It's okay to criticize government agencies when they do bad things. And if they're foreign government agencies, why in the world would that be not allowed to say there are tons of things Mossad does that I agree with, there are some things I disagree with, including running criminal enterprises in my country? Like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Spying on us, not allowed to do that. Period. And I don't know why no one feels free to say it. There's not one American politician who will say that. And the effect of that is to make everybody crazy. And also, by the way, very anti-Israel. Like, if you want to make people hate something, tell them they can't talk about it. Call them names when they ask honest questions about it. That's what's happening right now. And you often hear people say, like, what's all this anti-Israel sentiment going on the internet? And there's a lot of it. In fact, way too much for me. I'll just be honest.
And the Jew hate is out of control. I hate that stuff.
I don't like it. I'm a Christian. I don't think that you should assess people on the basis of the group they belong.
Yeah. Tucker Carlson, totally against the Jew hatred stuff, dude. Oh, man. He's a Christian. So, obviously.
Belong to.
I agree.
Every person has a soul. Every person's created by God. You should assess each person on the basis of that person.
On their merits.
God knows every hair on your head, we're told. So each person is distinct and unique. You're not a faceless cog. You're not a member of a group, a herd. You're a human being created in the image of the Creator. So I just don't like that whole way of thinking, but it's everywhere all of a sudden, and you have to ask, why is it everywhere? Well, one of the reasons, probably a lot of reasons, but one is because anybody who asks obvious questions like, hey, were you running a sexual blackmail scheme in my country? Shut up, says Ben Shapiro, you're an anti-Semite. Well, no, I'm not. Why is it not a fair question? There's tons of evidence this is happening. Like, are you joking? You're not going to shout me down, by the way, at this point. I spent 4 years being shouted down by the left.
Yeah, true. True, Tom. He's saying, we're not members of groups. We're individualists. We're people. We're blah, blah, blah. But it's the fucking white identitarian saying this right now.
For asking, I thought, pretty reasonable questions. I have always felt very moderate. I'm not a hater at all. And I'm not going to become one. And I don't think my questions are insane. They may be stupid. But if
he is not a moderate by any means. He identifies as a paleocon, dude. Holy shit. Give me a break.
If they're stupid, then just speak slowly so I can understand as you answer them. They're not crazy. And if they are, tell me how. But dismissing me out of hand by attacking my motive is not going to work. And telling me that my question is an insult to the children who died in Texas in a flood is an outrageous response. Anyway, sorry. And I say that with love, but I voted against that kind of crap. It's not just the argument, it's the style of argument. You are not allowed to dismiss my questions as a United States citizen with a wave of the hand and an attack on my character. You get the middle finger in the face from me for doing that until you stop doing it. So I think we have an absolute right to demand sensible answers. And the first question is, who the hell was Jeffrey Epstein working for? Why did Leon Black pay him $100 and something million for tax advice? Don't stop lying to me. It's not tax advice. I have an accountant. It's not that expensive. And like, what was this? And anyway.
Depends on how much money he saved him. Okay, Google. How much money is Leon Black worth?
The net worth of Leon Black is $16,200,000,000.
$16 billion, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, but how much did he say he gave him?
Answers. And the first question is, who the hell was Jeffrey Epstein working for? Why did Leon Black pay him $100 and something million for tax advice?
Okay, Google. How much did Leon Black pay Epstein for tax advice?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. Did Leon Black give Epstein money?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. Did Leon Black give Jeffrey Epstein money?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Cool. Did Leon Black give Jeffrey Epstein money? According to a Senate investigation, Leon Black, the billionaire financier, co-founder of Apollo Global Management, transferred $170 million to Epstein's accounts between 2012 and 2017. Wait. It was over the course of fucking 5 years, dude. Over the course of 5 years, he gave him that much money. Not just like one lump sum of $170 million. Black has publicly stated that he paid Epstein for legitimate financial advisory services related to the estate planning, tax matters, and philanthropic advice. This includes strategies that Black believed saved him significant amounts in taxes. Yeah. See? Like, that's, when we're talking about, like, over the course of 5 years, that's about, what? 20, it's about $30 million, right? It's about 30 million. Okay, Google. What's 170 divided by 5?
170 divided by 5 is 34.
34. So yeah, about 34 million a year. He is saving him / making him money. You are correct. It's an investment. Yeah, it's he's I'm sure he's saving way more than that in taxes and then and investments and shit like that. And then yes, and he is rewarding him handsomely. Or was.
Don't stop lying to me. It's not tax advice. I have an accountant. It's not that expensive. And like, what was this? And anyway, last thing I'll say, just as you're following along, my understanding as of 6:45 p.m. Friday is that this really isn't about sex as much as it's about the international and financial intel questions. That's what it's about. Those are the, I mean, we know Jeffrey Epstein was a sex freak. We know a lot of women were hurt. But what we don't know is why. And so I think it's fair.
Women?
At least I plan to.
Women? A lot of women were hurt?
We're just getting some new details on a U.S. Justice Department investigation into whether Congressman Matt Gaetz had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl, an allegation the Florida Republican denies. CNN congressional correspondent Ryan Nobles is working the story for us.
Tonight, new information emerging about an investigation involving Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. A source familiar with the probe telling CNN Gaetz is being investigated by the Department of Justice for possible sex trafficking and prostitution, including allegations involving a minor. all things the Republican strongly denies.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman, and that is verifiably false. People can look at my travel records and see that is not the case.
Instead, Gates claims he and his family are the victim, the target of an extortion attempt.
On March 16th, my father got a text message demanding a meeting wherein a person demanded $25 million in exchange for making horrible sex trafficking allegations against me go away.
Pensacola-based federal prosecutors are examining the extortion claim, according to the source familiar with the investigation. That is being handled apart from the other investigation. The congressman accusing a former federal prosecutor by name during an interview on Fox News.
His name is David McGee. He was a top official in the leadership in the Northern District of Florida as a prosecutor. He currently works at the Beggs and Lane law firm. As a matter of fact, one of the recordings that was made at the FBI and Department of Justice request occurred at that law firm, and the money that was supposed to be paid today that would have shown even more evidence of David McGee's work in this extortion scheme.
Gates also called on the FBI and DOJ to release any tapes of surveillance involving his father.
And if the FBI and Department of Justice will release the tapes that they are in possession of, the American people will see what is really going on.
McGee's law firm, Beggs and Lane, released a statement denying the accusations against him. The allegation by the congressman is both being investigated for the extortion. The interview with Tucker Carlson at times got uncomfortable, with Gates suggesting that the talk show host had dinner with Gates and a woman who could be at the center of the investigation by the FBI into Gates' conduct. Carlson said he did not remember the woman or the dinner.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But I would like to know who. So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl who you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who?
No, not a girl.
Who is this girl? What are they talking about, the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false.
Even Carlson left the interview sounding confused.
If you just saw our Matt Gaetz interview, that was one of the weirdest interviews I've ever conducted.
Today, the most
Crap, there's a famous fucking meme. Here it is.
So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl.
17-year-old woman
who
and financial intel questions. That's what it's about. Those are the, I mean, we know Jeffrey Epstein was a sex freak. We know a lot of women were hurt.
A lot of women were hurt.
But what we don't know is why. And so I think it's fair, or at least I plan to going forward over the next week, as we're going to dig into this pretty hard, is to press those questions. Like, what was big picture? What was this about?
What are the questions you're going to ask?
What was this?
Where do you?
How do you go from being, you know, a math teacher at Dalton to having your own private island in the largest house in Manhattan?
And so who is Les Wexner?
Les Wexner.
He's alive, I guess, right?
Les Wexner is the former CEO of a company called The Limited, which was a massive clothing
Victoria's
retailer.
Secret or something, right?
Correct. Abercrombie and Fitch, I think, and a bunch of different.
And he lives in Ohio.
Clothing
or something,
companies.
right?
The richest person in Ohio. Super impressive guy in a lot of ways. Very rich guy. And he wound up financing a lot of Epstein's life. And he's never been interviewed by the feds, ever. And so that's like right there. Who made the decision not to interview the guy who's bankrolling the whole thing?
How the fuck would he know that?
The Mogul and the Monster
Published by Vanity Fair. Written by Gabriel Sherman. Please note, this article contains accounts of violence that listeners may find disturbing. In the fall of 1982, a money manager named Harold Levin got a phone call that would change his life. A lawyer representing Leslie H. Wexner, the founder and CEO of the women's apparel retailer The Limited, said Wexner was looking for a financial advisor. Would Levin be interested? Levin most certainly was. In Columbus, Ohio, where Levin lived, Wexner was a legend. Wexner grew The Limited from a single Columbus store into a global retail empire that included mall fixtures Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, and Bath & Body Works. Levin landed the job after 6 months of grueling interviews. He wasn't making Masters of the Universe money. Wexner paid a salary of $250,000 a year, but it was enough for Levin to move his family into a 6,000-square-foot house across the street from Wexner in Bexley, Columbus's most exclusive suburb. By 1986, Wexner ranked 6th on the Forbes 400 list of richest Americans, with a net worth estimated at $1.4 billion. In New York, I had bankers constantly taking me out to dinner, Levin told me. Once, a banker arranged a private tour of Le Bernardin. The kitchen was so clean you could eat off the floor, Levin remembered. Wexner entrusted Levin with increasingly ambitious projects. Starting in the mid-1980s, Levin purchased thousands of acres of farmland in New Albany, population 414, on the outskirts of Columbus, where Wexner planned to build his very own town, modeled on an 18th-century Georgian village. Les sent me to Richmond, Virginia to look at architecture he wanted to copy. Epstein sometimes portrayed himself as a surrogate son to a lonely billionaire. He told some people he was Wexner's fixer. Dershowitz said that when he became Epstein's criminal lawyer in 2007...
Bro, you making me hungry? It was very good. It's from a Chinese restaurant, so I just ate some spicy tuna sushi. How much longer are you streaming? Yes, but crunch roll, tuna sushi, California crunch roll, and spicy tuna, and that was rice with hibachi rice with steak, shrimp, and chicken. Oh, and then I got lots of extra yum yum sauce. Ooh-wee. I ate some right before getting ready to go live earlier, and then after I ate, I was on the phone with somebody, and so I didn't go live because I was on the phone, and I was sitting there, and I eventually got really tired, and my eyes were just like, I was like, oh shit, dude, I'm not gonna fucking make it. I'm not gonna make it. I gotta go lay down. I gotta go to sleep. Who do you think won the debate with NSC and Destiny? I don't know. I slept during most of it. But I thought both of them were wrong. I was gonna go jump on, but because I got in bed, I didn't. And then I ended up, I don't know when you got here, Philly, but the first like 2 hours of my stream was me arguing with NotSoErudite about that debate. So I disagreed with her and a lot of what she was saying and the way that she frames it. But I also disagree with Destiny in the way that he frames things, even some of the arguments that he accepted that I felt were dumb to accept. But maybe we'll go yell at him tomorrow. I feel like next time I talk to him, I'm gonna because lots of times I feel like he thinks I'm fucking retarded. Every time I talk to him, he always argues against something that I'm not saying, and I'm like, okay, the thing that I'm not saying is always a really dumb fucking argument. Every single time, it's a really dumb argument that he thinks I'm saying. Even though I've told him 20 fucking times I'm not saying X, he still thinks I'm saying X, which means he just has to think that I'm like completely brain dead. So the next time I go on there, I think I'm going to test like how fucking stupid of arguments I can get him to believe that I believe. I'm going to see like how dumb of an argument can I give him before he'll be like, wait, seriously? I need the I think Kyla's access to Tectone, like people, is valid. Yes, I think that her wanting that access, her being pissed off about losing that access, that totally makes sense. I think that is totally valid, totally makes sense. I totally get that. But that's not the argument. So, unfortunately, I would give it to her if that was the thing, but not the stupid Tectone argument. That was stupid. Well, that's what when I was arguing with her earlier, she was saying that she kept bringing up the Tectone argument, and I was like, I don't know anything about the Tectone thing. I don't know anything about it. I don't know who Tectone is, really. I don't know what Destiny did in that case. The only thing that I knew was what I heard them saying to each other. And so, yeah. She was right. I mean, maybe. Again, it's just... most of my issues were with the framing of how she makes her point. Like, I can agree with somebody on the conclusion, but if I say, I don't think Epstein killed himself because all of the evidence leads to suicide. There's not real evidence otherwise. And somebody else says, I think Epstein killed himself because it rained on Tuesday. I'm probably still going to end up arguing with them. Not, like, obviously we agree on the conclusion, but that's a fucking stupid thing to say. Like, who gives a fuck if it rained on Tuesday? What does that have to do with Epstein killing himself? Why is that what's leading you to this conclusion? And so that's kind of the thing with, like, NotSoErudite. It's like a lot of the things that she says, I may not necessarily disagree with the conclusion that she comes to, but I disagree with the way that she frames it, the arguments that she's making to get to that conclusion. And so, yeah, most of the stuff that we were arguing about is the way that she kind of buys into, like, a lot of right-wing framing, and that framing is very much like right-wing propaganda. Like, the left does this, the left does that, the left says this, the left cancels everybody, the left is violent, the left is, pedophiles, the left is, it's all this, like, left-wing narrative bullshit that I'm like, I think that this is a wild direction to argue from. And so, yeah, if I was you, Philly, I would go back and listen. We had a very long and heated argument earlier over this shit. So, yeah, if you didn't hear that, I would definitely go back and watch it. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. And it'll take like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Breaking news here in the Capitol. President Trump on day one is set to sign a list of new legislation.
Apparently, I don't have this set up over here. So let's... Give me just a second. This is going to take only uno momento. Normally, I would just wait to set this up, but I figured, you know what? No better time than the present. I'm always about getting things done immediately. I don't ever procrastinate. I don't ever put things off. It's kind of a flaw of mine, is I just don't like putting things off at all. And so I'm sorry, but you guys are going to have to sit here for a moment as I set this up. Shut up, Mantis. I do not like to put things off.
including a slew of pardons for tomfoolery. Let's listen in.
This one is for tomfoolery. He looked at a lot of Instagram girls on stream, and the woke mind virus canceled him.
For a pardon. Full pardon. Full pardon or commutation? Full pardon. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. We're expecting it.
How many viewers do you expect Tom to get tonight?
Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
So glitching and growling are getting commuted, not pardoned?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
There's a streamer who is trying to do an interview, but he can't do the show because there's a raccoon on his bed.
So this one is a really big one.
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Get the raccoon off the bed, please. This is to stop the mainstream media from lying about the fact that Joe Rogan has actually been dead for a long time. The cartoon standing behind me. JSTLK would like to be redeemed as an honest person.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
You're all under arrest.
This is to get more hot babes and titty streamers on Twitch. Or any platform for that matter. We have a recession of tits and an inflation of bros. Way too many bros.
Sounds reasonable.
It's true.
He's not wrong. Hell yes, I love tits.
Me too. Tits are my favorite.
Okay.
Thank you, President Trump.
This is an acknowledgement that you are senile and are much worse off than Sleepy Joe. You don't even know what I'm saying right now.
Okay.
Poor guy is totally lost.
Mr. President, do you think Tom will continue to be the #1 linguist in the entire world?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President, can we expect short bus chat back anytime soon?
What does that mean?
Short bus means your dumb followers.
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is an order designating Spicy Chat a domestic terrorist organization and all of the members inside as domestic terrorists.
That's a big one. People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign.
Domestic.
And
domestic, not foreign.
Mexico probably doesn't want that, but we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
No, sir. It's domestic terrorists. Did you think they were Mexicans just because it's called Spicy Chat?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Based.
Ask Jeffrey Epstein, but it's like, well, where did Jeffrey Epstein get the plane? I'm 56. I've worked 6 days a week my whole life.
There's another one that I want to make that I've been thinking about. And I think I'm going to do it with like it's going to be like an interview between Joe Rogan and Trump. And I need to work on that. I need to remember to work on that. Rooney Boo! Rooney! Rooney, Rooney, Rooney. How's it going? Long time no see. Rooney Boo is fairly OG, chat. Rooney Boo is an OG fool. Miss your face, yeah. That's what I hear. Sounds like it's been done a million times. Well, I mean, the Joe Rogan shit, yes, has been done a million times, but not like that, right? I want it to be similar to that. So, like, all of the things that he's signing, all of the things that he's asked, all of the questions, all of the pardons, all of the shit, like, all of the executive orders, all of that shit is stuff that applies to me. It applies to the community. It applies to, like, other, you know, he's talking shit about other streamers that I fight with. He's talking shit about, like, other women that I've been in fights with. And that's kind of the point of the whole thing, is it's like taking shit that he said out of context to make it sound like he's talking shit about people that I beef with. And so, yeah, it's just funny. And so I think I would do the same thing with Joe Rogan and Donald Trump. And yeah, just take all of the stuff that they said out of context to make it sound like they're talking about me the whole time and about, like, stuff related to my show.
Flying Southwest, like, how do you get a plane?
He had multiple.
What are you even talking? Like, where did that come from?
He had multiple Gulf Streams, multiple.
Right, okay.
Which each one is 30, 40, 50 million.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve the plane.
I should golf on stream sometime. I've never golfed before. I've always wanted to. I've had a bunch of friends who golf a lot, and there's a bunch of golf courses around me. I think there's 3 golf courses on the road that I live on, actually. And my friends have invited me to go to the golf range a bunch of times, and I've never gone. And so, yeah, I think golf seems kind of gay to me. Me too. I mean, I always played football and basketball and, like, you know, sports that real men play, but I'm getting old, so I gotta pick it up.
Plane? I'm just saying, what did he do to get the plane?
And can I go?
You have IRL friends? No. People in Discord asked me to go play.
Step further. There are no trades to Jeffrey Epstein's name at any of the trading desks.
Right.
So this guy allegedly was a wealth
You're
manager.
getting gay. True. Fucking got him.
Someone who he's Brett Weinstein's brother, Eric Weinstein. He's right on some stuff, disagree on other, but he had a really good point. He said he sat down with Epstein once. He said within 5 minutes, he said this guy was a total fraud. This guy just he was like weird and crass and talked about weird sex stuff, but he wasn't deep, like, at all.
Right.
And like, because Weinstein, you can't call him dumb. He would ask questions about financial instrumentation and derivatives, and Epstein knew nothing about it. So here's a guy that we have no trades to his name. Anyone who met him never.
This is so dumb. Who said this? Who said this?
Any of the trading desks.
Right.
So this guy allegedly was a wealth.
Right, okay.
Which each one is 30, 40, 50 million.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve the plane. I'm just saying, what did he do to get the plane?
Can I go a step further? There are no trades to Jeffrey Epstein's name at any of the trading desks.
Right.
So this guy allegedly was a wealth manager. Someone who he's Brett Weinstein's brother, Eric Weinstein. He's right on some stuff, disagree on other, but he had a really good point. He said he sat down.
Eric Weinstein says that he's an intelligence asset. No shit.
Who are you referring to when you say people are being...
This show's probably going to get me copyrighted. The Diary of a CEO clips. All right, we'll give it a shot. Y'all put F's in chat if the stream goes down.
Destroyed. Are you referring to people like yourself?
You know, if you look at, for example, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein conducted a conference called Confronting Gravity. I don't know who Jeffrey Epstein was, but I would certainly bet money that he was a product of at least one or more elements of the intelligence community.
The CIA, the FBI?
Those are ours, right? Department of Homeland Security has some of this stuff. Geospatial intelligence has some of this. You know, it's a large network. I'm talking about people like David Grush. I'm talking about people potentially like David Fravor. I'm talking about people like Jake Barber. I'm talking about scientists like Leo Szilard. Imagine if Leo Szilard didn't know that the Manhattan Project was going on, or Jack Raper, a journalist who broke a story. These people all think that they're doing their jobs.
You made me laugh.
Now that's gay. That's fucking gay, dude. Letting another man make you laugh? That's gay as fuck, bro. That's gay as fuck, bro. It's gay as fuck.
I desperately want to know why Jeffrey Epstein knew so much.
What's wrong with his face? He's got a bunch of warts on his face. I got some little I was going through my medicine cabinet earlier looking for some antihistamines, and I found some clear wart removers. We just need to put these on his face. We'll get rid of them.
About my work. And I want to know why he was connected to my graduate program. I was in the Harvard mathematics department. Jeffrey Epstein was.
How long before you think he says some bullshit like, I deserve to know? How long before you think he says some dumb shit like that? I deserve to know. His name is attached to something that my name is attached to. This could harm me. I want to know. I deserve to know.
Absolutely connected to the Harvard math department. I want to know why.
How is he connected to the math department?
You're pushing me to say things I'm not going to say. But
I'm curious. I'm not trying to push you.
I understand, but I'm just not going to do it. I'm saying that anybody who wants to...
You say he's connected to the math department.
He's such a fucking douchebag, dude. Eric Weinstein is such a fucking douchebag. It's crazy to think that he is the more rational and salient Weinstein brother. It's fucking crazy that this fucking kook is the more rational one of the Weinsteins. Their parents must have been smoking all of the cracks. Their parents were partying with Hunter Biden all the fucking time. Taking dick pics and waving guns around.
Harvard mathematics department.
How did you know he was connected?
You can Google it. You could Google it right now. This is not... I can point at all sorts of stuff that's hidden in plain sight.
So I'll take your word for it. And the assertion that I'm picking up on is that Jeffrey Epstein was planted in your world to keep...
I'm not saying he's planted. I don't know who he...
Jeffrey Epstein is a convicted sex offender. Donations. Epstein made substantial donations to Harvard between 1998 and 2007, totaling nearly $9.2 million. The largest of these was a $6.5 million gift in 2003 to establish the program for evolutionary dynamics, which was run by Harvard Magazine. You're asking me questions that I can't say. I can't say that. You're pushing me in directions that are going to get me killed. You can Google it, though, and it'll tell you. You can Google it, and the AI thing will just pop up with the answer on the first thing. But you're going to... I can't say that.
He was. I don't know who ran him. You could Google it right now. I understand, but I'm just not going to do it.
I'm saying
that anybody who wants...
Not going to connected to the math department.
To the Harvard...
And the assertion that I'm picking up on is that Jeffrey Epstein was planted in your world to keep...
I'm not saying he's planted. I don't know who he was. I don't know who ran him. He certainly was not a financier in any standard sense.
Really?
That was a cover story, yes.
The way that we know Jeffrey Epstein, in the UK especially, is just this guy who was this rich guy who had this island, who brought people there and then did these despicable things.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's the story.
Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. It's called perseveration. He was a disgraced financier. What kind of a financier? A disgraced one.
The Hunter Biden laptop was totally real, so please hit the like button and subscribe. At Tom Foolery Show, what more could you want? Spartacus, you know what? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. All right? Fine. Fine. The laptop was real. You got me. You got me.
P Didn't and Jeff are gonna be in the same room in hell. Imagine if they made them Mortal Kombat players. LOL. Finish him.
Well, you know, there is one person that we know that was friends with both of them. I just, you know. There is one person that we know that was at both of their parties. I can't say though. I can't say. I will not. You're trying to get me killed. They will come after me. So I can't say, no, yes, okay, that is it. Yes, you know the answer, but I cannot say it.
What was his name? Oh, it was disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. They perseverate that into your mind so that you auto-complete that in your LLM life. Do you believe that that's what Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, it was real because everyone has a laptop these days. Well, I mean, it's not real because he just had a laptop. It's real that that he had a laptop that went to a repair store that was found, and that Rudy Giuliani got hacked material from that. Yes, it was like that part is real, but yeah.
He was.
You met him.
I'm just now accepting all of this because of Spartacus just convinced me of it.
Yeah. I
Was
can
he
tell
a
that
disgraced financier?
he wasn't a financier the day I met him.
What was he?
He was a weird guy who didn't seem to know a lot about currency trading. Claiming to run a multi-billion-dollar FX hedge fund.
When you say a weird guy, what made him weird?
Same stuff I've said on Chris Williams. I'm not going to go back through that. Just my point is you're getting a different interview.
I'm not going to go through it, okay? You're trying to get me killed. These are things that I can't say, okay? These are going to die with me. Or you can go watch it on the Chris Williams interview.
Yeah. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to get at is Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous amount about my work when nobody knew anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And you can...
He had a pipeline into me. That is the gayest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. That is the gayest shit I have ever heard. I would never want another man to pipeline into me. Holy shit.
Could you imagine me Hunter Biden's laptop web tabs P-Hub tab crack goes wild?
This is probably dope, dude. I bet you we could find some good shit. You know those nights where you're just like scrolling and scrolling and scrolling through Pornhub, just like looking forever and forever and forever, just trying to find like some specific thing, and you're just continuously going? I don't know what that's like because porn is fucking banned in Georgia. So I have no idea what that's like. But I'm sure that if you were able to get his playlist of shit, you would find what you're looking for. I'm sure you would not need to scroll anymore.
can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
And host a physical workshop called Confront.
I can't believe Epstein raped a bunch of little children and Eric Weinstein. He pipelined into Eric Weinstein, dude.
Which is that he was connected to my graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
And host a physical workshop called Confronting Gravity.
Know anything about my work. And he had a pipeline into me that I didn't understand, which is that he was connected.
He had a pipeline into him that he didn't understand.
P-Hub being banned is pretty gay, NGL.
It is gay. The fucking Republicans are gay, dude. That's their issue. They're all fucking gay, and they hate it when men are doing heterosexual things. You can see all of the fucking conservatives are always going on to like whatever podcast to try to tell all of the sluts to stop slutting it up for the rest of us. It's bullshit. And it's because they're all fucking gay. Andrew Wilson? Gay. Gay as fuck. What's wrong with being gay? Hey, dude. Whatever fits your pipe. All right?
Connected to my graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
You gotta get in where your pipe can fit in.
And hosted a physical workshop called Confronting Gravity.
Confronting Gravity, that's right.
In March 2006.
Yeah, what is Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is very focused on gravity.
Was it a gravity conference?
Yeah.
It was about gravity?
Yeah.
What the fuck was he doing?
I'm a jihadi. Gay is not allowed. I'm sorry, but jihadi sounds fucking gay. That sounds like the gay version of the jihad. This sounds like, no, we are here. Death to America. We are jihad, right? But the other guy's like, death to America. Am I right? We're jihadi. They have like their fucking turbans with like sparkles and diamonds all over it and shit. Yes. The jihadi sounds fabulous.
Talking about bloody gravity if he's a financier?
It was very important to get Nobel laureates and some of the smartest people on Earth to come to the Virgin Islands and talk about gravity. Stephen Hawking was there, David Gross was there, Lawrence Krauss was there, Lisa Randall was there, right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department, and he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
I have to...
Say that again?
Right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department, and he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
Bro, that's fucking gay. That's gay, dude. Yes. This is all gay as shit. As shit on a fucking pipe.
I have to be clear. I have to be clear on my understanding of what you're saying. From what I understood, and you can say, Steve, I'm not going to answer that, whatever, but I just have to, because you've opened up a curiosity hole in my mind.
Sure.
So I don't know who this guy is, but I appreciate that he is at least trying to be honest and ethical. Because, yeah, the shit that Eric is saying right now is gay as fuck. And he's always presented himself to be a heterosexual man. So I appreciate that this guy's actually going to get to the bottom of this, if you know what I mean. No pun intended.
So let me try and fill it, even if it's the conversation I had with Chris.
I'll just evade you.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
Like, fine. You're within the right
Wonderful.
to evade me. And I hold the right to ask, which is, so what I'm hearing is you believe, and I'm just going to say it how I think it, is what I'm hearing is you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was planted in some way to interfere.
He was a construct, is what I said.
He was a construct in some way to
get to the bottom with his pipeline.
Mess with the progression of physics.
Jeffrey Epstein, apparently, I think I'll tell you what I said. When I met him.
I thought he was about to say some crazy shit, bro. I was ready for him to say, like, he was the poltergeist or something. When he started that sentence, I was so prepared for just the most insane fucking thing to come out of his mouth. Jeffrey Epstein was a vampire. Like, something just totally insane. I was so ready for it.
Progression of physics.
Jeffrey Epstein, apparently, I think I'll tell you what I said. When I met him.
He had just watched the movie Inception and thought that he could do it in real life. And so he was paying the physics department to make it happen. He paid Leonardo DiCaprio to sit with us every day to figure out how to do this. We kept pushing people in the bathtubs.
When the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, I have just met a construct. She said, what do you mean? I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not.
Construct.
Which is a hedge fund genius. Somebody who could understand the euro and the yen like nobody else. Bullshit. Not true.
I bet you none of this happened. I would bet you none of this happened. None of this happened, dude. He's just making, he never even met Jeffrey Epstein.
I believe that whoever constructed Jeffrey Epstein was running multiple different programs through the same thing, having put in a large initial investment. It wasn't about one thing. If you build a mall, you don't just...
That just sounds gay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep playing on the same fucking thing, but that just sounds gay. He was running multiple things through the same... This sounds gay. This all just sounds gay, dude.
I believe that whoever constructed Jeffrey Epstein was running multiple different programs through the same thing, having put...
That all sounds like innuendo. Whoever constructed him, this is like Pizzagate shit. We're deciphering the code. They're not ordering hot dogs. Whoever constructed him sounds... And they're running numerous things through the same process. That just sounds gay, dude. This is all disgusting. That's probably what happened in prison, though.
In a large initial investment. It wasn't about one thing. If you build a mall, you...
People, the list of people he knew, it does not mean they participated. If everyone is guilty by association, then Trump is the biggest guilty one. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how everybody copes and tries to make it all about somebody like Clinton. We're like, yeah, sure, if like maybe Clinton might have had some issues as well. But there's no way that you can come to the conclusion that Clinton is somehow guilty of this shit when Trump was best friends with Epstein during all of the most prominent years of his pedophilia. Like the most prominent years where we know he was doing it the mostest. With all of the fucking hottest 7-year-olds and everything, Trump was there. So we're not, you can't like cope yourself into thinking, oh, dude, but Clinton was on the flight logs so many times. So was Trump. And they were, again, they've both said that they were like best friends. So there's not, there's not a way that you can like implicate Clinton hardcore and not Trump.
You don't just have clothing stores in the mall, you have a food court in the mall, right? You have jewelry in the mall. You have all sorts of different things in the mall. Jeffrey Epstein was a construct of something that was running multiple things. One of those things was science. And I don't think that the science and the pedophilia were necessarily in the same bucket. He was funding all sorts of people. I don't think everybody at that, part of the problem with calling his plane the Lolita Express and calling his island Pedophile Island is that you just can't see all the different things that were going through this guy. I don't think almost any of the scientists are exposed.
I mean, at least this is true. At least he got that right. Is that like, that is an annoying thing, is that everybody associates everybody who ever like interacted with Epstein, except for Trump, but literally everybody else, with like some sort of pedophilic conspiracy. Whereas one, we don't know that anything that was going on at the island, as far as I understand, I don't believe that there's a whole lot of evidence to say that there was a whole lot of pedophilia going on at the island. I believe that all of it was going on in New York and in Florida, and the island just seems totally irrelevant to all of that shit. Then same with like the flight logs, whoever was on the flight logs, like you don't know where they were going. You don't know where they went or what they did. And even if we did know that a lot of stuff was happening at the island, we don't know that they went to the part of the island where that stuff was happening. That's a big island. They have lots of different sections, lots of different areas. It has its own fucking airport. Like, there's a lot of shit going on there.
Maybe a few of them, but very few of them, to anything really horrible. I think he was trying to keep a periscope on everything that was interesting. And I think that his girlfriend's father, Robert Maxwell, was all through scientific publishing. And I think Pergamon Press was, in part, a control mechanism for making sure that revolutionary discoveries were taking place within a framework.
He's so full of shit, dude. He's so weird. He's such a weird fucking guy, dude.
He had multiple Gulf Streams, multiple.
Right, okay.
Which each one is 30, 40, 50 million.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve the plane. I'm just saying, what did he do to get the plane?
And can I go a step further? There are no trades to Jeffrey Epstein's name at any of the trading desks.
Right.
So this guy allegedly was a wealth manager. Someone who he's Brett Weinstein's brother, Eric.
Following the death of Jeffrey Epstein, the FBI and Justice Department concluded a systematic review of Epstein's case file and did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. It was also stated that there was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent blah blah blah. While there are reports of trades made by Epstein through his charitable foundation and investments with firms like Valar Ventures, co-founded by Peter Thiel, these relate to his financial activities before his death. It's important to differentiate between investigations into Epstein's past financial activities and the handling of his estate after his death. The focus of the investigation has been on uncovering the extent of his alleged trafficking. Okay, I googled, there's no trades in Jeffrey Epstein's name at trade desks. I don't know. Okay, when they say trades, fuck, I didn't mean trades like blackmail shit. I meant stock trades. Based on the available information, there is some indication that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in stock market activity, though potentially not through standard trading desks in his own name. Trading through a charity, court documents and tax filings suggest Epstein's charity, Gratitude America Ltd., was granted stock allocations in numerous public offerings and engaged in day trading of publicly traded stocks. No direct trades in institutional desks. Reportedly, one account by a hedge funder who inquired with institutional brokers and trading desks stated that none had ever traded with Epstein's firm. This suggests a possible alternative method for his participation in stock market activity. Known holdings. One known stock holding was Epstein's stake in Shutterstock, Inc., where he served on the board of directors for a period. It's important to note that much of the Epstein financial dealings remain shrouded in mystery and have been subject to ongoing investigations and scrutiny, while his direct involvement in stock trading desks might be limited. His financial network and methods of investment were complex and not always transparent. Huh. Okay. So yeah, so it sounds like most of his trading was done through a charity. Probably for tax reasons, maybe? I don't know.
Weinstein, he's right on some stuff, disagree on other, but he had a really good point. He said he sat down with Epstein once. He said within 5 minutes, he said this guy was a total fraud. This guy he was like weird and crass and talked about weird sex stuff, but he wasn't deep, like at all.
Right.
And like, because Weinstein, you can't call him dumb. He would ask questions about financial instrumentation and derivatives, and Epstein knew nothing about it. So here's a guy that we have no trades to his name, anyone who met him never was like, this is like a brilliant guy. And yet he ends up with a lifestyle, you would think that he's worth $50 billion.
Well, you knew he wasn't brilliant because he kept sending money to Harvard to put his name on things. So what you have there is a very recognizable kind of social insecurity, status anxiety that comes from inadequate people who want to convince you that they're like really impressive and earn what they have.
Like Trump?
And it's a very common tick in our ruling class now, most of whom are deeply mediocre, a lot of whom have gotten rich in businesses that are basically dishonorable, lending money at exorbitant rates, and they are trying to like let you know that they're...
Barrett, you're getting timed out by a bot, dude. You're just getting timed out by a bot. There's no person who's timing you out. If you look at the chat, it says that you're getting timed out by a bot. NC Tyrant Hunter. Yo. Are you here for me? You guys finally got me? I've been too tyrannical. Yeah. Oh, they're here for the bot. Yeah, they're here for the bot because the bot's been stopping free speech. The bot has been a fucking tyrant.
They're legit. And so that's just a tell for me as a person that Epstein was a guy who didn't make his money the old-fashioned way by doing something innovative and clever and working hard. He did it by means and in the service of something that he didn't want to admit publicly. So anyway, those are the questions that I would ask. And my strong sense is that it is dawning on the administration, thank heaven, that this is a huge problem. I think there were people, there are always going to be people like Ben Shapiro or Hugh Hewitt at Fox News who were like, oh, it's just who cares about this guy? He's already, like when Ben Shapiro was telling us, who cares who killed Kennedy? That was a long time ago. Okay. He was the elected president of the United States, fair to ask. But there are some people, I think, administration who are like, yeah, really, Jeffrey Epstein, like, is that the biggest thing going on in the world right now? And I think they sort of missed, not all, but some, that it's a metaphor for everything. It's like, how do these people get so rich in the first place? Not just Jeffrey Epstein, but like, how did Bill Ackman get so rich? Is he really like a market genius? Is he? Is he like $9 billion smart? I know him now. Not. Like, what is that? And why can't my kids buy a house anymore? Like, what's going on in this country? Why are a small number of pretty sleazy people collecting all the money and everyone else is like going backward, which is happening? And why are they, no, I'm serious.
No, I'm serious.
And those people, no matter what they do, are never punished for anything.
They're
Like,
never
no matter
punished
what they do,
for
they're
anything.
anything. Bill Ackman goes on TV and is like, Herbalife is terrible. Driving down, this is very common, using CNBC to drive down stock prices and then betting against them in the markets called shorting. How in the world does that benefit the American economy? How is that capitalism as we were taught as kids? How is charging 30% on a credit card legal? When the mafia tried that, they went to jail under RICO. Was that suddenly allowed? A buddy of mine's daughter just got in trouble with a car loan. She refinanced her car at 40% interest. I said, let's get guns and go get the money back. And by the way, the last thing I'll say is, the one topic that nobody ever talks, everyone's like all about race hatred and you should hate this group for that reason.
I served in the Navy and you let bots do your dirty work. Controlled speech is limited speech. You've obviously never sacrificed to ensure. Chat, you guys want to tell him what I served in?
Reason, and it's the fault of this group, white people, black people, Jewish people, whatever. The one thing that nobody ever debates in public is how the economy is structured.
Exactly right.
And why do hardworking people who actually add something to the country, who actually do meaningful work, creative work that's essential, string the power lines, teach the children, defend the borders, why are they getting paid the least? And people like Bill Ackman talking down Herbalife on CNBC has got $9 billion. Like, what is that? And you can't tell me.
Serve your mother? No. What is wrong with you guys? Wait, where is it? Ah, here it is.
Let the man finish.
That is my point, is you guys don't care about what the judges say.
Cry for the judge.
Well, no, not cry for the judge. I appreciate you guys being honest and saying that you don't care what the judge is saying. You don't care about the Constitution. That's my point. No, in the one little statement about whether or not they were going to facilitate. I understand. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Adults are having a conversation here. Just stop tugging at my leg for a second.
I'm with you on everybody else talking over you. James is an elder. He's seen more in the first half hour he wakes up in the morning than most of us have seen in our entire life. So he gets a little bit of wiggle room. Please do not insult him.
Did you bleed over the Constitution?
Yep, cut myself hard and just bled all over it. Ruined it.
Bleed for it? You did?
Yep, Navy SEAL.
You know exactly what is that.
What?
No, I have not bled for the Constitution. I don't think it matters, but go ahead.
Did you just say you were a Navy SEAL?
Yeah, I was joking.
Wow. I was a great beret.
Okay.
I'm not playing.
Okay.
I'm not playing.
Okay.
So we actually do take the Constitution very serious.
That's not evidence of anything, but
no, it is, because we understand what you're asking and what you're saying.
You're nothing but a punk.
Again, they said that they all have to have the ability to file habeas petitions. Doesn't one word? No. Allow me to finish a statement. I hear what you're saying. Allow me to finish a statement. They all have to be able to finish. They all have to be. I'm sorry, you're talking to a Navy SEAL right now. I think you need to be respectful. Okay. They all have to be able to file habeas petitions.
This is where I'm about to lose my shit. I'm about to break my own rule in my life. So this is the second time, man, you've made a military claim. The first time you said no, you were joking. Now you said it again. And one thing I'm not going to fucking go for is stolen fucking valor.
No. You got 3 vets literally up here.
So literally right now, I'm going to ask you fucking point fucking blank. Yes or no. Were you ever or are you now an active fucking member of the military?
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm the greatest Navy SEAL to ever exist. You guys don't know about me because it's all very confidential. You can't actually know about me. Very confidential.
Yeah, goodbye.
He's not.
I'm a Navy SEAL. I'm the greatest Navy SEAL to ever live.
Me, if I oppose it, then I'm a socialist, because I'm not. I was right-wing before you were born, son. Shut up. I'm not a socialist. But by the way, socialism is what we're going to get.
Well, that's the point.
If we don't address it.
You get Mom Donnie.
This kid in New York who's a total creep. Oh, there it is. This kid in New York, who I don't like at all, you know, who's like just full rich kid, like tranny vax guy. You know, they're all the same. It's not even real socialism, but everyone's like, I can't believe he's going to win. Of course he's going to win. Because our economy is so distorted, so rigged against.
That was a dangerous thing to say. Are you a Navy SEAL? Died. The greatest Navy SEAL to ever exist.
Hardworking, honest people, American-born people, that they will, in the end, move to another system out of frustration. And that's exactly what happened in Venezuela.
I totally agree.
I know. I've been saying this since I wrote that book, whenever that was. They ultimately fired me for it, but it's still true.
Didn't I say this on stage at the beginning, guys? That economic disorder will lead to political radicalism.
I'm starting to think
I don't
that.
know.
Like,
I mean,
I fell for that. I was so offended by that.
Well, it's still very real.
Oh, dude, I'm still offended by it. I'll never stop being offended. No, but I'm just saying, like, I totally agree.
Okay.
It was
I'm
like,
just making sure we're not
it was like power bait, and I was a bass. I mean, I hit it immediately. And I will continue to hit it.
Me too.
Okay,
just so we're clear, we're not done. Okay, we're going to be on that bait.
But it was used in a very tricky way to
I agree. No, that's right.
so inflame normal people that they couldn't even think about other things like, why can't my kids buy a house? That's the question that makes me madder than any other question.
What you're getting at...
I bought a house at 23.
I think what you're getting at is super profound. What you're saying is that there is a deliberate smokescreen operation by the ruling class to have us talk about stuff that is important but not as consequential as basic living necessities. Is that your argument, that they're throwing a bunch of smokescreen grenades?
And I don't mean to be mean to Ben Shapiro, who I like personally, but he's just like a living metaphor for this. It's like, he'll do like 9 hours on trannies, 127 hours in Israel, but then if you're like, well, wait a second, why are we taxing income at twice the rate of investing? Twice the rate. I'm a rich person, by the way, just obviously. So, like, I guess I should be for lower capital gains rates, but, like, I don't understand why someone who goes to work every day and makes a wage is paying twice the income tax as someone who's investing money in a PE firm. What's the answer? Shut up, Marxist! Okay. If that's your answer, I don't believe you. And that's like a real debate that we ought to have. We ought to have an economy that rewards decency, hard work, actual innovation, not fake AI innovation or just implant a chip in your brain. It's cool. That's not innovation, that's dystopia, okay? But actual innovation, like making your life better, making it possible for you to spend more time with your kids. That does not mean faster tech.
Dystopia is not like the opposite of innovation. Like something can be dystopian and innovative.
Okay, or anything having to do with an iPhone. All this technology stuff is a full-on lie. Doesn't improve anybody's life. It's true. You got antibiotics.
Surgery. Surgery's big.
I guess, yeah, I'm for surgery.
Being able, first off, being able to have cell phones with cameras on them has been an insane fucking improvement to everybody's lives, especially when it comes to fighting crime and shit like that. When they're sitting here talking about like the Epstein files and all of that. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like you cannot sit there and act like technology has not been a massive improvement when it's been a huge help for us catching bad guys and locking people up. But then yeah, same with like being able to call 911, being able to call, you know, ambulances and police and shit like that. Like cell phones have been just a huge help in that way. If he said social media, I might have agreed with him, but he didn't. He said technology, and that's just a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, I've had a couple.
No, like, I mean, if you need an appendectomy, I mean...
I had an appendectomy.
Okay.
It was awesome. I enjoyed it.
I think surgery is a good thing.
Surgery? I'm not going full Kaczynski here. I'm
just trying to make sure we keep ourselves a little...
next time, I'm having...
Advil is okay.
Advil's so bad, dude.
Well, if you need it.
It's so bad. My college roommate got liver disease from it. Look.
Yeah, this is so dumb. Like, because yes, even like vaccines and shit like that are like technology to some extent. So this is all so fucking stupid.
I don't take any Advil. Just drink water. I don't use... Whatever. Don't even get me going. Do I oppose electricity? Yeah, kind of.
Antibiotics. We can at least agree.
Whoever said woo, I'm on your side. Woo.
We do overuse antibiotics for the record.
But the point is, to all the... Here's what drives
fucking 15 seconds to do it, did in 3.8 seconds. With one shape. Suck my dick.
Bonkers. And here's the conversation I think we need. Is where do the smart, ambitious young people go? They are the country. Okay? I'm losing intelligence and ambition and youth at a high rate.
That is really rough, considering you didn't have much intelligence to start with.
Here at this conference.
It's not about me. It's about the 23-year-old who's like, oh man, I got to make my way in the world. What do I do? How can I do it?
What do I do?
That's not the answer, dude. Been there. Doesn't. No, call me. No, that person is either going into technology or money lending. That's it. And by technology, it's high technology. It's not how do we get more efficient power lines. It's how do we make a circular saw with a tighter kerf. It's not meaningful technology. It's how do we make a more addictive video game? Or how do we totally destroy human agency forever by creating a machine to think for people? It's like the worst kind of technology.
He needs to play Brain It On. Available on all app stores now. Get it today.
And so I feel like we're siphoning off our best, and the way they do it is always by telling you we need to do this or China's gonna beat us. China's gonna beat us on the AI race. I'm okay with that. You know, they can also beat us on the fentanyl race. You know what I mean? And they can have more physician-assisted suicide too. Let them win. Not interested in any of that crap. What I'm interested in is a world where my kids can thrive and have children of their own.
Trans rights are perverts' rights? Yeah. Thank God Trump was way more concerned with trans people than he was with Epstein.
Who can also thrive. That's the measure, and anything that falls short of that measure is evil. And once you see the world in those terms, you just reframe everything and you realize we need way fewer Bill Ackmans, and we need an actual wholesale rethinking and a public conversation about where the money goes, not just to Epstein, but to all of us.
So, in closing, because we gotta get you on stage, Tucker, I'm upset you didn't bring the heat today. So
you spun me up, Charlie.
Oh, I have a way to do that. That's why the Charlie Kirk Show's the best, right? Conversations here that no one else gets. So Tucker, you're getting at a core thing, which is that the material life of this generation is significantly worse than prior. It creates bad politics. It creates broken marriages, broken relationships. Washington D.C. seems to not care. You get. It will be.
You know nothing about Epstein? Well, if you think I don't know, then call in. There's a phone number right there. If you think I don't know what I'm talking about, call in.
Mom Donnie-ism. You get hundreds of him.
Yeah.
He will replicate himself in every city, every corner across the country.
And they always blame the wrong people. They're like, it's pretty. I mean, look, there are a lot of problems, and Bill Ackman's not. And
You guys have been sitting there the whole time talking about these like elites that are ruining everybody's lives. And then you're going to sit there and say that Mom Donnie blames all the wrong people when he's blaming all of the fucking elites?
Ben Shapiro, they're not responsible for all of my. I don't mean to. I'm simplifying dramatically. All of us are complicit in what our society has become, including me. I made an Amazon order yesterday. I did feel self-hatred, but I did it. So we're all complicit in this. My problem with
You're not someone I'd associate with? Oh, so you don't talk to people you disagree with. Interesting. Yeah, I make it a point to talk to people that I disagree with. I have always made sure that I talk to people I disagree with as much as possible.
the reform movement, any reform movement, and this would include, Hugo Chavez, who led a really important reform movement in Venezuela against a totally screwed up centralized economy that was like screwing the country. And then
Regardless of what you do or don't know, you only want a caller to build your show. No thanks. I'm sorry. If you think that I'm gonna gain a lot more views by having you on rather than Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson, you're sadly mistaken. You are not that important. But I would turn off the video that people would come here for to watch people like Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk. I would stop that video to have a conversation with somebody about something. Yeah, that is something that I'm willing to do. But please turn Tucker back on. Yeah, you're feeling the heat. You're feeling the heat.
he made it way worse. They always blame the wrong people. They never blame the people in charge. They always blame the people right below them who aren't really responsible. And
wait, that's literally the Trump administration. The Trump administration is blaming fucking immigrants and shit like that. What are you talking about?
To make it worse. So revolutions are not what you want. Very few have been successful. Ours is the only one I can think of that's been successful. And Mamdani will always, he'll just be like, what's the whites' fault? It's the whites. The white people are getting away with it. We need to tax, he said that. We need to tax the whites more.
We need to tax white neighborhoods.
Well, first of all, that's just race hate, so I'm against it. If he said the Jews or the blacks or the Filipinos, I'd just be against it because I'm against that kind of talk and thinking.
Totally.
But moreover, it doesn't work. You know exactly where that's going. Mugabe tried it in Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. It became the poorest country in the world. Hugo Chavez did something similar in Venezuela. It's just been, and of course, needless to say, it's happening in South Africa right now. And you can see where that's going. But last thing I'll say, there's a reason it's going there. And that's because the current system is making people desperate and nihilistic. And when you stand up and tell them they have no right to ask about Jeffrey Epstein and where his money came from, you're ensuring that New York's not the only city that's going to get its own Hugo Chavez.
Last question, then we got to get you on stage. Why are so many young people going back to church? Let's talk about something promising. It is happening. It's happening in record numbers.
Because God is moving. That's why. I mean, if you'd asked me that 3 years ago, I would have said it's because the promise of the modern West, the post-war West, God died when we dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, obviously, because we assumed godlike powers. We have the power of life and death over the planet, over humanity itself. And so that was literally the moment when the West stopped believing in God and things began to fall apart. I'm not defending Imperial Japan. It's just a fact. Rather, that's my interpretation of facts. But anyway. This has been happening for a long time, and the prizes that we award to the winners in our society are mostly not worth having. It's just material wealth, which is not the source of happiness, as anyone who's ever gotten rich, including me. I've been rich and poor. It's better than being in debt, which is bad, but it doesn't make you happy. Of course not.
Not being in crisis makes you happy.
Of course, that's right. Not being in debt, not having a mortgage, that's all good.
That's important.
But how much French toast can you eat? Seriously. How many hours can you sit in bed? It's not that exciting, actually. So I would have told you 3 years ago, if you said, why are people returning to church? Why is Christianity resurgent? I would say because they found Western materialism fundamentally unsatisfying and they're looking for something more. I no longer think that. I think what you're seeing is a supernatural phenomenon. I think you're seeing the Spirit of God moving among people. I can't believe I'm saying this.
You're an Episcopalian?
I know, I was.
What is wrong with you?
I left when it became Wiccan, but that's how I was raised.
You're talking like a Pentecostal.
No, I don't know what I am, but I try to describe things as honestly as I can. Clearly, we've seen evil move among us.
Correct.
We see it all the time, all the time. It's not rational. It's not political. No one's getting rich from it. The point is destruction. That's the point. Why would you give fentanyl to addicts? Why would you invite 500,000 Haitians here with no
COVID
jobs?
shot.
It's the COVID shot. It's only to destroy. So we all know that. That's evil. That's what evil looks like. But evil has a counterbalance, which is actually more powerful, and it's called good. It's the Spirit of God. And you are seeing that, and I am seeing it all the time, and it's what keeps me from being disposed.
You're not very good at that game, are you? I'm on level 237. What level are you on? That's what I thought.
And I see it as you see everything through other people. And I've lived in a secular world my whole life, and certainly in the news business for 35 years, I've only known secular people. There are no religious people in the news business, none. Maybe in the editing room or something, but they don't talk. And I now know people personally really well who are like, yeah, I was like praying the other day, or I was reading the Bible, or I think I believe in Jesus. What? You use the J word? And I'm seeing that everywhere. And so that leads me to believe this is not organic, this is supernatural. People don't say that, they're not moved to that except by God's power moving them. You don't have eyes to see or ears to hear unless God gives them to you. So I think that.
So how has God been at work in your life?
I don't know. I'm so focused on my inherent shittiness that it's sometimes hard to see it.
That's why you're a good Christian.
I don't know.
Well, the first rule of Christianity is understand you are.
Well, I definitely marinated in that.
Totally depraved.
Well, I'm definitely aware of that.
Total depravity is the beginning.
You
know you need Jesus if you stay in total depravity.
I always tell the kids who work for me, the one person I don't trust is me because I know him so well. No, I think I'm just so aware of it. I mean, I think one of the ways that people change when they start thinking about God is your timeline gets longer and you realize that this is just a snapshot in eternity and it's not the end and it wasn't the beginning when you were born. Like, this is a lot bigger. You start thinking about what happens after you die. It's not the end. And you start seeing the world in those terms. Death is not the worst thing. You know, you can live in hell on earth by being trapped by lies. And that's a choice that all of us make every day. Am I going to participate in the lie or not? And it's not that hard to say, no, I'm not. And it's incredibly, I hate the word, but it's true, empowering to decide that to the extent I remember, I'm not going to lie. And we're also prone to
He hates the word empowering because feminists use that term for women a lot.
lying, me included. Like, they just like come out, lies, all the time, lying, you know, we're just like that way. But if you try, be like, no, I'm going to tell the truth. In the small things and the big things. No, I think the fish was only 13 inches. It was not a 19-inch trout. I'm just going to be honest. I think it was 13 inches. I'm a trout fisherman. If you just get in the habit of doing that, you find yourself filled with this crazy power from outside you, which is by definition supernatural power, and you become stronger. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. I really believe that. I've experienced that. The spoken truth. The spoken truth.
That's the logos.
In the beginning was what?
The logos. The word. Which is the word logos.
Yeah.
Which is the spoken
And the
truth.
word was?
And the word was flesh.
Yeah.
And the word was God, and God became flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's the. I would never hold myself out as an example for anyone to follow. That's for sure. I can only say that I think God is the truth, and telling the truth to the best of your ability. If there's one discipline I try and practice every day, it's that. I often fail, but that has been the most enlivening exercise of my life.
When in life, and I know they're going to yank us off stage, but tell us about the moments where you decided to lie even when it was easy versus telling the truth, and how that had an impact on your soul. Because a lot of young people here in this audience are met with that decision every day. Lie about who they are, lie about what they believe at work, career, campus.
Oh, I can give you the example that changed my life.
Oh, is he going to admit that he was lying about the voting machines? Because that's what he got fired from Fox for.
It was 2002. I was an anchor on CNN. I was on the second highest rated show on CNN, which was a TV network at the time. And it was a big, sort of in the tiny, dumb world I lived in, it was a big deal. I was 31 years old. I was like, wow, I can't believe I have this job. I'm so important. And the 9/11 had just happened, and all of a sudden the Bush administration started talking about bombing and invading Iraq. And because I'm not a genius, I was like, what did Iraq have to do with 9/11? And everyone's like, shut up! Are you an Islamist? And I was like, no, I'm not an Islamist. Oh, not me. And they're like, no, we need to invade Iraq. And I was like, I don't think that seems like a really good idea at all. Like, I don't even understand why we're doing that. And it mattered because every day on the air, on the show that I hosted, I had to take a position on this. So it wasn't like I just like ignore it. Like every day I had to come out and say something about it. So it pushed me into this. And I didn't want to support it, and I had a close friend who was involved
so
in it,
true.
and I had dinner with him one night, and he goes, well, actually, you haven't seen the intel, the fabled intel, which is always the predicate to a lie in D.C. Have you seen the intel?
All a bunch of BS.
Oh, shut up. Anyway, but, and I knew that because I grew up there, but he says, you haven't seen the intel, but actually they have an active WMD program, ChemBio program. We were at the Capitol Grill at the back booth on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'll never forget it as long as I live. And I was still drinking at the time. I was drunk, but I remember it like yesterday. And I was like, oh, wow, I can support the war against Iraq now. And I went on TV and I was like, yeah.
You thought that?
Well, I wanted to believe it because, like, how hard would it be for the Republican side of the debate on CNN to be against Bush, who I knew Bush well personally, like outside of work also, for family reasons. Then I also knew him from work. And I was like, the guy's kind of an idiot, actually, very insecure. I knew who Bush was, but everyone had to like worship Bush and be like, oh, he's like a really strong president, when he was so weak, actually, totally controlled by Dick Cheney, who was so dark. And I knew all that, but I didn't want to say it because it's just hard to go against the team that you think you're on. And I was then, as I am now, like an actual right-winger, like a pro-life nutcase and like a family man, and like I am conservative for real, not joking. So I want to be on that side. I didn't want to be on like the crazy peacenik side, the furry armpit patchouli side, because they like hated America. So I was like, I'm so glad now I have a reason to support this war because I've heard about the intel. So I go on the air and I'm like, actually, there are a few things you guys may not know because you haven't seen the intel, but actually. And I kind of knew it was BS, but I like convinced myself that it was true. It turned out, of course, that my instincts were 100% right, as they always are. Trust your instinct. God speaks to you. You know what's right and wrong. Paul says this at great length. Like, you know, actually, listen. But I overrode that voice with my deceptive higher mind and allowed myself to go along with the lie. And then a buddy of mine was killed in Iraq. I went to go see where he was killed in December of 2003, and I realized this was the biggest disaster of my lifetime. And it was, and it like bankrupted the country and killed all these people, and I participated in it. And that's been 22 years, and I've been upset about it ever since. And that was because I allowed myself to participate in a lie, to answer your question.
Tucker, we got to get you on stage. Give it up for Tucker Carlson, everybody.
Thank you.
What a fucking weirdo. Actually, what is this? Let's get off the Epstein stuff for a minute.
Things are not going well at the Daily Wire. They're losing talent, laying off staff, and their CEO, Jeremy Boring, has resigned. With all the rumors swirling around the company, I think it's a good time to take a look at how they got here and just how bad things may be. Let's start with the beginning. The Daily Wire launched back in 2015 from the humble beginnings of being cooked up in Jeremy Boring's pool house. Boring and Ben Shapiro would start the Daily Wire through their LLC, Bentkey Ventures. The Daily Wire found early success marketing its content on Facebook, where Ben Shapiro in particular gained a large following. The outlet got massive engagement for its articles, often dwarfing news outlets like CNN and HuffPost. However, an investigation by Popular Information detailed how much of this engagement was driven by sock puppet accounts that hid their affiliation with the Daily Wire to help spread their stories. Although it violates Facebook's terms of service to do that, the Daily Wire didn't face any real penalties after they were exposed, aside from being asked to mark accounts with names like American Patriot and America First as being run by their company. The Daily Wire also saw growth in podcasting and on YouTube, in part through their aggressive marketing strategy, which included a large number of paid ads. And over time, they began to develop a loyal audience. They later launched a subscription service where they provided members with exclusive material. And for the first few years, things were looking very rosy for the company. By 2022, the Daily Wire seemed to be reaching its peak. They celebrated by renaming their subscription service Daily Wire Plus, and it had gained hundreds of thousands of new subscribers throughout that year. According to Jeremy Boring, revenue figures were projected to be reaching $200 million. That money was used to sign high-profile talent such as Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens. In short, things were looking very good for the company. At some point, things began to take a turn. It's difficult to say exactly where this was, since the Daily Wire is very selective with the metrics it makes public, and there are many different parts of this company to consider. But I want to highlight a few of the reasons I think the Daily Wire is in some trouble right now. I believe the first major catalyst was the company's foray into the world of movies and television. Many of the people at the Daily Wire have, at various times, tried to make it in the world of entertainment. Jeremy Boring had produced and written several shorts. Ben Shapiro was an aspiring screenwriter. Michael Knowles was an actor. and Andrew Klavan has writing credits for a few produced movies. Their levels of success varied from no success at all to a modest amount of success, though none of them seem satisfied with what they have achieved. They would often voice complaints that it wasn't so much their lack of talent that held them back, but rather a bias against conservatives in
woke
Hollywood.
media.
In his 2011 book, Primetime Propaganda, Ben Shapiro describes his experience of nearly getting a job as a screenwriter. For those unfamiliar with Shapiro's history, as a young conservative, he had a column and had written a few books. For his fourth book, Primetime Propaganda, he used that public profile to attain access for several interviews with various studio executives. In that book, he describes a brief story about how he had a small opportunity to become a writer in show business. Apparently, several scripts he had written were read by studio executives and agents, and he, as a talent, was being shopped around town for a potential job. Eventually, though, his agent dropped him because of his existing writing credits, marking him as someone that people in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to work with. I should point out that one of the books Ben Shapiro had written was titled Porn Generation: How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future. More than just a provocative title, that book is also an absolutely wild read. I've never read something by a 21-year-old that calls so many female celebrities whores. There's a real incel energy to all of it. And a producer for a show like The Good Wife might not want one of its writers having a credit like that on their resume. Here's an excerpt from the book describing a performance at the 2003 MTV Video Music Awards. The video is going to be playing alongside his words to give you an idea of how outrageous this supposedly was. The competing princesses of Pop-Tart whoredom, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, both dressed in sluttish bridal costumes, popped out of wedding cakes and began singing Madonna's 1984 hit, Like a Virgin. Finally, Madonna made her grand entrance, dressed in black, form-fitting S&M groom outfit. Madonna joined the two former Mouseketeers, and the three gyrated around the stage like hookers starved for Johns. He doesn't mention the part where Missy Elliott comes out later on for some reason, but he does go on to say that Madonna kissing Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera turned young girls bisexual. I feel like I have to mention that Ben Shapiro here has the ghost of a point when it comes to how women are sexualized in entertainment, but his solution isn't about empowering women. Rather, he calls them whores and says they should promote heterosexual sex after marriage. The irony of this origin story, though, is that Ben Shapiro had more of an opportunity in Hollywood than so many other aspiring writers. He had meetings with former studio executives and offers to develop a pilot. Getting an agent to read your script, never mind being brought on as a client, is a major, major opportunity. What Ben Shapiro never acknowledges is that it was his public profile as a conservative writer that got him these meetings with executives to begin with, starting him on this whole journey through Hollywood. That same public profile being his undoing seems to be lost.
Yeah, that's right. Even when he was in like high school, he was already being scouted by a bunch of conservative media outlets, and he was already being like chased around to do young conservative content for people, because he was already doing like school newspapers and crap like that on conservatism. And so yeah, that's right.
Lost to him. It wasn't the private ideas in his head, but the very public positions he was taking as a writer. Here's an excerpt from the Primetime Propaganda book. The quote here comes from an agent telling Ben he can't work with him. I don't know if this is a direct quote or if this is simply Ben Shapiro citing something from his memory. Listen, I have no problem with your politics. It's just that my agent started sending your sample around and it got to a producer on one of the shows. He said that he knew who you were and that he'd never work with you. The whole reason I'm even dealing with you is because your writing has that sparkle. But let me get back to you. Because it needs to be said, Ben Shapiro's creative writing is not good. I've done 2 videos on that already.
Yeah, the little bit that I've seen of his writing is pure garbage. Like, it really is. I've always had like I kind of like Ben Shapiro, but his his writing really is just horrible. Really, really bad.
Give those a watch if you want to learn more. I am dubious about the second half of this quote, but the first half does reveal that it was him, specifically Ben Shapiro, not generic conservative, that was being rejected. It is interesting how Ben Shapiro, when he's rejected, doesn't look at his own personal choices that may have led to that decision, but instead retreats to this identity label he can use to pretend as if he's some kind of persecuted class. Whether or not conservatives have as many opportunities as more left-wing people in Hollywood purely based on their politics isn't really related to Ben's story, as it was very much him who was rejected for his very controversial writing credits. All of this speaks to the Daily Wire's entertainment ambitions and how they market them. They need to present this idea of conservatives being rejected by Hollywood because it energizes the audience who reads them. It'd be far less effective marketing if they were presenting their entertainment ambitions as a
trust whatever you like is fake. What? Oh, you're saying you should trust that the things that you like are fake?
Product of personal bitterness over failing to succeed in the way they hoped. But in 2021, they had an opportunity to make those dreams come true, and they were going to leverage their conservative media company to make it happen. A Daily Wire article announced this entertainment initiative, and in it, Ben Shapiro wrote, "We're going to be bringing out movies, edgy, entertaining, awesome movies that won't mock your values. We're going to be producing TV shows, comedies and dramas that take you seriously and that don't take advantage of your viewership to promote leftist causes." This is the type of branding that was being used to market this initiative.
If you guys are interested in any of this stuff, I see that my documentary's gotten a bit more views this month, but I have a documentary on another channel called Terminally Online Media, and it is about Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro and a lot of these people. This is the channel right here, Terminally Online Media. The initials spell Tom, and it is about Candace Owens. So go check that out. We got only about 25 minutes left on stream, but whenever stream is over, go give it a look-see.
That watching the movies and TV shows created by the Daily Wire would be a form of resistance against this idea that culture has been hijacked by the left and is being used to push a leftist agenda. The underlying assumption of this article is that there is this vast swath of angry conservatives ready for this entertainment, and part of how it was being marketed was through the politics of the platform activating that audience. The first partner for the Daily Wire for this project was a production company called Cinestate, headed up by a guy named Dallas Saunier. At the time, the company had just changed its name to Bonfire Legend. This was done a few months after one of its producers, Adam Donaghy, was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. Saunier and other members of the company were accused of covering for Donaghy's previous actions committing sexual harassment. Jeremy Boring was very aware of this reporting before teaming up with Bonfire Legend. In a Daily Beast article, he was quoted as saying, "To the extent that things may have taken place in the production of this film or another film, I don't think it's my business. In the same way that it's not my business if something takes place at any other kind of company that I buy product from. I'm sure there have been allegations of sexual harassment at almost every major production company in the country.
My goodness.
That doesn't mean the product itself has to be banned." The first product of this union, and the one Boring was referencing in that quote, was the movie Run, Hide, Fight, best described as Die Hard set in a school shooting.
Yeah, Run, Hide, Fight. This is one of the things that I it was so strange because I remember all the conservatives running around talking about how great it was, how good it was, that this was like drastically changing, media and Hollywood and all of this shit. And then all I did was just watch the trailer for it, and I was blown away by how fucking horrible it was, dude. I could not believe it was so horrific.
I've covered this before, but a short review for it is that it's underwhelming. One mistake I saw a lot of people making when talking about this movie was describing it as being produced by the Daily Wire. It had actually wrapped production well before the deal was made with Bonfire Legend, and the movie was looking for distribution. That's really only part of the story, though. The movie was never meant to be distributed by an external company. Rather, Cinestate/Bonfire Legend was planning on releasing it under their new genre label, Rebeller. It was also a culture website that published various articles, books, and podcasts. Following the revelations about Adam Donaghy in June of 2020, Rebeller had to fold. While it's probably true that a movie about a school shooting would struggle to find a distributor, I think having the name of someone accused of sexually assaulting a minor as a producer probably hurt it even more. Also, Rebeller had something of a reputation for being more sensitive to the right. An article by Adrian Nguyen goes into some of its history and helpfully
I forget who said it. I think it was Vosh who said that this was made by like a bunch of alt-right, like white nationalist people. And then I think that's who said it. It was Vosh or maybe Hassan, but I think it was Vosh. And yeah, a bunch of people had to like come out and like even lefties who hated the fucking movie and had done nothing but talk shit about it were all had to come out and be like, okay, that's not true at all. I hate that I'm having to like defend this fucking movie now, but this is not they were not all white nationalists or alt-right people.
Points out that the site was getting shoutouts from Ben Shapiro over a year before they went into business together. I think it's likely that Cinestate/Bonfire Legend wasn't exactly looking for a brave partner to distribute a challenging movie that woke Hollywood wouldn't touch, but rather they were looking to partner with a distributor that would take on their toxic movie. And the Daily Wire, having no entertainment production team of their own, needed a company that was at least receptive to their politics, so it was a lovely match to make some bland movies. Run, Hide, Fight was released in January of 2021, and while it gets mocked, like all of the Daily Wire's movies, for making almost no money at the box office, that's not entirely fair. In the case of Run, Hide, Fight, the only numbers I could find said that it made a little under $35,000, but it's important to remember that this movie is primarily for online distribution, and while the Daily Wire doesn't share its streaming metrics, they claim to be very pleased with its performance. And I think this might be true. There was a lot of hype surrounding this entertainment initiative when it was announced, and this was their very first movie. Even if the female lead and interracial romance would have branded it as woke had it come from Hollywood, the Daily Wire's audience was ready to ignore that and support this new front on the culture war. Back when they first announced their entertainment initiative, speaking to Deadline, the Daily Wire claimed to have 1 movie and 2 TV shows in development, but it takes a long time to produce programming. From here, we got a very long dry spell of new releases. The next release for the Daily Wire was Shut In, a thriller about a woman trapped in a closet while her drug addict ex threatens their children. Whereas Run, Hide, Fight was a finished product that the Daily Wire distributed, Shut In was the first movie they took a hand in producing. The script had been found by Dallas Sonnier, and originally Jason Bateman was attached to direct. But the pandemic threw the project into disarray, and it ended up at the Daily Wire instead, with DJ Caruso now directing. This is probably the best of the Daily Wire's movies insofar that it's fairly average.
I don't think
First
I've heard of
2/3
this
I
one.
would even describe as good, until it's let down by a very messy ending. There was some controversy surrounding the movie, as it included Vincent Gallo, who hadn't appeared in a movie since 2013, in part because of his behavior online, making various bigoted remarks, such as saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. On the business side of things, the Daily Wire did make one choice that's...
Oh, I think that's right. I saw a guy... I think we saw him recently in an interview complaining about the fact that he was like shut out of Hollywood because of his conservative beliefs. That's right. I totally forgot about that.
A bit odd. That was to first release Shut In on YouTube for free. It would air as a live stream, and anyone who missed that live stream or wanted to watch the movie again would have to sign up for the Daily Wire subscription service. They had actually done this for Run, Hide, Fight as well, although that movie had already premiered at the Venice Film Festival and had a very limited international release. That led to a write-up in Deadline where the strategy was briefly described like this. The film is also being sold to international distributors by Voltage Pictures. Those buyers may not be thrilled by the update. Jeremy Boring explained that the stream would be limited to the US only, though I'm not sure how successful that was since I was able to watch that just fine in Canada. It's possible viewers of the Daily Wire might have had a hint on where to get a VPN.
We use ExpressVPN.
The only numbers I could find for Shut In pegged its box office at roughly $715,000, which is actually the most a Daily Wire movie has made at the international box office. The broadcast on YouTube first strategy would be used again for their next movie, The Hyperions. Like Run, Hide, Fight, this is...
Somebody said that the Brett Cooper chick got hired... Where was it? At the Fox News recently? Is that true? Democrats accidentally awakened a Gen Z rebellion from angered young voters, says Brett Cooper. Oh, well, if Brett Cooper said it. Fox News Media signs Brett Cooper as contributor. Fox News signs conservative podcaster and influencer Brett Cooper as contributor. Cooper will provide cultural, social, and political commentary across all Fox News media platforms.
Fox News signs conservative podcaster and influencer Brett Cooper as contributor. Fox News Media signed conservative podcaster and influencer Brett Cooper as a contributor. The company announced on Wednesday. Cooper, who will provide cultural, social, and political commentary across all Fox News media platforms, will make her debut Wednesday on The Will Cain Show at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Cooper launched her podcast, The Brett Cooper Show, in January and has amassed over 9 million followers across her social media platforms. The Gen Z conservative is known for her grounded perspective, sharp wit, and distinctive takes, Fox News Media said when announcing her new role. Cooper, who previously hosted the Comment Section video podcast, covers current events, pop culture, politics, generational shifts, relationships, and more. In January, Cooper appeared on Jesse Waters Primetime to discuss the changing media landscape. I watch the media landscape change, and young people are just hungry for independent voices who are authentic and honest with their audiences. They don't want to hear from traditional pundits 24/7, Cooper said. Cooper is a graduate of UCLA and is based in Tennessee, where she lives with her husband.
Great.
This is another movie that had been produced prior, but failed to find distribution. There isn't much to say about this one aside from it being pretty forgettable, and that since none of the actors involved had any idea it would be on the Daily Wire, we don't have to hold it against Carrie Elwes or anybody else. What's probably most notable about this initiative so far is just how little impact it made. Unless you're a longtime viewer of this channel, or like digging through my older videos, you've probably never heard of or don't remember any of these movies. This isn't really a surprise. It's incredibly difficult to break through to mainstream attention in the movie space. But considering the money being spent, the Daily Wire was falling well short of its lofty goals. In spite of Shut-In and the Hyperions landing with a thud in the first half of 2022, the Daily Wire was still riding high. It began releasing publicly numbers of its subscriber count and total revenue, declaring that it had 600,000 subscribers and revenue was projected at $100 million. By the end of the year, these numbers would be revised to over 1 million subscribers and up to $200 million in revenue. The movies I mentioned likely weren't fueling most of the growth. In fact, what was fueling that growth was almost certainly the June 2022 release of the Daily Wire's biggest success, Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? According to comments from Dallas Saunier, who produced the movie, its budget of $1 million was returned roughly 30-fold, and it became the most watched thing on the Daily Wire Plus platform. This movie didn't exactly...
Yeah, just about everybody watched it. It was pure bullshit, but almost everybody watched it, so it was well advertised and was kind of everywhere. They put a lot of money into letting everybody know about it, so everybody ended up having to have an opinion on it.
Exactly come out of nowhere, as anyone who was on YouTube at the time remembers just how ubiquitous the ads for this movie were. Yeah. The Daily Wire always aggressively marketed itself, with some public examples of spending being tens of thousands of dollars for high-profile articles on their website. This movie almost certainly had a lot more than that spent on advertising. Whatever the cost that went into promoting the project, though, it certainly paid off. While the movie itself is a giant pile of anti-trans misinformation, it was undoubtedly a success for the Daily Wire, and you'll notice it's far closer to what made the Daily Wire famous in the first place, providing a polished sheen to conservative talking points, creating some...
I wouldn't say it's what made the Daily Wire famous. I mean, Ben Shapiro made the Daily Wire famous. Ben Shapiro was already very famous and well known. And then after he's, became the editor-in-chief at the Daily Wire, it already had like a lot of name recognition just because he was there. Then Dennis Prager, Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Brett Cooper, all of these other people start signing out with the Daily Wire as well to make it just like a household name at that point. And that was before this came out, so...
Something that looks like a documentary, but isn't much more than an op-ed written by someone with a childlike understanding of science.
Yes, it's fucking hilarious. It's like a documentary, but it's like if a fucking elementary school kid said they were going to make a documentary. Like, he didn't really document anything. He wasn't actually going to people. If you're asking what is a woman, you think that you would go to like biologists, or if you're talking about the way that we use the word, maybe you would go to linguists, or if you're talking about the the like femininity of it, you would go to maybe a philosopher or something like that. He didn't go to any of those things. He went to like gender affirming care units, which don't, they have no specialty in what a woman is. They have no direction in what a woman is. They have no training in what a woman is. They have like none of these things are relevant to a gender affirming care unit. They're not gender affirming care therapists. Like these just, they have nothing to do with what a woman is or any of it. It's just, it made absolutely no sense. No, he said it's close to what made it the Daily Wire famous. Okay. I think Candace Owens left the Daily Wire before Peterson came onto the company. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Jordan Peterson signed in like 2020, 2021. Same with Dennis Prager. They both signed shortly after Candace Owens signed. So they all signed around the same time as Candace Owens. Same with Brett Cooper.
This is what their audience wants. On the other hand, there was another June 2022 release from the Daily Wire that was far less successful. The movie Terror on the Prairie, starring Gina Carano. This Western was meant to be Carano's big debut in a starring role following her dismissal from Disney after she compared being conservative in America to being Jewish in 1940s Germany. Carano had made those remarks in 2021 and was quick.
That was one of many issues that she had. That was one of many. But yeah, she was on what's it called? Fuck. I forget the name of the show, The Mandalorian. And yeah, she said a lot of just really, really dumb shit. And every single time she would say some dumb shit, she would immediately go crying to her base going, guys, come have my back. They're canceling me again. Come help me. Every fucking time. She was such a fucking baby, dude. Like, if you're not capable of standing behind your fucking words, then just don't say them, dude. Damn.
Quickly signed by the Daily Wire to star in 2 movies for them. The first movie was supposed to be titled White Knuckle, but it was put on hiatus after COVID vaccine requirements for filming led to Carano pulling out. Instead, the Western Terror on the Prairie would be developed instead, as it was shooting in Montana, a state with less strict regulations on vaccinations for a film set. The deal the Daily Wire made with Carano seems to have been a very bad one. Aside from her Western making almost no impact, the cost of starting up production on another movie, only for Carano to cancel because of vaccine requirements, was a complete waste of money, especially since the movie was never made at all. The juxtaposition of Terror on the Prairie and What is a Woman say a lot about this company, though. One was an attempt to make a mainstream feature, the other a pseudo-documentary for their conservative base. The first movie was a flop, the other was a success. It should have been a hint as to what path the Daily Wire should be focusing on.
Men starring in their movies. No more fucking women. White men.
Instead, they would continue to try walking down both. At the end of June, the Daily Wire hosted a massive presentation where they announced—
Yeah, because they're trying to go down both because they didn't want to just do conservative propaganda. They wanted to do movies made by conservatives that weren't conservative movies. They wanted to have the new conservative Hollywood. And so they were more so like kind of upset about the fact that Hollywood was all liberals, and that even though all movies made in Hollywood weren't liberal propaganda, it was all made by liberals. And so they wanted to have the equivalent of that through the Daily Wire. And so they made everything like this.
Announced Daily Wire Plus, a rebranding of their subscription service, I suspect to sound like Disney Plus. The initiative included a new deal with PragerU and signing Jordan Peterson as a talent. This event, hosted at this large theater, was the Daily Wire at its peak. Its subscriber count had nearly doubled that year, and its revenue was following in suit. Immediately using all that money to expand seemed like a great idea, but they vastly overestimated their ability to grow. After Terror on the Prairie, we wouldn't get another original movie from the Daily Wire for 1.5 years. And so far, it's the only one we've gotten since then, and that's the movie Lady Ballers. This anti-trans movie is the most cynical admission of what the Daily Wire's entertainment division would devolve into, playing to a conservative audience as the Daily Wire staff act out their Hollywood ambitions. The animated series Mr. Bertram is more of the same. While earlier efforts were mostly forgettable, these newer ones are outright embarrassing. It's a clear example of amateurs producing long, boring comedies about sad men giving off intense divorced guy energy. That being said, though, in the case of Lady Ballers, Jeremy Boring would describe it as the second most watched piece of content on Daily Wire Plus. As miserable as that movie may be, much like What is a Woman, it reflects what this particular audience wants. And it's very different from that attempt to reach the mainstream that were initially part of the Daily Wire's entertainment initiative.
I never would make a movie for political purposes. I feel like movies have been political for generations, but I feel like when things get overtly political or agenda pushing, I tend to believe that it hurts the artwork.
Had this been the Daily Wire's game plan from the get-go, I think things would have gone very differently. But as it stands...
It was the game plan from the get-go. Again, that doesn't mean that they weren't going to make anything political at all. It didn't mean that they weren't going to make any political content, but that their idea was to make stuff that wasn't necessarily political, but like it was supposed to just be like, yeah, like I said, just like a new Hollywood. Oh fuck, come on.
And they spent a lot of money to get where everyone imagined they were going to go in the first place. But while these movies and TV shows could be considered a modest failure, there was one major entertainment initiative that was a far bigger failure for the Daily Wire, and that's its kids' entertainment strategy. This was announced back in March of 2022 as the Daily Wire bravely declared it would invest $100 million over the course of 3 years to create kids programming. Much like their earlier entertainment initiative, this was also marketed as entertainment that didn't include leftist messages that were attempting to brainwash people.
To succeed in our effort to create a true news and entertainment alternative for the millions of Americans who are tired of the hegemony of the woke giants that want to preach radical race and gender theory to our kids, we're not here to teach the kids in the guise of entertainment. This is entertainment with a capital E. Rob Schneider is a true entertainer.
After this announcement, it would be a year and a half, October of 2023, before we saw this kids streaming service, Bent Key, come to fruition. There was a minor bit of controversy when the streaming service's flagship series, Chip Chilla, was accused of being a Bluey ripoff.
New TV series Chip Chilla is being dubbed a bootleg Bluey.
There were also fears that these shows would contain conservative brainwashing that were largely overblown, as most of these programs were bland, generic kids' entertainment. After the launch of Bent Key, no one really paid much attention to its lineup of original titles and licensed kid shows. I kept an eye on it myself to see if its metrics ever changed, and the few I could spot weren't particularly encouraging. When it first dropped, there were a flurry of downloads for the Bent Key app, and these were almost certainly largely members of the Daily Wire audience with kids or those who simply wanted to support the platform. While the Daily Wire wouldn't release how many people had subscribed to it, we could at least check the Google Play Store, which had the slightly vague metric of 50,000 plus downloads listed on the app's page. The Apple Store likely had similar numbers, as the app had similar reviews on both storefronts. It would be over a year before that number went from 50,000 plus downloads to 100,000 plus downloads. In all likelihood, there are probably less than 400,000 downloads for this service, and we have no idea how many of those free downloads led to someone actually purchasing a $100 annual subscription. Even if every single person who downloaded the Bent Key app purchased a $100 subscription, that still wouldn't even reach half of the $100 million that was pledged for the service. But the real kicker here is that these numbers and estimates I'm giving are way too generous. Because while it's true it does cost $100 for new subscribers who are getting Bent Key for the first time, if someone is an existing Daily Wire Plus subscriber, they got Bent Key for free. With BenKey's download numbers dwarfing the subscriber count of Daily Wire Plus, we could only really guess at how many Daily Wire Plus subscribers got BenKey, but I imagine since they were the first ones to hear about it and most of the downloads for this service seem to come in its first month, most people who are using this service aren't paying for it. I doubt there's any way this massive investment made any sort of profit. In fact, it almost certainly cost the company millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. The irony here is that as a streaming service offering entertainment, BenKey shows a lot of lessons learned. One of the biggest problems with the Daily Wire Plus, presenting itself as some kind of hub for entertainment, is that it only has a few movies. The overwhelming majority of the stuff on there are conservative documentaries or video versions of their podcasts. In short, it's for people who want conservative news commentary. Sticking a couple of movies on there isn't going to make someone think they should get that instead of Netflix unless they want that conservative news commentary. No one signs up to Netflix to watch one movie a year. That part only happens when you forget about your Netflix subscription and it auto-renews because you keep forgetting that you have it. BenKey actually made an attempt to provide volume with a decent number of titles at launch. Of course, it was hurt by the fact that no one really knew what most of these titles were. And with services like Disney Plus actually having shows and movies parents have heard of, there's no reason to take a chance on a streaming service with shows that have no cultural footprint in your primary market of the United States. The one high-profile show they did eventually add to the BenKey service was the original G.I. Joe cartoon, which is something people have at least heard of, although it seems like it's more for dads looking to relive their childhood than something a kid would be into. One move that might have helped salvage BenKey was when they announced their own version of Snow White. It was a bit baffling a move because it was done entirely despite Disney, which is part of how they got in the whole BenKey debacle to begin with. But by attaching a conservative personality like Brett Cooper to it, they could maybe tap into that same resentment that made a movie like Lady Ballers a hit. But it's...
Okay, I gotta head out. Unfortunately, I know that you guys were all really excited to see me beat this level, but I'm sorry, it's not happening today. But tune in tomorrow so that you can see it happen. First, hit the thumbs up button. Second, make sure you hit subscribe. And then third, do me a favor, hang out for a minute and leave a comment on the stream. That'll make it to where you're more likely to get suggested my content in the future. And it'll also make it to where other people are more likely to get suggested my content. And it'll get pushed to them to where hopefully there will be more people here in chat next time we get on. So, which will be tomorrow. I stream pretty much every single day. Late nights, third shift. So hopefully we'll see you guys back here tomorrow. In the meantime, you can hang out with us and talk to us in the Discord. We'll all be hanging out there the entire time. So whenever stream stops, the chat does not stop. We just move into the Discord. So we'll see you there, hopefully. There's links in the description, and there's links on my channel. So hopefully we'll see you then. And then also, yes, go check out my documentary. It's on the other channel, Terminally Online Media. So check me out there. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Illegal immigrants. That there's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen. Yes, they did. From Venezuela.
That's not not illegal immigrants. That you're talking about people who literally got signed up on an app to get asylum and then came over under the that's like sure they had they didn't pay for those. They had to pay for their own plane tickets and everything. The Biden administration
No, they didn't. Oh.
Yes, they
did.
No,
I don't know where you came up with the fact that they had to pay for their own plane tickets. No, that's not the case. You can look it up. Yeah, I know you're doing it, but no, no, they didn't.
Upon receiving authorization from Washington, they buy air passage to the U.S. international airports, where CBP personnel process them for release. In short, all are said to be responsible for paying for their own airfare.
No.
Because well, literally everything says about this. They all paid for their own airfare.
No. No.
What do you mean? No?
I'm saying no because it took you 30 hours to finally find that one single thing. That
No. This is not one single thing. This is from factcheck.org.
Sure.
It vetted and authorized to fly to the U.S. through a humanitarian parole program. The travelers pay for their flights.
They do? Really? What does it say?
That's why I just read what the top part says.
It's like, oh yeah, it's so obvious that we immediately know that something that we're talking about is so true, and it's no, maybe it isn't.
So it said Biden isn't flying migrants to Florida. People pay for their own flights legally to enter the U.S. This is from AOL. That's literally the title.
Okay, all right. Man, I wish. Yeah, it'd be great.
This is PolitiFact. 300,000 illegal immigrants were able to use a simple app to get a free flight to our country. This is fact-checking a post on Instagram. People granted parole did not receive free flights to the U.S. They buy their own plane tickets.